Hey there, Indiana. Welcome to Who's Left podcast coverage of election night 2024. My name is Scott Aaron Rogers. I am your host this evening, and we will be joined very shortly by my co-hosts. Corinne Straight and Mark Gevaart will be here as soon as we all get on the stream. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and bring up video, and we're going to run with the PBS stream tonight, but I can always pull in somebody else if we need to. Looks like they're already calling Indiana and Kentucky for Trump, at least at the presidential level. Not a surprise there. There we go. That's a little better. So, while we're waiting on everybody else to get here, let's talk about what we're looking at tonight. Obviously, the presidential race is the big race, but we've got a couple other, we got some statewide races here we're keeping an eye on. A much tighter than expected governor's race between Mike Braun and Jennifer McCormick. And a tight race between Destiny Wells and Todd Rokita for Attorney General. And then we've also got Valerie McRae and Jim Banks vying for a Senate seat. Now, early polls are showing Banks well ahead. Braun less so. And Rokita less so than Banks. But it is very early on all those races. The other major thing we're looking at here tonight in Indiana is control of the state house. So we've got there's about a dozen state house races I'm looking at. There's maybe 5 that the Democratic Party in Indiana here really was putting money and effort into. We need to flip 4 to break the supermajority. And, we've got somebody else here. Welcome to the stream, the beautiful and talented Corinne Straight.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Scott. I'm excited to be here.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
How you feeling tonight, man?
I'll tell you what, spent all day at the polls, and it was uneventful, which is a good thing.
Yes, we'll take that.
And aside from a couple Russian-induced bomb threats in Georgia,
good Lord,
polling places around the country seem to have been, safe today and secure, and all is going well. Knock on wood as the night goes on.
Did you see the National Association of Attorneys General, the letter that they put out?
Why, I did not.
Oh my goodness. So the National Association of Attorneys General put out a letter today, a joint statement, just kind of ahead of the election, condemning any acts of violence, et cetera, et cetera. Todd Rokita of Indiana, Ken Paxton of Texas, and Austin Knudsen of Montana did not sign the statement. The only 3 states. There were 47 states and territories that were represented. So thanks a lot, Todd. Hope you lose tonight.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, I think while you were talking, I saw the check mark for Jim Banks on the PBS stream. So they've called that for him, which is not a surprise, but is incredibly disappointing. Jim Banks is MAGA through and through, and one of the worst members of the House getting a big promotion tonight.
Yep, absolutely. And the fact that he did no campaigning, he really hid. He was just relying upon his allegiance to Trump. And the number of times that I saw him described as a rising star in Trump's orbit, I mean, just made me sick to my stomach. Not even a Republican star, like a Trump star. And I still can't get over it that he is just a couple years older than me. This dude is only 45 years old. And so this is probably his first big promotion.
Yeah.
And a Trump presidency will be very, very good for Jim Banks.
Unfortunately now, hopefully that does not come to fruition, and Jim Banks winds up as one of the more extreme members in the Senate. Maybe he takes Ted Cruz's spot. You know, we're pulling for Colin Allred down in Texas tonight
We sure are.
to send Raphael packing.
Yes, peace out, Teddy. We're done with you. We're done with you.
What in Indiana are you keeping your eye on here tonight, Corinne?
I am definitely most interested in the governor's race. Jennifer McCormick has had a really good shot this whole time. She has campaigned in a very different way than we have seen Democrats campaign. And that has really, and she's resonated with folks around the state. She had a little bit of name recognition coming in. And that to me is kind of going to be the barometer. I kind of keep thinking of the excitement that will be felt around the nation with a Harris presidency and how hollow that excitement could feel to those of us in Indiana if we stay Republican at a state level. Because yes, of course, a Harris presidency will mean a lot for the protection of certain rights that we still have. But here in Indiana, those rights have already been removed. We are regressing at a rapid pace. Our students, our women, our immigrants, our families, our communities are being weakened. I think of Braun's property tax plan that is a huge slam to local governments. And so that to me is my biggest concern. I think if I wake up tomorrow and we have a Harris presidency and a Republican state leadership, I think I just have a couple of different scenarios of how I am going to go about my next moves. And that's one bucket for me that's really concerning, because I think a lot of that national attention, you saw so much of the celebrity energy being put into Harris. And that's great. Like if y'all are in California and New York, that's really the only thing you have to worry about is who the president is going to be. For those of us in Indiana and Texas and Tennessee and Kentucky, Iowa, Utah, the list goes on and on. Our rights have been systematically taken away from us. A presidency is not enough. So that's kind of where my heart is tonight.
Yeah. Hey, our third is here. Let's now welcome to the stream the beautiful and talented Mark Gevaart.
Welcome, Mark.
I thought I'd dress for success tonight because I've felt this way since Jim Banks has represented me for 3 terms now in Northeast Indiana. So I thought I'd just dress accordingly. Notice the corn cob in the state of Indiana. It's one of those buys that you just go get. Someone has this available. You're like, you know what? Yeah, you got that in a blue. I'll take that.
I didn't know I needed this, but I need it.
Exactly. And then I had to thank my wife today for reminding me to wear that shirt when we were discussing what I was going to wear tonight. I said, well, I got that McCormick Gooden one that I wore. She goes, what about your Jim Banks shirt? Yes. That's why you're worth millions. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a good call for her.
We support that, don't we? Absolutely.
We sure do.
Hey, Northeast Indiana here. I know just in our county alone, Allen County, where I'm sitting here in Fort Wayne, 75,650 people voted. About 26% of the electorate has voted early or with absentee ballots. Hopefully that's a good sign. Last time there was a push like this was 2008. Obviously, we knew the outcome then. Still Republican-controlled state, and on the heels of just what you were talking about, Corinne, I would want to wake up tomorrow with a bunch of victories here for some of the great people on these tickets. That we just a number of great people, mostly female, running. And someone asked me recently about the labor movement. They said, "Is there hope for the labor movement?" I said, "Yes, it's young and female." I feel that way about politics too.
Yes, well, I don't know if you all are seeing this. AP Politics is calling the governor's race for Braun.
Already?
At 7:01.
I see it.
Yeah,
Fox
I got it here too.
Here has it. Oh, man.
And Trump wins Indiana at 7:01.
That is
Woo, that's what we were talking
Extremely-
about, right?
Yeah.
Extremely disappointing.
That is exactly what we were talking about. That is a huge, huge blow to the state of Indiana. And we can sit here and still remain a little hopeful for the presidency, but we know damn well with Braun in our governor's seat, it is not looking great for the people of Indiana.
It is all the more important that Democrats break the supermajority in the House this year.
We have to. Yeah,
to
absolutely.
do their best to keep the Braun-Beckwith monstrosity from ramming their extreme agenda down Hoosiers' throats.
Yeah.
God, the wave of nausea I just got of seeing Beckwith's stupid face as our lieutenant governor, my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got to have one of the more punchable faces in
100%.
Scott, that is the best way to pronounce it. Yes.
100%.
He's no Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity's
Right.
the most punchable face in the business, but Beckwith is right up there.
Yeah.
Yes, and to see the last ditch effort from the Braun campaign in that horrific text message that they sent out yesterday, telling people that your votes are public. The Jezebel spirit, the horrific misogyny that we saw out of this campaign. I'm going to be really interested to see the numbers here, because that's what Hoosiers voted for. That's
right.
They voted for some Christian nationalists, misogynists, extremists for sure, and that is incredibly disappointing. But we're in Indiana. We've had our hearts broken a million times, right? So
we're gonna get stomped on again.
I do have some interesting news here to share. So I've been scrolling it down, peeking at the House races.
Sure.
And they're going just about as I suspected, but it's very early. There's nothing in District 1 yet. But District 5, just outside Indianapolis, Victoria Sparks has her hands full.
Yep.
Only
And
30% reporting, so a ways to go, but she's sitting at 50, Deborah Pickett at 46.
Yeah.
And that is another race that's been really interesting. I mean, Deborah Pickett, just like the other Democrats in Indiana, she pounding the pavement, the amount of doors this woman has knocked on.
Personally,
And Victoria Sparks has also just been just a half-ass candidate like everybody else. I mean, she was the one that announced back in February
she wasn't going
to run. She's like, I'm out. I'm not going to run. And then she was like, oh, JK, I'll run.
Yeah.
And so I think,
poor Chuck Goodrich. I'm sure he's crying into his giant pile of money right now after spending half of it trying to unseat her in the primary.
Yeah. Sure did. That cost a lot of money. Boy, that was a primary, and they were just dumping a lot of money into that thing.
Yep. Well, and that's the other part, the dumping the money thing into our governor's race. I mean, depending how the next several years goes, we can look at 2028, the next time we'll get to elect another governor here in Indiana, and whether or not, depending on Braun's age, how that's going to go. But the amount of money at the last minute that was dumped into Indiana's governor's race, both from the Democrats and the Republicans at a national level, that was pretty telling. I don't remember that happening in 2016 when last time it was really close.
20 plus years ago. Yeah. You haven't seen money like that, and the level of money. I mean, here's 100,000. They would never go to what you saw. That was a big deal.
Yep.
Yeah, but boy, it hurts even more just to have this thing called so quick.
To have it called so quickly, hot damn. Like, what the hell? I know I've got a bunch of people in my TikToks here being like, what?
They're calling District 8 already, too, here as well.
Do we see numbers anywhere?
Let me hit you with a little good news while we're despondent. Okay. So, 62%. This is also out of Hamilton County, House District 24. Former Colts punter Hunter Smith, Republican, locked in a dead heat with Josh Lowry.
Let's go, Josh.
It's like 51-49, 62% reporting. That one's going to be close.
Yeah, very close.
So what else are you guys looking at tonight as I scroll through some of these House races here with very little reporting?
Yeah. Go ahead, Corinne. Go ahead.
No, I'm really, like I said, I really want to start sinking into some numbers here, because if we are seeing these House races or even some of these congressional districts close, how was McCormick and Braun called so quickly? If that was the sweep down the ticket, it kind of, based on our past behavior, then that
Right.
should have been a sweep down the ticket. So
Right.
what are we really seeing here, broken down district to district?
Well, let's look at this too, because if you pulled straight ticket in any one of these, you're going to get your House and your senator in that
Mhm.
mix. After that, it's those county races, county commissioners, things like that. Those are folks you don't have. You have to go down the ballot to actually touch those. If you just pull the R, just pull the D, you're going to get your House and your Senate, your House of the state, and then your U.S. Congress and your senator with the governor in that. So that's kind of a quick mix, but I'm hoping it's, so much talk was about going down ballot, follow it
Mhm.
down there. Don't just buy into that D and R pull. I thought that was more popular than it is. Maybe that's where our
Yeah.
numbers are at here.
Well, I'll
Yeah.
tell you. Okay, I'm gonna hit you with a little bit more good looking news. As these are some of the state house races that I'm really keeping an eye on
Mhm.
tonight. The ones that are really crucial to flipping the super majority. And this is also here in Hamilton County. Incumbent Democrat Victoria Garcia Wilburn. That's House District 32, leading 54-46 over her Republican opponent with 56% in. Also there in Hamilton County. Where'd it go? I know it. I had it. There was another close
It's a
one.
lot to that page.
Mhm.
It was the okay, there we go. Yes. House District 39. Matt McNally, Democrat, locked in a dead heat with Republican Daniel Lopez. Lopez is an executive with the Pacers and is running on an anti-trans agenda.
Just
What a
sounds
dick.
sounds like a lovely guy, doesn't he?
Yeah. Let's
Oh,
get
what a
to not know
piece of
him.
shit. Oh, I do, just to anybody that is watching us, I know I have a smile on my face right now. I promise you, my insides are dying at the thought of a McCormick loss. But
Ooh.
I have remained so committed and excited to the Democrat energy in this election cycle. I have heard from so many congressional candidates and state house candidates that said, whatever happens on Tuesday, my campaign is not over. My campaign for 2026 begins on Wednesday.
Beautiful.
And that to me is something I have not seen in my voting life.
Well, Heidi Beidinger in the state here, running for state house in your area up there, and that's
Mhm.
Corinne. That's to her credit. She comes in after the decision for Roe passes, and she looks at her daughters, and they say, "You got to run." They put her on the ballot, and she hammers it. Goes out and meets everybody. Here she is again, saves that name recognition, and the next election cycle, she continues to go out and bang on doors. I'm feeling good about things that are happening out there. We'll see how it goes tonight as we close the polls here. But those are the kind of things I love to see because they're committed to it. They decide, yeah, win or lose, I'm staying in here. You're going to hear from me again. I'm not done with this. That's public service.
Hell
I've got
yes. And
another
that is, yeah. Oh, go ahead,
ahead.
Scott.
Oh, okay. I've got another update in a state house race. This is right here in my neck of the woods, House District 60, which is part of Monroe County, where I'm at, and then also a lot of Morgan County, which is Martinsville. This is a gerrymandered red seat.
Yeah.
Currently, Democrat Michelle Higgs, 76-24 over her over the Republican incumbent Peggy Mayfield with 46% in. And the interesting thing there is those results are not coming out of Monroe County because I'm not seeing anything out of our other state house races,
Right.
which leads me to suspect that's coming from more red areas, which would be a very good sign. I cannot tell you how impressed I am with Michelle Higgs. She was one of my
Yes.
favorite interviews this cycle.
Yeah, that's great. And that's how I look at it too. Who inspired you as a candidate? And we could all name 10 of them, you know. That was just such a great cycle to talk to candidates.
And that, yeah, Michelle Higgs was pretty awesome. And so that would be, if we're looking at kind of our ticker here of the seats that we would need to break that super majority, that would be a flip there in District 60, right, Scott?
That would be a flip, yes.
Okay.
And that's,
So that's
not
key.
one of the ones that has been invested in heavily.
No, nope. And that's, I mean, I think that again is a Democratic candidate in Indiana recognizing if I'm going to make this happen, I got to do the work. It is on me.
Yeah.
It is on my people. I'm going to surround myself with good people. Ain't nobody coming in to save this race for me. And that just kind of that grassroots effort that we have seen, you know, not only from congressional candidates and of course our gubernatorial candidate, but these state house candidates, my goodness, they are fired up. And what they have that I have been so impressed by is such excellent numbers. Mark, you mentioned Heidi Beidinger. Tiffany Stoner has done a great job of this. Josh Lowry, even Dan Sykes over in District 40 or 41. They go out and meet with their voters with data. Tell me how Republicans in the State House of Indiana have helped you. And I'm going to show you the numbers to show how they have hurt you. And that really seemed to help.
Yeah. Yeah, great titles. You know, that's a draw right there. Have coffee with me and give me some data. That's what people really want too.
Yep.
I have here in our Northeast Indiana here in the House 83rd district for the State House of Indiana. Chris Judy ran unopposed last time. He's sitting with 11,000 votes, and Kyle Thiele is really hammering it hard. Right now, he's at 7,417 votes. So they've got Chris Judy up 61 to 38%. But I like the numbers just to start with right there. And Kyle did one of those bread and butter type of campaigns, was out there talking to people. He'd make himself available at a coffee shop and say, come visit with me. And I said, how'd it go? He goes, well, the first couple of times no one came to see me, but then I started putting it out. Then I did some Facebook Lives and it just went out and it grew. And then here in the last 2 months, just the door knocking campaign work that was done. Same thing Josh Lowry did too, who has a great presence on TikTok, which I think is important that a lot of candidates might not like that, but Josh's presence was strong there. And that's what Kyle was kind of doing, is just taking that time to go out there and visit with constituents and knock on doors. And he didn't take that map that said, go visit these Democratic houses. He went to every door of every neighborhood he could get into. And that's the key to it right there too. Bang on the doors of someone who does not know you and didn't plan on voting for you. So that's a key. Those are the good things that happened right now.
And I want to shout out Indiana's 8th congressional district down in the southwest portion of our state down there in Evansville. Another candidate that really impressed me this cycle was Eric Hurt.
I love Eric Hurt.
I mean, Mark Messmer they have called it for him. The Republican has won. I don't know what Eric's plans are going forward, but he also was somebody that really put in the work. And the thing that stuck out to me was how big his district is. If you look at the 8th district, he said it's almost a 4-hour drive.
I was looking at that. I didn't realize that this is the first time I paid attention to that. Obviously new maps. Thanks a lot, Republicans. But that's a key thing to that. And that's how they maintain those things.
Yep. And he's like, look, like I have a job, I have a family, how am I? And so he really was talking a lot about the logistics of running and who is able to run and who has the resources or maybe the family money to take a little time off of work and be able to drive around a district that is that geographically large. So I hope that he keeps going and that he maybe tries to run again in a couple of years, because he was a really sharp, inspiring candidate.
Yeah, I talked to him at the state convention in the hallway. I saw him and I said, hey, and then he introduces himself I had seen him in a picture along the way. So this was July and I saw him in June in a picture as I was trying to pay attention to who the candidates were in the Ballotpedia ballotpedia.org. I think that's a great site. There's a lot of deep stuff in there because once the primary is
Indispensable.
over, ballotpedia.org is a great spot for you to be able to find out who's who in any district in the state.
Mhm.
And I saw his face. So then I saw him there in the hallway. We had a great conversation too. And I never got a chance to follow up with him later in the fall here like I wanted to. But that's the first thing he said. He goes, "You have any idea how much turf I have to cover?" And I really hadn't looked at it till he started talking about it. But yeah, I mean, but hats off to anybody that gets to run against something like that too, because it's not built for you to run. It's built for you to lose. That's the way the Republicans have played it.
Yep, that's exactly right. It is not set up. And that's, I mean, I hammer this home in my videos all the time of like, let's focus on 2031, y'all. Let's focus on these maps. Who's going to draw these maps? That's where we talk about starting to chip away at that super majority in the state house. The 2026 campaign begins tomorrow.
Yeah.
And there are so many of these candidates that are committed to staying in it. And like you mentioned with Bidinger, Mark, keeping up that name recognition. Like
Right.
I've already got momentum. I've got 4 years behind me. I'll keep going.
Yeah, and stay in the race. Absolutely, you're still in the race. You never leave. That gives
Never
you the
leave.
opportunity to speak against the things that they're doing and speak about it, so the constituents understand better too.
Yep.
And well, one of the things you mentioned, Corinne, at the top, we were talking about the Harris campaign and all the focus on her, which yes, great, but one of the things I would have liked to hear and I never heard was like, hey, we really need to take the House and Senate too if we're going to get anything done. And one of the things we really need to get done is to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, and then the For the People Act, which they've since renamed and I forget, but it both together, which would do a lot to ban voter suppression, and it would outlaw gerrymandering, and maybe we can actually get some fair districts here in Indiana with a little help from our friends.
Yep.
Got another quick update out of Hamilton County, one of the state Senate seats I'm looking at. Joel Levi in District 20, he's the Democrat, trailing like 56-44 with 63% reporting. That's another one of those Hamilton County races that's that state Democrats have really been looking at.
And I don't know how, so I'm on my TikTok live here as well. I'm trying to help people with some answers.
Yep.
For those of us that have kind of been in this game for a while, I have so many people that are just like, how can they call it so fast? How can they call it so fast? I know that kind of blows people's minds. Like we don't need to be even close to 100% of the votes in. The race was called at 7:01. And when we know the polls closed in the first district at 7. So can we talk about that just a little bit? Some of the methodology behind this. It's people way smarter than me. The AP does not screw around when they call races. So I'm trusting what they're putting out there. But can we talk a little bit about those percentages and maybe kind of walk through that?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Okay. Mark, in your experience, what you got?
So the way I've seen this over the years, and I've paid attention, unfortunately, for the last 25 years, I was there with John Gregg multiple times when he was running for the governorship. And what you get is folks that work in campaigns, those guys and gals that are just these nerds. They go through school and love politics, and they go to college and they love politics, and they come out with that degree and they're taking on campaigns. Those are the nuts and bolts people who get this done and understand it. Some of them end up in media positions like the AP and others so that they can crunch these numbers, and they know it's almost foolproof to them what they can come up with based on it's not exit polls. It's what we see at that moment. Percentage wise, it's not going to come around any higher. You're not going to have a box full of, these absentee ballots that were just mailed in. We missed them. We didn't count those yet. And even if you had another 10,000 of them or 100 of them, it's not enough to push it or sway it. And they know all those things. They've taken all this data and pushed it down to this little thread the needle type of thing. I'm amazed by how they come up with these numbers, but I go with what you're saying too, Corinne. It's the AP, and they have yet to, you can go ahead and yell false, fake news to them, but in the end, they are right and they are correct. I just hate the way that this process happens. I can't answer the actual question you're asking, which is
Yep.
why do we
Like,
have this?
why?
Yeah, the why. That's what I've never understood. But
Yeah.
consistently for 25 to 30 years that I've been really paying attention to it, they always throw these numbers by 7, 7, 10. You know who the president that won the state, you know who the governor was, the senators were, the House reps. Maybe it's a little bit more dicey, but it's been just amazing that they've done this. And Indiana, that to me is that punch in the gut for the
Yeah.
voter
Yeah.
that doesn't really sit well with me. Why is it like that? When you listen to what goes on in Pennsylvania, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and like Indiana, total flyover state. Nobody gives anything. Just to see that they even threw a large sum of money to the Democrat who was running for governor was a good sign,
Yeah.
albeit too little too late. I still think that that was a great idea back in January of this year, not showing up in September of this year, but I do appreciate the fact that it was done. Let's not lose sight of that. My point is
And they called it early, but it's going to wind up closer, I imagine.
I think you're right. In the morning when we get up, those numbers will be a little bit tighter. Jennifer would probably gain some more, but they're saying that that is insurmountable for that person, whoever that race is. That's why they call it already. They say there's just no way mathematically that that person can even come in close. You're going to see a few thousand votes here and there, but you're not going to see enough for them to win or come from behind,
Yeah.
which is how they call it.
They do such good modeling, and they know like where the votes are coming from and where the outstanding
Based on
votes
counties,
are, and they can
and they go through counties. Yeah.
Mhm.
And they look at the historical data. It's a huge. You and I don't want to sit down and take the chalk and write this out on the board and try and figure out what that formula is, but it's got a lot of angles to it.
It's way too much math for me. But what you said, Mark, I think is really important. How much of a difference could that have made if the National Democratic Party would have taken Indiana seriously earlier in this year?
Right.
And does that make a difference for us going forward in future elections? Indiana, like many of these red states that are ignored, have to work their asses off alone for so many years until they get any attention. And then when we got attention, like you said, it was in the last 6 weeks of this damn thing. Like, what do we have to do to prove? Because like you said, we're going to see these numbers and we're probably going to be pretty close to a 50-50-ish split.
Right.
You got 50% of this state that is saying we don't want Christian nationalism, we don't want misogyny, we don't want extremism, we don't want our public schools to continue to suffer. All of these things that we don't want. And it's as if we're irrelevant. When if we were 51% of the folks in California, we would get so much attention. If we were 51% of the folks in Illinois, we would get so much attention. But because we're going to be 45 or 46% of the people in Indiana, we're ignored. And I completely understand. I am feeling so much of the emotion and the disappointment from people that are talking in my comments. But this is what I've used the metaphor so many times of like this Republican barge has been going in this direction for decades. To slow this ship down and then to turn it around is also going to take years. And we have to be committed to that. So I absolutely get the disappointment. It sucks. We've all been doing this for a long time. It never gets easier. But this momentum can be built upon. And if we can continue that relationship with the DNC, I think that might be a key to see some real change in the state of Indiana.
Right. Because I was inspired when I met Jennifer for the first time. I mean, I'd heard her talk a little bit in 23, but in the beginning of the year here in January, she came to Fort Wayne, gave a great speech. And that was the same speech she gave throughout the year. Was very excited about the things she was saying, but she'd already been in all 92 counties before January of this year. Braun went to 16 counties if he was lucky.
Yeah.
Yep. And he doesn't have to do the work. He can just throw money at the problem.
That's exactly what it is. That's it. How he got where he got is the money. And it's, oh, Mike, he's great. No, he's not. He's ripping off his employees. He's ripping off the government. He rips off everybody. He's got a track record. He's been to court. He had to be hauled into court to make payments for his overtime monies that he took from employees, the pay money he took from, he didn't build that from the ground up. He inherited all that crap. I'm sick of this. These are the people we just keep putting in charge. And somehow we always have Hoosiers voting against their own interest. I still have not understood that.
Well, it's the Hoosiers that vote, right?
True.
And
True.
and again, I'm going to be interested to see what voter turnout was like
Yes.
in Indianapolis, in South Bend, in Fort Wayne,
Right.
in the 219, in the cities.
Yeah.
And we just don't have a good get out the vote game in those places.
Right. We were talking to people within the last 10 days. They're like, oh, yeah, the election. Yeah, I haven't really thought about it. What?
Well, yeah.
I don't understand that. That wasn't a thinking. I can't relate to that because I'm a geek about it from last year already. So but there are those people that just doesn't even faze them. They want to worry about whatever fashion's going on, the next release from this artist. I mean, I still pay attention to music and other fun things and movies, but I also know politics is going to rule my life and change things. You have to look at it that way, but they somehow have checked out on that. And come back, folks, come back. We need you.
We need you. And that message that we need you and that your vote actually does matter in Indiana, I think as we start to look at some of these our voter turnout numbers and percentages and broken down by districts, we're going to be able to start to make that argument, because there was a really effective ad campaign. And maybe y'all remember, was it McCormick or Wells that put it together, where they had different candidates from around the state that were talking about, I ran and I lost by 17 votes. I ran and I lost by 90 votes. That was so powerful and so well done. And that kind of messaging that we can now look back at 2024, with a few weeks of hindsight coming up here in the next month or so, and be able to start that same messaging again, and maybe get some of those folks that have checked out, because I have to give the folks that have checked out credit. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, because they are a victim of the messaging that we have heard for decades. And if these people are in their 30s or their 40s, they've never known an Indiana that isn't bright red. Right. And the messaging for them is, Democrats don't exist and you don't matter. If that's what you've heard your entire life, and we know the state of civics education in this state, it is absolute crap. If that's the message that they're getting, I can't fault them for that. That's marketing, right? That's just marketing. We are all susceptible to marketing. Yeah. So those people, we can start to, we're going to chip away at the supermajority. We can start to chip away at some of those disengaged voters, and maybe start to make some change there. But yeah, I'm really curious to see. I just saw something from Adam Wren from Politico. As the votes are being counted, Jim Banks is running way ahead of Mike Braun. So far, he's 10,000 votes ahead of where Mike Braun is.
That's not a surprise.
No, nope. So that'll be to see what the governor's vote tally actually is. I'm really curious to see that.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, Dr. McCormick was way better resource than Valerie McRae was.
She sure was.
Yeah, that's so true. Hey, let's talk about Indiana State House politics quick too. Tiffany Stoner, I met her at the convention.
I wanted to go there.
Right.
He took my job.
Sorry, Senate District 25. Holy crap. She is up 51.9% to Becky Cash, who has 48%, the Republican. So go Tiff, go.
Go, Tiffany. Becky Cash is a freaking nightmare. Oh my gosh.
Oh God,
what a good spot. Hopefully this maintains. Yes.
You know what? I'm gonna look for wins wherever I can get them.
Right. I'll take it anywhere in this state. I'm tied to all of them. I just want to see some blue come through. Come on. Let's go.
Those central Indiana races are holding about where they were last time we looked at them. Not a lot of updates. I'm still not seeing anything from Monroe County where I'm at.
Interesting. Yeah.
So I can't give you an update on Michelle Higgs, but that's still sitting at 46% reporting. But I'll tell you, that is very, very encouraging.
Yeah, those are the small victories we can hope for here. If we could break the supermajority, I already talked to Phil Giaquina, the minority leader. He goes,
Mm-hmm.
"Just get me the bodies. That's all I want." That was at Labor Day. That was his message. I said, "What will you want constituents to know? Just get me the supermajority broken, because then we'll have true bipartisanship. Because then they know they need us. Because right now it's steamroll. You guys want this? Haha, can't have it." That's how they're playing now. That's how the Republicans have played for 20 years.
Yep.
Corinne, what are your TikTokers talking about right now?
Oh gosh, there's a lot of disappointment, and I totally understand that. There still is some confusion about how it's called so early. I'm just seeing some information out of Politico that the McCormick campaign is also expressing frustration that it was called so early. Mark touched on that a little bit. I'll say it again. It's people who are way better at math than we are, and they can
This
look.
is their job. Yeah.
Literally their job. The
Yep.
reason it can be called so early is just because they can see, even in the best case scenario, if 100% of the votes that are outstanding come in for candidate B, they still don't have a chance to beat candidate A. And that's kind of as simple as we can put it. I get that
Right.
it's frustrating, but yeah, it looks like even here on PBS or on WFYI, they're still saying McCormick's at 37%. So it'll be interesting to see if that shifts a little bit as the Central Time folks come in. But yeah,
when Monroe County comes in, I mean, this is
when
going to be
Monroe County comes
big
in,
blue county for her. But let's see. Meanwhile, I haven't been paying attention to any of the national stuff. I mean, look, it's very early. None of the presidential states have diverged from what we thought they would be at this point.
Right.
I'm not seeing a lot of,
Because you still have like Arizona and Nevada 9 and 10 o'clock tonight, our time. They'll close their polls.
Yep.
Wisconsin won't close till 9 p.m. tonight. Michigan's at 9 p.m. Pennsylvania's at 8 p.m. here, so just 15 minutes away from us here. So, and those are key states, so they're really looking to those places to get us our numbers for the presidency.
Yep. And that's not, again, and we're going to be, I mean, that's going to be probably into the wee early morning hours before we're going to get answers on any of those. And even with some of our Indiana counties here, we've got like you said, Monroe County, we've got so many counties that are not called yet for even their local county races.
Pretty amazing. I'm still, the computer's not updating on a couple of the House races as I'm going through here for Indiana State House.
Yeah. Well, you know how it is. They'll get, a big hunk from some precincts, and then, they'll get another big hunk from other precincts. And
right.
Yeah, it's a lot of waiting there, but still a lot of good looking data so far.
Yep.
From some of those central Indiana House races.
And both my children, one lives in Cleveland and one lives in Cincinnati. And my son in Cincinnati and his family, they voted early a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. And my daughter went to vote today in Cleveland Heights, in suburban Cleveland there, and on the east side. And she said there was a probably 2.5 hour wait for her to get through. They got there at like 4 p.m., but they were out by 5:30, a little after that. So she said it was a moving line and it was not a standstill, just wait. And really what the bottleneck is, once she got in the building, she said, was the poll workers checking people in. They had plenty of machines set up and plenty of setup for them to vote. It was just getting the people that initial, let's go through, verify your who's who, here you are, please sign this. That's what was the big bottleneck. And if we could expand that and make that bigger, she thought that would move things along faster. I said, well, that takes resources and money, and who wants to put money into that? She goes, true, I get that. I understand.
Well,
that has to be legislated.
That part takes bodies. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
bodies and money. Right.
Yep.
And Ohio has a very important Senate race going on currently. That's what you see on your screen there. Is PBS is talking about the race between Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno there. And if Democrats are to maintain control of the Senate, they absolutely need Sherrod Brown to win that race. There is no way around it.
Right. And the same with Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin. She's going up against a guy that's a resident of California who happens to have a property in Wisconsin and comes back to decide he's going to run. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that the Republicans are throwing. Millionaires got money. They can do this.
Yeah, and what isn't the guy, the Senate candidate in Pennsylvania, is in a similar situation? That's what, Dave McCormick, the Republican there,
Not from the state, right?
He's from like Connecticut or something,
Yeah,
and another one of
exactly.
these hedge fund guys, and
Yeah.
just, buys himself an address.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Yep. And that's, I mean, though that kind of influence, there's some of that even in our local races too, of folks that have, that have a rental property and will just decide, well, I can win that state district, so I'll go ahead and I'll run in that one, when it's not even where they actually live.
Right. That's
Must
just
be nice.
crazy.
Must be
Right?
nice.
Must be nice. Just pick from a couple of your addresses.
Right.
And I've got a couple of folks that are asking questions here in the chat about the numbers of the governor's race. So I do just want to clarify for some of the people is that, they keep counting the votes. They don't stop counting the votes. But remember that all of the early voting and absentee ballots that came in, those were opened at 6 a.m. today. So poll workers opened all of those ballots and started counting them at 6 a.m. So we don't have to wait for the polls to close for those to be counted. So those have already been taken into these calculations before today's voting happened, which I think is another kind of piece of confusion. But we're going to see these candidates get. I mean, as of right now, Mike Braun only has 310,000 votes, is what I'm seeing on the number. So yes, there is a lot more counting to do, and we are not going to see these solid numbers until much later tonight, possibly tomorrow.
Right. So looking at the Indiana House districts, I'm still about U.S. Congress, excuse me. Here in the 3rd district, they've already called Marlon Stutzman with 64.3%, beating Kylie Adolph with 32.8%.
Gosh, she was a great candidate too.
Yeah, I've had some great conversations with her. She's on the show a couple different times in the primary, and then again here this fall, because this is my neck of the woods here. So I talked to her on Tuesday or Wednesday of last week, and she said she was feeling very optimistic. She had a lot of houses and doors to knock on, and she's a rural person. So she came from a small rural community, plenty of Republicans in her family. She said there was a family get together in May or June of this year, and it was kind of like a, hey, I'm going to vote for you. Did the old whisper. I know everybody knows I'm a Republican, but you're the stuff. I'm going to vote for you. So that she was feeling good about some things, but here again, it's that blind faith that I don't know what they call it, that they just keep pulling these R's. I don't even know where these people come from, because you really didn't see a lot of Marlon Stutzman signs or anything out there. They're just tip their hat and go, okay, just give us all those R's, and it comes through somehow. I just don't know how they keep pulling it off, because it's not for Marlon Stutzman left because he wanted to go home and take care of family. Well, he must be in need of money again, because he saw what the oligarchs were handing to Jim Banks and everybody else. So apparently he's back in it.
Yep.
Seriously,
and he was another one that kind of came in with a little bit of name recognition because he had held the seat before. But again, I was just blown away of, he was in the House 2010-ish or so.
Yes. Yep.
What a different world this is in 2024 versus when he first took office in 2010.
Right.
And he was another one that was pretty just low key. I'm going to stay quiet. But here in Indiana, these old habits die hard, and we can start, young voter turnout is another key demographic that I want to look at, especially in a state like Indiana. When you break down some of the generations, are we going to get purpler as this demographic of voters starts to age?
Right. Or is everybody getting the hell out of Dodge?
Right. I'll tell you, that's why my 2 kids moved to Ohio. They said, what, Indiana? What's it got for me? And left. I got nothing. Corinne, you'll face that soon.
So to be fair, Ohio's a lateral move.
Right. Good call.
That's true. Get off your high horse over there, Ohio. We see what's going on.
Right.
We see you.
Right. Hey, they brought weed to the forefront. You watch here across I'm 20 minutes from the state
Yep.
line in Ohio. That'll save all these people driving to Michigan an hour away from Fort Wayne a whole bunch of ride if they can just go over to Van Wert or whatever across the Paulding, Ohio or whatever here and pick up their weed. So, Ohio's got a plan for it to take more Indiana tax dollars. That's just money that could go to the state house to fund a lot of things.
Yep.
It's just crazy to watch.
I will say, regarding Mike Braun, I don't think he was as like anti-legalization as a lot of the other Republicans.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, I don't know. Like, very small silver lining in that dark cloud.
In the dark cloud that is the collapse of our entire public education system, Medicaid funding in the state, our wage growth.
Well, I always love his ads. I'm going to fix this. No shit, dude. You've had a whole control for 20 years. What's busted? Everything you guys touched, and you're going to fix it?
You're going to fix it? I have freaking nightmares about his property tax plan. I mean, it's just what that could do to our school districts that are already drowning and our local governments that have already been hurt by the tax caps to begin with. That loss of revenue has never been replaced at the local level. And being that that's my other life in local government. I mean, we've crunched those numbers, and
you can't get away from it. They don't lie. Yeah.
You can't. And for most municipalities and counties, everybody knows damn well you're never going to cut public safety dollars. You're just going to cut everything else. You're never going to cut fire, police. You're just going to cut streets and code and other departments that are eventually going to contribute to a very unsafe community. But you're never going to cut police and fire because that's your headline, right? So that, I mean, thinking about now with Braun taking office in January, and this being a budget year, a budget session in January 2025 for the state of Indiana, that's going to be really something to watch and get really mad about.
Well, that's why we need to help the minority leader and get some more D's in there. Let's just see how this shakes out in the next 2 days here. Because really, I've been thinking we really won't have a solid thing till Wednesday night, maybe Thursday, all things relative, because we've got there are a handful of close races here. I don't know, must be my internet connection is not great because it's not updating on a couple of the search results I'm hitting here, but
Well, yeah, I'm using the Fox 59 Indianapolis, who's generally pretty good, but it sounded like Corinne was a little bit ahead of me on her count with the Braun race. So, where are you using there, Corinne?
I've got the Indiana Capitol Chronicle pulled up. They have a live election page. And so they've got the national stuff, and then you can toggle by like House districts and state House districts and Senate districts. So that's pretty nice.
Great journalism there at the Capitol Chronicle. I will shamelessly shill for them. They are the best thing going in the state.
Absolutely right. And I tell you, it's yeoman's work, no credit. They just keep hammering it away. And, their accuracy is amazing. I love the fact that they can show up and tell you something, and 2 days later, the person they're talking about goes, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It's like, what? You guys have to admit this, don't you, finally? Yeah, they were right. What they reported was correct.
Yep.
I just love that. And, Nikki Kelly came from this neck of the woods here, but she was obviously in the state house, and what they decided to do. I mean, that's just how the media world evolved to be able to even have something like that available for us. So that's a plus. I'm using the Indiana public media through NPR, and then I have multiple tabs open, one for Indiana State House, for the Senate, and then for our governor, and then obviously the big races outside of here too. They're covering all of those, and I have individual tabs open that I just keep flicking back and forth through. And I got it sitting right below the camera here. Woohoo, it's exciting.
Yeah. Well, and as I'm seeing the numbers here of just absolute piece of crap, Todd Rokita winning re-election for Attorney General. And before you jumped on, Mark, I was mentioning the letter that was released today from the National Association of Attorneys General, where they just released a joint statement today saying we condemn any acts of violence, yada, yada. Indiana's Todd Rokita, Texas's Ken Paxton, and Montana's Austin Knudsen were the only 3 attorneys general in the whole damn country that did not sign on to this joint statement. And I want to just point out, for us Bluesiers, us Indiana liberals sitting here right now, we are not lighting anything on fire. We are not claiming that these election results are a lie. We are accepting them as they are coming in, and that is the starkest difference between these two parties. We are accepting them, and we're not thrilled about it, but we're not ready to burn the damn place down because we don't like the results. And that's what we have seen time and time again, even from somebody like Todd Rokita. It'll be really interesting to see him claim a victory for himself and then possibly dispute the presidential results if he doesn't like those.
Yeah. Oh, you can almost bet the letter's been written. I mean, and then he'll find fault in it somehow elsewhere. He won't find it in the state here because he's got Diego. He's got Morales is his boy. So for lack of a better term, I mean, the guy, what is he, 4'6", so he kind of carries him in his back pocket. So he's, he keeps him around. Diego has made amazing everything he's done. If you see Secretary of State on it, Diego Morales's name is there. The crest and the Secretary of State logo is only about maybe 4 or 5 inches around, and then his name's like a 2-foot name. I was like, what is the deal here? Talk about taking money from the office and just promoting yourself. That's just, to me, dead wrong. And he knows it's wrong, but he stands there going, don't you love me? Look at what I do. It's just
that, big, small ego, or small man energy right there.
He's fixing all of that. You're absolutely right. He is.
So I'll tell you what, we're coming up on top of the hour here. It's going to be 8. So WFYI conveniently gives us a countdown. So at 8, I think I'm going to bring on the volume for them, and they'll probably do their top of the hour calls.
Sure.
And then we'll talk over them. But but I'll give us some
good
volume
at that.
For that.
We're good at that.
We can't help ourselves, right?
Right. It's the same way with the debate. The debate, I kept flipping off the TV from here.
Theater.
Right.
And, so, let's see.
I know I'm refreshing some of it here.
Yeah.
And I do want to, yes. And I just want to, this is kind of, I have been bracing, my group of followers on social media, kind of anybody that I meet in my personal life. I have been bracing them. I'm not telling them to stop working, but bracing for disappointment. Because like we were talking about, we've got to turn a huge, super backwards barge around, right? It's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of time. And if this is the first time that Democrats in Indiana have felt hope, I have heard that from so many people that are my age and much older. I've never felt hopeful before. Then that candle has been lit. That flame has been lit. You have to keep it burning. That's what Republicans have been doing. And we cannot let, I know there's going to be plenty of emotions. I know there are plenty of marginalized groups, especially in Indiana. Their hearts are hurting right now. Absolutely. And we are going to continue to fight for you. But we have to keep this energy going. There's nothing that is lost. I talk about the long game all the time. We talk about it all the time. We have to be dedicated to the long game. The emotions and the disappointment that is going to come from this, we can't wallow in it, because that's what the GOP wants us to do.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, demoralization has been the name of the game here in Indiana, since like 2010. And this year, I see why people are so disheartened, because you've really felt that spark this year. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in the national coverage here.
Yeah.
Are we seeing anything out of
Welcome back to
District 1
PBS
yet?
News special live coverage on this election night. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Navaz. It's now 8 p.m. Eastern. Polls have closed in 16 additional states and Washington, D.C. It's still too early to call in the swing state of Pennsylvania, which, of course, we are tracking very closely tonight. It's the biggest prize of the battleground states, part of this so-called blue wall of states as well. We can, however, call several states at this hour. Former President Trump has won in Florida with its 30 electoral votes.
I was
won
hoping
Oklahoma,
that we'd get a
Tennessee,
too early to call on
Mississippi,
Florida.
and Alabama.
That would have been a good
Meantime, Vice President Kamala Harris has won the states of Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maryland, and Rhode Island.
Yeah,
So
no
no
surprises
surprises
there, huh?
Polls have also now closed in these states where it's too early to call. If we take a look at the national,
Rick Scott is terrifying.
Illinois,
the Senate.
in Maine, Missouri, New Hampshire, New
Look at
Jersey,
Indiana.
and in Washington, D.C., still too early to call. So there you have the current updated electoral votes counts. Former President
No
Trump
surprises.
with 56,
Yeah,
Vice
yeah.
President
None.
Harris with 13.
I wanted surprises too.
In the
but
meantime,
none.
PBS News weekend
Nope.
anchor and our correspondent tonight, John Yang, is out in the field. He's
That's
inside a
surprising.
vote counting center in Allegheny County. That's home to Pittsburgh, in a county where both presidential candidates have held rallies just.
All right, well, that's fine. All right, we got our top of the hour calls there. Put
We
some
got
states in
nothing
the,
we didn't already
presidential
know.
column.
Right. Yeah, sorry.
But-
Sorry we gave you no updates, folks, but there you have it.
Nope.
We feel your
Yep.
pain. Yeah, we feel your pain.
Yes, we absolutely feel the pain.
Well, maybe we'll start to see. We've had another hour go by. Maybe we'll start to see some more updates out of the state house races. We're still sitting at about 2/3 reporting in House District 24. Republican Hunter Smith leading Josh Lowry by about 5 points.
Yeah.
25. 54% reporting Tiffany Stoner still holds that
Yeah.
almost 4-point lead.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Over incumbent Becky Cash. And moving on down the line here, another one I was keeping an eye on, incumbent Democrat Victoria Garcia Wilburn in 32. 56% reporting. It's about a 9-point lead there.
That's pretty good. All right, we got to hang on to that seat.
Right. So
District
up there in
39.
Yep.
Oh, go ahead,
What you
Mark.
got- No, I say what you got in 39. Go ahead. Give me what you
39,
got.
Lopez McNally, still a dead heat.
Oh.
65% reporting. They are separated by 150 odd votes.
Wow. That's
Oh my
great. Now,
gosh.
State House District 5, there is Dale Devon is the incumbent against Heidi Beidinger, and there is nothing. It's zeros right now. There's nothing. It says awaiting updates. So that I like that sign because they're just throwing numbers in all these other places. Here they're not. Good sign. I like that.
I'm
that
not
means
seeing anything out of the big blue areas yet, which
Correct.
is typical. But
which is why it
um,
all says awaiting updates. Yeah. They're not
And that's-
committed to them. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm refreshing everything. I mean,
Yep.
we're not seeing. We're not seeing. Let me see here. Yeah, there's nothing out of Lake County or just
Right.
Congressional District 1 with Mervan.
Yeah, Northwest has not got a lot of good. Nothing's up there right now. It's amazing.
Are you seeing it? And nothing from
now, of
Indy.
course, they're an hour behind the rest of the state on counting. But
I think
still,
that's
they-
probably our issue is that time because they just right. That's Central Time. So
They've still had an hour. We should be seeing stuff.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, but it's been an hour, y'all. What are we doing? We even got you've been counting these absentee ballots for 13 hours. Let's dump them in there. Let's go.
Now, Corinne, this goes back to what you were talking about is how do these guys do this? This is why they're not putting it out because we don't have any concise information. So that's what the other ones did. They knew what historical data they had and then looked at what it was doing and said, this is not going to change. Here it is. That hasn't happened out there. So I like that. That's a good sign. Maybe there is some hope to give the minority leader the House in his hands, which that would be the first steps to breaking that the supermajority.
Absolutely.
It's a beachhead. Absolutely, yeah.
And that's what we have to be hopeful for, is just, we knew the math was there. There was no world where Democrats were going to take over either chamber in Indianapolis, but just to start to chip away at that ice block, we'll take it. We'll take it. We're putting some chips in there.
Right.
Oh, God, okay. Boy, this one hurts. Down here in District 9, Decision Desk is calling that congressional race for incumbent Republican Aaron Houchin.
Oh, gross.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if any congressional seat was going to flip for Indiana this year, I feel like that was going to be the one. Although, let's keep an eye on Deb Pickett there in 9 or in 5.
She's throwing a party down there. That's great to watch because you got 53% of it, Victoria, and then Deborah's coming in at 42. So yes, there's
now Capitol Chronicle here. That's using the Decision Desk at HQ, and they've called it for Sparts.
Oh
yeah.
Shit.
So,
Well,
yeah. Deborah came in. She's already got 83,000 votes to Sparts' 105. So still pretty close. I mean, I have hope with that. I want to finish the numbers off. I don't want to just say it's over with, but larger numbers. I mean, if it's a 70-20, I get it, but that's a lot closer.
Yeah. But and the 9th district, that one really does hurt down there with Aaron Houchin. I mean, that is,
Tim's run a great campaign. I watched him on Scott's show. I've listened to him give speeches. He knows what he's talking about. I mean,
we were just down there with him in Corridon over the weekend.
Right.
And so much excitement and this again, it's going to be interesting to see where this thing lands. It's very early and it's like 80-20 right now. It is not going to end anywhere near there.
That's only at 9% reporting. Yeah.
Great point. Right.
Yeah. And that one, I mean, when we look at so many of these people that are going in Republicans, I'm not should have got to specify Republicans.
Make it clear. Yes.
Clear. Just voting for that damn R next to somebody's name because Aaron Houchin, as Tim Peck has made really clear throughout this entire campaign, Aaron Houchin was nowhere to be found in the 9th district.
MIA.
She was everywhere else. I think in the week before that we saw Tim over the weekend, Scott, she was down in Georgia for something. She was in Texas. Where the hell are you, Houchin? She was never in the 9th district, and Tim had gone to every single county several times. And again, that's another pretty big geographic area there in the 9th district. So with especially we don't have anything out of Monroe because we've got Bloomington in the 9th district. If we're not getting anything out of Monroe, there is no way in hell Tim's percentage is going to stay that low.
Yeah, because you're not getting all the refreshes I hit. It just says awaiting updates. I'm getting nothing here.
Nothing.
So, yeah.
Damn, and there is still 0% reporting in the 1st district.
Yeah, I saw that too. I just was there. I was like, how is this possible?
I've got some confusing stuff going on here now on Capitol Chronicle. They're using Decision Desk. State House 60, Michelle Higgs, what we were talking about too.
Sure.
They've got the numbers flipped. So I don't know which one's right.
Oh.
Decision Desk has Peggy Mayfield 76-23 and Fox 59 has those flipped. Now that's a kick in the nuts right there if that one's true.
Yeah.
Well, and let me hold on because let me pull up something else here. So if I go to WFYI, they have Scott, what district is that?
That is House District 60.
60. So if I'm on WFYI and this looks like it's run by AP and it says Higgs is at 76, Mayfield's at 23.
Yeah, that's what I got too. And I'm at the I'm at the NPR spot. Says the same. Yep.
Yep. Now that update was, let me see, that update was 7:41 p.m. So it looks like we're about 30-ish minutes behind. But so yeah, maybe Capitol Chronicle just did a flip there.
Yeah, let's hope they did the flip and not the other way around.
Yes, let's hope so.
Right.
Oh, I do have somebody in my feed here. She's a pretty reliable follower, Shannon. She always shares some good information. She's got some data that is showing Mervan has over 57% so far. So Shannon, where are you getting your numbers? I'd love to see it.
It's up here now on the NPR page too for Indiana election results.
Okay.
And they have it, that's 57.4 to 41.6. So
awesome.
Frank is ahead quite a bit there. So
good. He's another good candidate, but we've seen that. I mean, that's my hometown up there in the first district in Hammond, Indiana. We have certainly seen, the white supremacist vein kind of start to to peel, and who knows, I mean, as with the rest of the country, maybe it was always there. I certainly very much appreciated the pretty diverse area where I got to grow up. So it's kind of hard for me to imagine that no longer being the case. But yeah, definitely Indiana needed to at least hold on to our 2 lone Republicans in our entire Democrats in our entire congressional delegation, because they are outnumbered. We got Mervan and Carson. They got to stay strong.
Yeah. And those two, I mean, Andre's, it's not head and shoulders above anything else that's getting done. And Frank's always, he's consistently there. He's even gone over, he was on the strike line. He took a walk and went to Chicago and the south side of Chicago when the UAW was on strike with Ford and the stand-up strike they had in 23. Frank was there walking that strike line with him because he knew a whole bunch of people who lived in his district congressionally that were there that work at that plant. So good for him. I mean, it was nice to see that. That's the kind of guy he is, and that's why he's popular like he is.
Yep. I had a couple of people. Oh, go ahead, Scott.
Well, I'm talking to a candidate currently, sharing information about that Michelle Higgs race, and she's showing the same thing, but it's still not called. So I'm gonna hold off on that right there. But looking at the AP numbers as well.
Yeah, they even, I'm hitting the refresh on the pages and it's frustrating to watch. They come back the same. After I hit the refresh, they all still say the same thing.
Yep.
Damn it.
Yep. Yeah, and this is always the time of night. And you kind of feel the anxiety kind of bubble up, especially from other parts of the country, because when you start to see these East Coast states come in, it's a lot of states. It's not a lot of electoral votes. So you see this very minimal number. I mean, electorally, we're looking at Harris with 35 and Trump with 95. The panic will start to be real, and but it's these bigger ones that we got to wait to come in. And it looks like, based on some of these percentages here, Harris is leading in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, but those are very, very early.
Yeah. So Indiana State House District 83, my neck of the woods here in Fort Wayne, Chris Judy is the declared winner with 16,000 votes against Kyle Thiele's 8,918. So it's a 64 to 35% win, and they've already got the check mark at Chris Judy as he wins again. He was uncontested. He had no one running against him in the last election. So hats off to Kyle Thiele. He's a very solid guy who I'm confident is a young guy who's into it right now. He knows that he could stick, and that's his neck of the woods. So I think he's going to be around for a while too. He's going to probably follow that Kyle Miller model, which is Kyle Miller did not give up, and they gerrymandered and redid the district, and he stayed with it. They changed the number and ends up winning because he was knocking doors. Within 2 to 3 weeks after the election, it's a nice early December day. He's out knocking on doors on a Saturday. People say, what happened? You just lost. Yeah, I know, but I'm going to run again. And I want you to know I'm going to be back in 2 years. And then he comes back and knocks on these doors again. And that's how you get voters to say yes to you. You still stay in the race. You stay with that name recognition. And you're banging on doors and talking to folks too. He put himself back in there, which I just love that. And Kyle and I had that kind of conversation, candidly off from the interview. But he said, he goes, you know what? I'm committed to this. He goes, I expect I'm going to do well, but I don't know if I can win. I feel like I can. And that's the way I'm going to look at it. So he loses. In this case, they're giving it to Chris Judy already. But that's the kind of attitude he had was, I'm going to stay with this. I'm going to fight this. I'm not done with this yet. So we'll see where the family turns that, because there's always those things to think about with a wife and young kids. But good for him to be put his hat in the ring and really run this really good race. It was wonderful to watch.
Yeah, I was a big fan of Kyle's, and I think he's got bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Judy was Oh, go ahead, Scott.
As we were talking, I did see that Sherrod Brown has pulled ahead in his race in Ohio.
Good.
That is good.
Yeah.
When do the polls? What time are we at here? 8 o'clock. When are we closing in Texas? I am dying to see that. The Texas
they're on
is
Central
9
Time.
o'clock.
Yeah, I think it's a 9 o'clock for us. They would close our 9 o'clock on Eastern Time. I think they're going to close at 8 their time. So because they're an hour behind us, they're in Central.
Because they are starting to report numbers.
Well, 5 major newspapers all went with Colin Allred instead of Ted Cruz.
If anybody read newspapers anymore, that would be a big deal.
Oh my gosh, you're right though. Yeah.
Because nobody hates Ted Cruz more than the state of Texas. They can't get rid of him, and as much as we hate him, they hate him more. And he's been their senator for so long.
Right.
But keeps winning.
I know. Help us. Can't make sense of that.
Brand loyalty. It's you got the R next to your name, right?
Yeah.
That's hell, we're living that reality here in Indiana, aren't we, gentlemen?
Right. Hell yeah.
That R next to your name. I still remember I early voted last week or maybe week before last. And of course, as much as I'm trying to not talk to anybody, because I brought my work phone with me to do emails, because I'm I wanted to early vote for the first time. I'd never early voted before. So I'm I'll do the early voting. I'll kind of feel this out, but I got to get some shit done while I'm in line here for 2.5 hours. And this woman next to me tried to talk to me. It was kind of like the air, sitting on an airplane. I'm just going to do real stone face, so that I'm not approachable. But she made some comment, and she was feeling in her shirt pockets, and she goes, "Oh gosh, I left my glasses in the car." And I said, and she was an older lady. And I said, "Well, ma'am, if you want to go grab your glasses," I said, "I'm happy to save your spot in line."
Yeah.
I said, I'll let you come back. Just go grab your glasses. And she goes, "Oh no, I think it's easy enough for me to see the letter next to their name." And I was and she didn't make any indication on which party she was looking for, but I'm just ugh, if that's all we're doing here, that's why we're doomed, Hoosiers.
Yeah. Yep, they can't get out of it. They're in a rut, serious rut. Yeah.
So you guys mentioned Mervan's race, so we are starting to get some results trickling in out of the region up there, out of Northwest Indiana. I'm keeping an eye on Senate District 5 up there. Leslie Nuss-Bamsberger taking on the incumbent Ed Charbonneau very early there. I'm still not getting anything out of Monroe. I'm keeping a real close eye on my district in the state house. Incumbent Dave Hall is the most vulnerable incumbent. He won 2 years ago by 74 votes.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. And there's nothing. I'm trying to look at a couple of different sources here. Because Monroe is Eastern Time too. So it's not like we've got a Central Time issue working here against us with Monroe. Those polls have been closed over 2 hours.
I will tell you this about Monroe. So today at my polling location, we didn't have any scanners. There were 2. One went down. So instead of half the people dropping theirs in the scanner and the other half just dropping them in the bucket, they took both scanners down. Now, the tech guy I was talking to there says they'll honestly probably get counted faster this way because the whole thing's going to get taken to headquarters and run through the quick scanner.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if there were other issues with results coming in, but boy, yeah, nothing out of Monroe so far.
No. Well, that's interesting that they decided to just say, okay, one's down. We're not going to go with 50%. We're just going to go nil.
Yeah. So House District 70, Sarah Blessing, they've got her down at 29% to Engelman's 70%.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't called it yet, but that's State House District 70.
What percent in is that there, Mark?
It's down here. It doesn't give percent in. It just says last updated right here at 819. So it's got 70%. It's got 13,000 votes for Engelman, and Blessing is at 5,600 votes.
Yeah,
I see HQ still not showing anything.
Yeah, I'm seeing on AP that they've got 52% in is what they're saying in District 70. But Sarah Blessing is another candidate that has already said, like, my 2026 campaign starts Wednesday. So
love it. Yeah.
She
more power to him. Yeah.
Yep. She is young. She is hungry. Yeah, there's some really great energy down there. And what I've been so impressed with Congressional District 9 is Marsha Blackburn. Sorry, just saw that.
Wins again.
Did they call it for her?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know. We just
come on,
can't get rid of
Tennessee.
her.
I'm yelling at Indiana, but come on, Tennessee.
Come on, Tennessee, get your shit together. Lisa, good old Chris Murphy and Elizabeth Warren hanging on there in Connecticut.
Yeah.
Way to go, both of you. Thank you so much for your service.
But down White House right there. I love that, man.
Andy Kim. Thank you.
Well, in the 9th Congressional District, when Scott and I were down there over the weekend, in county by county, they really worked with the leadership of Tim Peck at the top of the ticket and said, we are taking a county by county approach and we are filling up every single ticket. They got pretty darn close. In Harrison County, they only had an unopposed race for coroner. Wow. Every other race was opposed. It was contested. And that was Peck's leadership kind of at the top saying, this is how we're going to do it county by county. And I've not seen that kind of systematic approach in other congressional districts. I think there's a lot to be learned from that model of that kind of leadership that you can have at the top, somebody who has the time to be dedicated. But, you see the leadership in Scott County and Harrison County and Jefferson County. To only have a handful of races in a pretty rural area, not being, only those being uncontested. That's impressive. I was very impressed by that team down there.
Yep. And I think that's been indicative of what they've been trying to do in every district here. They look at it as a congressional district perspective. When they look at the state, Mike Schmuel and I had this conversation, and that's what he said is, I take it congressional district by district, and 13 counties where I'm at here in Northeast Indiana, and that's why they break it down and making sure that every one of those, the county commissioner, the coroner, they have someone running against them. Yes, maybe you don't have a medical degree, but you want to be a coroner in Huntington County, we're going to help you get there. You can get on the ballot. So, I think that's the right thing to do, is to challenge them. It's a tough road to do because it goes to the top. We always talk about that. It's the governor, it's the, your U.S. senator, followed by your president, things like that. Trump has done enough damage to this party that I don't know what happens if he loses. Let's talk about it that perspective. If he loses and goes away, how does this party recover from something like that? It's going to be very interesting. I'm not excited about their future because I think it's in complete disarray. How do you find one person? Because a whole bunch of people are going to step forward thinking they're the next persons, and they're not going to be able to pull it off. It's going to be a huge infight right now. Like, a great point I just heard in the last 24 hours was that Jim Banks can't be in the same room with Marlon Stutzman because they hate each other. Well, let's put them in the same room. I'm all about an MMA fight here. Let's raise some money for something.
I would like to see them pay. I would like to see them fight to the death.
I would
I've got
pay-per-view
Banks.
that.
My money's on Banks. I mean,
Right.
but
I think there's like a 2-inch height difference. Stutzman's got him by 2 inches, but when you're down to 4'4" and 4'6", I mean, that's it.
Yeah, and I got them both by a foot, so that's
You're the
well, and
ref.
I
Corinne, you'll
just
be the
found this
ref.
out this weekend. Corinne Straight is 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
I
Like,
sure am.
You don't
Yeah.
present tall on camera. You're just a petite little thing. And then I go to meet Corinne and she's looking down at me.
Oh yeah, it's startling. People yeah, and my sister is my height. My brother's about 6'5".
Right.
So yeah, my sister and I were actually pregnant at the same time, which was hilarious. That we walked into a restaurant sometime and people like together, both being like 7-ish months pregnant, and
Yeah.
people were terrified. They were like, "Oh my God, look at these
Land of the
giants."
giants, and the giants are having offspring.
Yep, and my kids, both of my kids are about 6'4", so
Right.
I've got two boys. I'm the petite one in my house. It's actually kind of nice.
That's funny. Yeah, I love that. Good one. Yeah, it's the same thing. TV does that to people. Like like I met Henry Winkler, who played the Fonz and all these wonderful roles. Still is. He's just a wee man too. He's like 5 foot, barely 5 foot, if that. I mean, he's a strong 4'11",
Yeah.
But you couldn't be more wonderful though.
Oh no, Scott just yelled shit. What?
I'm seeing that Decision Desk has called the AG race for Rokita.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that was coming, unfortunately.
Yep.
I mean, if McCormick wasn't going to win, Wells wasn't going to win either. You got to figure they're going to pull about the same number. But God, that's another disappointing one.
Hey,
Todd
what?
Rokita is the worst.
He's the worst, and I had
The
no
worst.
problem sending money to that campaign for Destiny Wells. I sent it to
Same.
her when she ran for Secretary of State. Anyway,
And she,
yeah.
I mean, she is somebody else. When we are seeing these young, bright candidates, I mean, the qualification, how many PhDs did we have sitting on the Democrat side of the ticket? And the Republicans just had to go, nope, we love Trump. And that's all it took. Like, I mean, the amount of knowledge and experience. I mean, you look at Destiny Wells as an accomplished attorney, military leader. I mean, what else do you want from these candidates? What else do you want from them? Because they are not smarmy pieces of crap, they have no chance in Indiana. I mean, that is to see Todd Rokita rack up a couple more disciplinary complaints against him throughout the course of this campaign that people just seem to not care about. It is really disappointing, really disappointing.
Yeah. Well, and he's the guy that's taking money in that office and putting together with a film crew, someone follows along with him to go check on the border.
Yes.
What part of an attorney general in the state of Indiana makes you think that that's somewhere you could spend your taxpayers' dollars that pay for that office to go down there and check on the border? What? That's
You're
just
in
the most
Indiana,
scam.
Todd. Like,
yeah, scam.
And Destiny Wells did such a great job during this campaign of really highlighting what is the job of attorney general and how much money is Todd wasting by taking trips to the border, by wading into these federal fights that have nothing to do with the state of Indiana, while he lets over $700 million in Medicaid fraud go uninvestigated. I mean, those are the kind of like, hey, dude, we need you here. Like our state legislature cut Medicaid funding and there was fraud your office refused to look into because you just didn't have the time, because you were in freaking Texas.
Yeah. This continues.
Continue.
And here we go, sending him back for another 4 years.
Yep.
With he handily won. It's so disappointing.
It's disgusting. And here we are with remember the ballot question we had, the ballot measure revised the line of succession for governor and making sure they took out the education person. So that's going to win, obviously, 520,000 votes to 445,000 no's. So it's a 53-46 win. They haven't actually declared it as a win, but that's probably where that'll go. So
Yeah.
question
Yeah, hey, I
number
did
one
want to
on
give
your
you an
ballot.
update out of House District 24. That's Hamilton County. That's one of the ones we've been watching. 83% in now, and Republican Hunter Smith is starting to pull away. He's up
Oh,
almost 10 points now.
he is so gross. Oh,
Yeah,
and
he
Josh
is.
is such a good candidate. Such a good candidate.
You know, I don't think Josh is going anywhere. I think Josh is going to be around for a while. He's a
I
very
sure
good
as hell hope
presence,
so.
really good family. He's got a lot to go for. He's got a lot of reasons to fight this fight. So yeah, I'm sure they'll take a breather, but we're going to see a bunch of them come back.
Yep.
In 25, Tiffany Stoner continues to lead. That one's now 50% reporting.
Yes.
And
Let's
let's
go,
have a look
Tiffany.
at Matt McNally in 39 here. That one's starting to widen a little bit too. 77% reporting there. Daniel Lopez is out to a 5.5 point lead.
Ugh. And I want to give everybody in my TikTok comments the biggest hug right now. I know what it feels like to feel. I mean, so many people are saying, Shelley just said, I live in Indiana and nobody represents me. And that feeling from, we mentioned coroner. I'm in the same position from my county coroner all the way up. I have nobody that represents me, state, county, anybody. I understand that feeling. I understand that feeling of feeling lost and feeling like you don't matter. But hopefully we can see some good numbers here, some good voter turnout numbers in the state of Indiana that might give us just a little glimmer of hope that we can hold on to for 2026. Yep, I feel you. I've got Molly in here, Shannon, like, oh my goodness, so disappointed. They had such high hopes for Destiny and Jennifer. Absolutely, we did too.
Yeah.
We did
all the
too.
way. All the way.
I don't think we could have found two better candidates to run for either of those seats in Indiana. They just and the amount of work that went in while their opponents just coasted on Trump misogyny and lies is just heartbreaking. It's just heartbreaking.
Well, let me ask you this, because this is the thing I was talking about with Dr. McCormick like earlier this spring. And she's a former Republican. I'm not shy about it. Loved her. Thought she ran a great campaign. She's still a very conservative Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How long are we going to keep running right and losing?
Right.
Yep.
We make the try. That's what somebody else, Maine, had a conversation. The long-time Democrat here in Northeast Indiana had the same thing. Why do we keep going there? You're exactly right. Can we make that difference?
Mm-hmm.
And if Kamala Harris doesn't win this thing tonight, I ask the same question. She ran a very centrist campaign. She was palling around with the Cheneys. The Cheneys, for Christ's sake!
I know.
Yeah. Who knew?
And if this thing winds up a close loss, you got to wonder how many disillusioned leftists are out there like, I couldn't do it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And and that was the play. We saw Harris make that play. We're seeing that play of going for that middle, going for these undecided independents or even undecided moderates. If that play didn't work in Indiana, is it going to work at the national level? Is it? I've heard from so many Republicans throughout the course of this race that one Republican in my life who said, "Oh, I've never voted for so many Democrats in my life." And they're in their 60s.
Good.
Yes. So to see somebody in their 60s completely change their voting habits.
Thank you.
Because they said, I haven't changed. Nothing about me has changed. My politics have remained pretty much the same. And this party has abandoned me. They have moved so far to the right. And that we saw that in numbers in other states as well. You know, those of course are anecdotes, personal anecdotes. But that is very representative. And this core that is holding on to these Trumpy, brawny kind of values, it is questionable. And the other thing I'm wondering that's going to come out of this is some pretty hard look at our polling numbers. Because depending how these numbers shake out, the unpopularity of Braun and Beckwith in Indiana as compared to Vance and Trump, Trump and Vance remained incredibly popular among Republican Hoosiers, and Braun and Beckwith were not. Nobody liked them. Nobody liked them. So I'm curious to see where these numbers fall.
Right. Well, that's how Beckwith got where he is, because they didn't like what they saw. And so that was their, oh yeah, well, we'll give you this guy. So, and it was all a bunch of backroom dealings, a lot of arm twisting to make sure, hey, I got these Republicans from this town, I got these Republicans from this town, and they got people to jump on board with him because he came in as a dark horse, for lack of a better term, to say, hey, I don't think that guy's going to do anything here, and then ends up doing it because that's not who Braun wanted. But guess what? They threw it on him and made him take it. Yeah.
Yep.
Say what you will about Beckwith, and I've got a lot of things to say about Beckwith, but
who doesn't? Yeah,
he's a good organizer.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he brought them together. You're right.
Yep. And that's, I mean, we see, I mean, and we've talked about this. I mean, I've even brought up the, and you all can remind me of his name because his name escapes me, but during the George H.W. Bush campaign, the fear that was used of this weak on crime when he was Willie Horton, that was it, against Dukakis, right? This, we have seen from, you know, and it's, of course, it was not new to that race. That's mine in recent memory, but how powerful fear is as a motivator, and the fear around immigration, the fear around these people that are coming into your country to harm the white women in your life. That was so pervasive from Beckwith and Braun and Banks and Rokita and every other Republican running in Indiana. That fear is a powerful thing. And even at the national level, I'm really curious to see how this shakes out, because immigration was playing at the national level as well as being one of the top issues, kind of neck and neck with the economy.
Yeah. So let's understand.
We still keep
Go ahead, Scott.
We like the immigration thing. Republicans have been running on it for at least 30 years. I mean, I remember the Gingrich Republicans talking about this. If they wanted to solve it, it could be solved.
Absolutely.
But they don't want it. They don't want it to be solved
because they need it. It's their machine.
Yeah.
It's the only thing they can run on. Yep. Which is why when we actually had something that looked as if it was workable, and Trump told them to shoot it down, they shot it down immediately, because they all knew, we got to keep running on this. We got to keep scaring the shit out of people for no reason.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's look at what the broadcast TV commercials, if you're watching any of the ABC, NBC, CBS, any of those commercials had to show someone breaking through a border wall, carrying something, followed by something on fire in the streets, somebody carrying guns, somebody wearing a mask, all the things that you don't want to see, all these grainy videos of things that happen in the dark, because that's what's happening in all these big cities. Rural Indiana's all of a sudden scared again. So they kept them in fear. So, I mean, let's look at the electorate who are voting. That's a lot of folks in the 50 to 100 age group, and those folks are watching that broadcast TV. The people younger than that who aren't voting don't know anything about that. Doesn't matter to them. That's the voter we need to pull in to make this change. If it's going to happen, it definitely has to happen.
Yep. I'm trying to refresh some of our state races here. I'm still seeing so many races that are not,
they won't update.
They're not reporting at all. Like we've got Indiana State Senate District in 36, Cynthia Carrasco, who's a Republican incumbent against Suzanne Fortenberry. I'm seeing just zeros for some of these.
Yep.
We are starting to get results out of Monroe.
Are
Oh,
we?
okay.
Yeah, at very early. I mean, I'm at least seeing my county councilors and my county commissioners numbers coming in.
Mm-hmm. Hi.
You made it home in one piece. Mom, we're home.
My kids are just getting home.
It's all right.
But still nothing on House District 62. Just seeing the
Mm-mm.
And let's talk about U.S. Congress again here too. Victoria Spartz, obviously, we talked about that in District 5. District 6, Cynthia Worth ran a great campaign. This is her second time around, and Jefferson Shreve, the millionaire, wins.
Yep.
The millionaire wins.
In an open seat. I mean,
Yes.
that was an open seat. Greg Pence, Mike Pence's brother, as all of us Hoosiers are pretty familiar with that Pence name.
the Lesser, yes.
Yes, Pence the Lesser.
Oh my gosh. I tried to have a conversation with him once. It was amazing. He couldn't squirm fast enough away from me when I started asking some pointed questions. And then one of his staffers stepped in front of me. I go, "Who are you?" "Well, the question's, who are you?" I was like, what? And Greg walks away. He can hear everything I'm saying with this guy, but pretends I don't exist. It was just the most GOP thing ever. I just tried telling him, "Look, I've had some conversations with your brother, and he voted no on everything, just like you did. You guys suck." Because they put their own legislation forward and go, "I can't vote for that. I can't support it."
Can't support it. Nope. People loved. I had a couple of people here in the comments who really liked Pence the Lesser, Mark. So that was good.
Thank you. Just cite my work when you use that.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my God. I know. I'm trying to look for, it looks like looking at, the Ted Cruz, Colin Alvarez race is also very, very close.
Great.
So they must be on 2 different time zones in Texas if we're getting results out of there already.
It could be. I know majority of it I thought was like Dallas down to the middle I thought that was all Central Time.
I think it is.
I wonder if out toward El Paso they don't get into Mountain Time.
Okay.
I don't know. They've got, so far, Texas is at 51% reporting.
Wow. And what did you say that's at? That Cruz race?
It looks like it was, oh gosh, I just toggled away from it, but it was at like less than 1%. Cruz was winning. Like it was neck and neck.
Very close. Well, that's encouraging. So, I mean, at this point, if we sort of take stock, we're, about 20 till 9. We've been a couple hours into this thing. The blue wave that we were hoping materialized has not. Or at least like such where we'd see it here in Indiana, and because if we were seeing it here, I'd call it now. We're going to have a good night.
Right.
Yep.
We're getting the huge.
Yep.
And I haven't been looking at these national races hardly at all. I don't know where like the swing states really stand. That's where I'm sure all these cable outlets are focusing their energy this evening.
Oh, well, it's looking, I mean, Ohio has been leaning Harris and it is now leaning Trump.
Right. But they say only half the electorate is in right now.
Like 40% even.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, if Ohio's close,
right,
that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they haven't gone. Did Obama carry Ohio twice? I want to say he did.
That's a good question.
But for the most part, Ohio's been pretty reliably Republican for the last
20 for sure.
25 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think Gore lost it in Ohio.
Yeah, Obama did win in 2012. Obama won Ohio in 08 and 12. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and I knew Kerry lost. Well, Kerry really won Ohio in 04. He should have won that race. He got. I'm a 2004 election denier.
Carry that.
There were shenanigans in Ohio that year.
And I'm still a 2000 election denier, so
Right.
I'm
That was
still
Yeah.
And I tell you what, is you look at how 2016 happened and Hillary Clinton stepped away and said, okay, he's the winner. Same thing Al Gore did. Okay, he's the winner.
Yep.
And then to turn around and have everything's fake, you're a liar. It's just, just fire hose this bullshit on everybody. It's just like, why are we accepting this? But the media plays right along because they don't want to piss off. This is the craziest thing I ever heard. So how do you put all these Republicans that consistently lie on the Sunday talk shows? Well, we don't want to make the Republicans mad, so we're going to invite them back on. Even though they lie to your face and you fact check them and they continue to lie, you bring them back 2 weeks later.
Yep.
Well, we don't want to upset them.
Don't want to upset them.
What? They've proven they can't do this. Anyway.
Yep.
I mean, if they want to come and lie and get fact checked in real time, I guess by all means, but you can't let them lie.
Yeah.
Well, and that's where we get into the weight that we're given when crazy fascism is put right next to a fairly moderate candidate. If we're looking at a Trump and Harris, and that's equal time rules are coming into play with interview. We have all of these things. When those two things are continued to be presented as equal, and you're just having to choose the slightly lesser of two evils, I mean, that is just continuing to taint how people think about this. I think many of us who have watched the history of Trump's presence as a candidate and as a president, there's really no comparison for us when we look at him next to someone else. But when they continue to both be legitimized in the eyes of most voters, and that's something that we talked about Sarah Blessing earlier, is she was struck so much in a lot of her canvassing of how many people have no idea. They do not know who Republicans are. They do not know who Democrats are. People that she spoke with that had no idea Donald Trump is a Republican and had his sign outside of their house. People are not as engaged. We talk about being just like political nerds. Like we are in it to such an extent that most people are not.
Right.
So when you're turning on your regular news channel and you see Trump standing right next to Harris, there is an implied equality there between the two of them because they are both presented as legitimate candidates for the presidency.
Yeah. The word legitimate in a sentence with Donald Trump. Nuts.
Oh, I mean, I'm surprised I stayed standing up for that one.
You should have fallen over.
House District 24, 90% in. Looks like Hunter Smith is up by 10. Not called yet, but I'm not feeling great about that.
Oh, and Hunter Smith is he's another just kind of pretty scary on the Jan 6th of it all.
Right.
That he's a scary one.
Yeah, he's like the Butker, the kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs, who said maybe ladies should step aside.
Ugh.
Yeah. This is Butker was at a college graduation telling women, hey, congratulations on getting this degree, but shouldn't you really be making babies?
Yeah, shouldn't you be at home right now?
Especially at a time in our history when women make up the majority of college students and college graduates.
Right.
To say that you're looking out on a sea of people and the majority of them are women. And
Right.
you're still going to say that, you idiot.
Right. Well, it's people like Chapel Roan, Kaylee Rose's character, Chapel Roan. She keeps telling it like it is. There's going to be more and more women realizing, I don't need guys. We don't need guys. Guys are in the way. So I'm not going to argue with them. I think they're on the right track. We've been in the way for a lot of shit.
And gosh, and how much better we are. I mean, especially when here in Indiana, the Jezebel spirit thing, this pitting women against men was so much of a focus. And even to still hear, some of these people at a national, we heard the same thing in 2016, women saying this is a man's job. President is a man's job. Still in 2024. And this complete lack of recognition that we all have different skills we are bringing to the table.
Mm-hmm.
And all of us are stronger if we're going to work together, if we're going to rely upon. I think of so many different military examples of men who have spoken about the skills of their female colleagues on the battlefield that they do not have. And that complementary skill set is so valuable. And if that can be seen by the military, where else can that be presented? And you think about the makeup of, of a Trump cabinet when we saw, what was it, 98% men, white men at that.
Right.
And just how
and the other one was Betsy DeVos.
Yeah, the other one was Betsy. Hey, what's Betsy been up to?
She's waiting.
I don't know,
she's waiting to get
probably
another,
trying to destroy public education.
yeah, on a state level because she couldn't do it on a national level. But she'll come back. If Trump would win, he would bring her back in a heartbeat. And she smiled here in the last 3 or 4 months. I saw an interview and said, "Oh, I'd be open for that if they offer her the job as the director of education again."
Isn't she one of the people who resigned in response to January 6th? Like she had that small,
just forget about that
bit of integrity.
Just forget about that.
Y'all just keep talking about when they tried to overthrow the government, and I just think you need to let it go. Okay, it's time to just put it behind us now.
That's exactly their thinking. That was Jim Banks was asked about that, and he goes, "That's old. That's history already. That's behind us." You nuts! You're a fascist, dude. You support fascism.
Yep, but the shirt says it. All you got to do is look at Mark's shirt. And now it's Senator fascist to us. Nice to meet you.
I feel sorry for the corn cobs.
Starting to see numbers out of Monroe County, by the way.
Okay.
Early,
good.
33% in. Thomas Horrocks, Democrat, up like 30 points on Dave Hall.
Okay.
So
we'll
very
take that
early
seat
there, but that is good. I still continue to not know which numbers to trust in District 60.
Hmm.
And
really?
they've not flipped them in either place, so I don't know which one is correct.
Let me see what I got. I still have on AP, I still have Higgs at 75 and Mayfield at 24.
Right. That didn't change here what I have for the NPR.
And yet, at Decision Desk, I've got Mayfield 76, Higgs 23.
And Higgs is the incumbent. Or no, sorry.
Mayfield is
the incumbent. Yeah. Sorry.
So I was super excited with those numbers, but and now I'm apprehensive.
Same. That's a little concerning.
I want to know how that even happens. So I was checking on District 39, 86% in now. Lopez is leading Matt McNally by about 5 points. That one's starting to slip away too, unfortunately. But in 32, incumbent Democrat Victoria Garcia Wilburn does continue to maintain like a 5-point lead with 73% in.
Holy crap. I just got this finally populated. I have not had District 5 up here in North Central Indiana with Heidi Beininger versus Dale Devon.
Oh, you got some numbers?
Oh, because it's so close. That's why they haven't put the numbers up. Look at that.
Yeah, it's only 13% are in, but there is 100 votes, 100,
less than 140
votes or so that are separating the two of them at this point.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
That just shows you right now. This is her second time around. That name recognition, going out and talking to them, hitting those doors, that's working. It's a working plan. And, Dr. Beininger brings it. If you talk to her at any length, you get it right away. She's in to win too. So good. That's great to see.
Yep. And I have been saying she's awesome to talk to. She's crazy smart.
Yeah.
And her name, Heidi Beininger, you don't find a better name out there. All right. That's the kind of name.
Right.
that candidates dream of. It just rolls off and it's super fun to say. And it's like Heidi Beidinger, like it feels like you're getting shit done and it like rhymes. And I love that.
I told her, I said, if you wear a jersey, is it like armpit to armpit, your name across the back? Yes.
So many letters.
And she's a Heidi. It'd be a Jets jersey, right?
Right.
Yeah. No one younger than us gets that reference.
Right.
Yeah.
I totally know what you're talking about. Yeah. Us old people, golly.
We'll
We're
explain
dragging
that
you
one
with
to you
us,
kids
Corinne.
when you get older. Yeah.
Well, luckily the TikTok algorithm works well enough that it's pretty much just people my age and older. That's all
Right
that
on.
the young
Yeah.
folks don't even come on here. But I
Right.
am seeing some people in my comments here. Not only are they thankful for having a shit ton of leftover Halloween candy at an arm's reach.
It is a
so
sugar fest.
I
Right.
support that. I've got people in my comments talking about what races they're looking to run for in the next election and how disappointed they are at some uncontested races that were
Thank
on
you.
their ballot.
Thank you.
And so this is the kind of hope that, yes, we all feel like we've been sucker punched. We are all going to feel super disappointed by the results here in Indiana. But this is where we keep the hope alive, because the number of people on here that are saying, I am on this group, I am here right now because you all give me hope. That's what we have to hang on to.
Right. And you know what? We're with you. We support you. Love it. Go with that idea.
Yes.
Be that next person.
Every race contested next
Yeah.
year and then again 2 years or not in 2 years and then again 2 years after that.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
I was looking at, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Corinne.
I was looking at some other articles here out of WFYI because I was trying to see if there was any recent polling information, just because I was just curious if there was anything in the last few days. But they have some interesting articles on here. And I did not know this, that Indiana is one of only a few states, it looks like 6 or 7 states, that allow straight ticket voting with just one check on the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
Only 7 states allow that. That is pretty interesting. So that Republican training of all you have to do is hit one button and you walk away, your voting is done.
Right.
You don't have to think about any of these names. You don't have to think about any of these candidates.
It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. And that Indiana is one of only 7 states. That is fascinating to me.
Right. You'd have to have your own supermajority to try and change that kind of legislation, because you need a 2/3 vote to take that in the House or the Senate here. So we've got a huge slippery slope to try and climb to get that done. But I'm all here for it. I've seen it so long, so bad. Let's bring it back to the people.
Yep.
You know, we had right to work in this state in the 1960s and then took it out, got rid of it, and it came back under Mitch Daniels. So
Yep.
Mitch Daniels low-key started this boulder moving downhill.
Yep.
And still gets revered as some sort of, pragmatic moderate.
No,
And
not
he,
giving him
he
that.
was just as much of a partisan hack as the rest of them.
Correct.
Absolutely, he was. And the same thing I'm hearing too is kind of these rose-colored glasses looking back at Mike Pence, because he had he had such courage to come out and speak against the insurrectionists on January 6th. And it's just like the bar is so unbelievably low.
No, I don't give him that.
He
You know what?
walked down. He descended the stairs to fascism and wouldn't take that last one.
Gosh,
Whatever.
he gets no credit for that.
So let's remember that history is being written through all this right now, and Mike Pence might get a gold star for that one day, but let's look at his whole track record, everything he didn't do when he was my congressional rep for almost 12 years. He didn't bring anything home. He's like Jim Banks. He's like Marlon Stutzman. They just go out there to be a wrench in the gears. They're not there for anything to come back to the district, period.
You're a cog in the oligarch's machine.
Thank you. Here's your money. Go out there and muck it up.
And maybe
real quick here.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Scott.
I got a couple just quick updates on state Senate. We haven't checked in on these in a while. State Senate 20. Looks like our guy Joel Levi's down by about 20 points with 87% reporting. Another close one I've got my eye on there. I really am keeping an eye on State Senate District 32, Katrina Owens, another very impressive individual.
Yes.
Taking on Ray Skillman's sugar baby, Aaron Freeman. That's only 36% in. That is about a 20-point race in Freeman's favor right now, unfortunately. But again, early. Another one, Senate District 36, 28% in. Incumbent Republican Cynthia Carrasco is leading Suzanne Fortenberry by about 20 points. So those are the Senate races I was really keeping an eye on, and not a lot of good news for you. We're coming up on 9. Let's hear from NPR here
Yeah.
at the top
right.
of the hour.
And welcome back to PBS News special live coverage on election night. I'm Amna Nawaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett. It is now 9 p.m. Eastern. Polls have closed in 3 more of the biggest presidential battlegrounds, which include Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
We can, at this hour, call several more states for former President Donald Trump. Those include Nebraska, which has 5 electoral votes, but of course also awards several of them by congressional district. So Vice President Harris is trying to win one of those votes out of this reliably red state. Former President Trump has also won the states of Louisiana, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming.
Meantime, Vice President Kamala Harris has claimed the states of New York. Polls have also closed this hour, but it's still too early to call the winner in these following states: Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Minnesota, New Mexico, and Texas. So if we take a look at the electoral map, that's where it stands at 9 p.m. Eastern, as the vote is still coming in and still being counted. We mentioned Arizona as a race we couldn't call yet. It's one of the big battleground states.
No surprises there, huh?
Thank you.
Yeah.
No surprises. I'm looking at Iowa. You know, we all saw that poll come out this weekend that showed Harris leading Iowa from a very reputable pollster. That's good. That's a good sign if that thing's even remotely accurate. But we are still in waiting mode.
Yes, we are. Yep. I saw something earlier. Maybe you guys saw it too, of what time the races were called in the last 2 years or the last 2 elections.
It was like 2 a.m.
Presidential races. Was it? Okay.
Yeah, it was like.
Well, I mean, in 2020, it wasn't until like Friday.
Yes, right.
Or
But
maybe Saturday. Yeah.
in 16, it was about 2 a.m. They called it. That's when Hillary Clinton came out like a little before 2 a.m. and gave her concession speech. Because I woke up early that day to go to work the next day, and I'm like, oh, I got to listen to this? What?
Yeah. I stayed up for that one. That was rough.
Right.
I did too. That was rough. Yeah, I am most likely not getting much sleep tonight.
I fear that myself. Yes.
I will be here with you all until we drop.
That's wonderful. Because I'm going to be leaving you here in about half an hour, because I'm going to get up early and go to work. I got to somehow my creditors want me to pay them back just because I signed for that loan. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I got to go to work.
Well, maybe now that Braun's our governor and he's such a genius, like self-made millionaire, maybe you could just ask him for some money. Just be like, hey, Mike.
Well, that seems to be the way they do that. That's how the Republicans do. They figure out which Russian oligarch can take care of them. Because when I grew up at the same time that Mike Braun and others grew up, Russia was the bad guy, but now Russia's the good guy.
Yep.
Who knew?
How much of a mind meld is that, Mark? To look at these people that are the same age as you, I do the same thing when I look at Marlon Stutzman and Jim Banks, and I'm just like, we grew up hours from each other.
Yeah.
What happened to you?
Right.
Like, what happened to you? It just.
Well, I had a interesting conversation with Jim once because he's a huge Ronald Reagan guy. And I said, oh, yes, Ronald Reagan, the thug and a murderer. It's like, what? He was offended that I said that. I go, I'm sorry. Every time I speak that name, Ronald Reagan, who was a thug and a murderer, always comes out. It's just a full sentence for me. That's just the way it is.
Traitor. And a traitor.
Well, I should add to it, and a traitor. So if you look at it from their perspective, Reagan did all these great things. Not really. He really took a lot of things away and gave them the Tea Party, which we saw the Tea Party blossoming in the 08, 09, 10, 12, all those elections. And where are they now? That Tea Party turned into MAGA. That's where it is today. That whole growth
All of this,
started from Reagan.
All of this populist backlash, all of the establishment backlash. They're revolting against Reaganism, and they don't know they're revolting against Reaganism.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Because unfortunately, now the Democrats are the party of Reagan, and the Republicans are the party of Trump. I want my party of FDR back, damn it.
Oh, man. Well, that'd be great. Yeah.
I am looking at, I'm in some of my local races here in Elkhart County. I had somebody ask me in the TikTok feed here, where can I find when I can find information? So I am on WNDU right now. If you were looking for information from the Michiana region, they have all of our information here for school board, for county races. No surprise in Elkhart County, the Republicans have swept the county council races. But there's a school board race that I've really had my eye on in Elkhart County. Because we have the executive vice president of Purple for Parents, who is Stacy McDowell, running for Concord School Board. If y'all aren't familiar with Purple for Parents, it is a horrific hellscape that is worse than Moms for Liberty. It's very much a parental rights. Yes, they are insane. And Stacy McDowell, the one thing here, and this is not just this school board race, but Purple for Parents was going after anybody running for school board around the state who was a public educator, getting them to say that they supported factual, age-appropriate sex education, and then would blast these people for being groomers and pedophiles. And it was just mind-blowing. I mean, they would go on these incredible conspiratorial rants about a nationwide network of grooming that was established by the Rockefellers that these public school teachers are a part of. And I'm just like, where did these people get this stuff? So I'm looking at this school board race right now. Fingers crossed, Stacy is going to lose. And there were 3 candidates. There were 2 open seats for Concord Community Schools. It was very easy to just say vote for the Tims, because the 2 guys running against Stacy are both named Tim. Very good guys. It looks like they will both win and Stacy McDowell will lose. And so that is a little piece of heart hope, because Concord Community Schools is not an urban school district. It is very much a suburban school district here in Elkhart County. And so to see somebody that extreme, a Purple for Parents extreme, not win, that's a very good sign, at least for public education at Concord. Now, whatever the hell Braun's going to do to it down in Indianapolis.
Yeah, true.
TBD, but at least here we have Purple for Parents in at least one school board race losing. So that makes my heart happy.
Tiffany Stoner in House District 25 is continuing to maintain a narrow lead.
Oh, come on, Tiffany. Yeah. Oh, that one makes me really excited.
And I tell you what people miss, if you're not from that area, you don't have a chance to cross paths with these candidates. And that's one of the things I loved about going to state convention all the time as a delegate is they're in the hallways at the convention center. They're just walking along with people on their campaign and people who are supporters from that area. Stop them and talk to them. I had great conversations. I would do the old, like I did with others. I say, I know you're, and then they'd introduce themselves. We start talking and the whole thing blossomed from there. it's easy. They want to talk to you about it. They don't care that you're from the other corner of the state. They want to talk to you about it because it's important to them. That's how you meet these people. That's why you realize, wow, what a great candidate. Wish they lived in my neck of the woods.
Yep.
But you understand who they are. It was always a great feeling. I recommend that. I mean, it's easy to be a delegate to the state convention. All it costs you is your time to drive down there for the day, spent the day down in Indianapolis or wherever it is for you to get to Indianapolis. It's not that hard in your county to be a delegate to the state convention. And you'd be surprised how many of your neighbors go, hey, man, I voted for you. You're a delegate to the state convention.
Yeah.
You can do this.
That's good. That's such a good point, Mark.
Just looking out the corner of my eye, we did see a call for Trump in Ohio.
Yeah.
Again, not a surprise.
Not a surprise. It looks like less than 250,000 votes so far separating Harris and Trump in Ohio.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's early. Kind of surprised they called it, but they know what they're doing. I did want to check in again with House District 39. We're at 86% there between Lopez and McNally. That is a 5-point race, but that does only amount to about we're looking at about 1,500 votes currently.
Mm-hmm.
And in 24, Hunter Smith and Josh Lowry. It's a 10-point race, 90% reporting. It's about 3,500 votes.
Yep.
No calls yet, though. So
No, not yet.
All hope is not lost.
They're all close. Guys, if you excuse me for just a minute, I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll be back.
Yeah.
We'll save you a spot. I'm going to go ahead and hide you. There we go.
All right. I'm still looking for some local stuff here in Allen County. And a huge.
What else do you have going on up there besides? I mean, obviously you got your state house and whatnot up there, but do you have any good county council races or anything going on?
Yeah, the county council has been. There's a whole build a new jail situation going on here. It's been several years in the making. Yeah, so everybody wants to, let's incarcerate more folks, but dropping $300 million money, that is a big deal. And so people running for county council here are looking for that. We would like to put some Democrats in there because we've got a whole bunch of things happening that we don't know really what's going on. So I'd like to find some results, and I'm not getting there right now. And for me, what's been interesting to watch is the Republicans have run the council. There's all Republicans on it, and we've got some great folks running against them that are, one's a realtor, one's a former police officer who's 35 years in leadership positions, things like that. So good Democrats have come forward and said, hey, I want to run for this. So we'll get them there. We'll get them at the table, but I'm still looking for news, and they're not committing to that. All they do is give me reports of where the jail agenda is right now, things like that. So yeah, no news, no updates, but that's what I was interested in here. I'll get to see it in the morning, but I haven't seen it yet here.
Yeah. Down here in Monroe County, a whole lot of blue. Most races are unopposed here. We had one guy up for county commissioner as a Republican. The rest was all Democrats. I do not think there was another contested race here locally. But we are keeping an eye on that state house race where we're still sitting at about 33% in, and Horrocks up by a little less than 30 points. So currently, Indiana Democrats are on pace to flip 2, maybe 3 seats, which is not enough to break the supermajority.
Small steps, right?
We will see.
Yeah. Well, this is one of those late night dig-ins. We're going to be digging for a while to get the results out of this too. Darn it. Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Well, I
Yeah,
appreciate
think
you
the-
sticking in as long as you're going to stick in too. That's I'm going to go to work in the morning. I just like I got to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm supposed to, but we'll see what happens. We'll see
How
where
you
the night
going with a
takes us.
Yeah. Well, I got my week's already planned out with Friday off, so I got to work Wednesday and Thursday. The vacation days, there's less and less all year long here. You got to use them sparingly.
There's a call for Trump in Texas just now.
Oh,
Again, not a
yeah,
surprise, but
right.
we were kind of thinking maybe that one was gonna be closer. Maybe they'd hold off on calling it a little this year. Not so much, but still keeping an eye on that Senate
Yeah,
race. I'm sure they've not called
right.
that one.
I just, I've been around for years, and to even consider Trump as a candidate is senseless. He stands for nothing. He has zero scruples. There's nothing morally good about him, but these people back him because he stands up there and spouts off and just doesn't. I can
Yeah,
swear all
well,
day
I mean,
long.
look, you got
Yeah.
to remember that they're not seeing all of the information we see.
Yeah.
We're all living
Yeah.
in our information silos, so they only see
What they
the
want.
good,
Right.
the good things about Trump, whatever those might be. Look,
Yeah. Yeah.
he
That's rough.
talks like a populist,
Yeah.
and I think we need to see more of that. I
Yeah.
can't get over the Trump Sanders dynamic from 2016
Mm-hmm.
because that's where the excitement was. I mean, people weren't excited about Hillary Clinton, right?
Right.
But
Right.
they were excited for change,
Yes.
one way
Some
or
kind
another.
of some kind of
And
change. Right.
and we're still looking like these Trump voters know the system is broken and they want to blow it up.
Yep.
We know the system's broken and we want to undertake a thorough remodel.
Right.
And those are the differences right now.
Mhm.
Democrats are stuck kind of being the conservative party trying to hold together our institutions.
Who knew we'd be saying it like that? That's tough.
Yeah. Oh, hey, look, Corinne's back.
I'm back, and that's what I came that's what I came back into is the Democrats or the conservative party trying to save the country.
Yeah, what are we thinking here? Why is it that way? That's just a bad
There
sign.
is no leftist option, at
No.
least at the national level. I mean, we got like 3 people, and one of them, the Senate did their best to, or the House did their best to run her out of town this summer
Mhm.
in Rashida Tlaib. So we'll see how this whole thing goes at the national
Mhm.
level, but at the state level especially, I want to see Democrats start talking like populists.
Right.
At this point, you kind of wonder if they're going to keep losing at a national level. Some of these at the national level, some of these federal races, House, Senate races, what do they have to lose?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe
True.
just shift
Exactly.
gears, and there is no middle anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hell, there's no middle class anymore, really. So why don't we just not
Right.
why don't we not have a middle in our political spectrum?
Well, we've got a middle and we've got a right. We don't have a left.
Yes. So let's just
Yeah.
let's just get rid of it. Yep.
Well, and I have out of the state of New York followed the Working Family Party, and
Oh,
that's
yeah.
been
Yeah,
very
yeah.
interesting. Those gals are very interesting, and it's gone from a groundswell just 15 years ago to actually a viable party, but only in one state. There's small chapters in Pennsylvania and other Eastern Seaboard states, but there's nothing big about it. But that's the kind of thing that if you want to add another party to the mix, which unfortunately in this case would probably take away from any Democrat winning
Yeah.
anywhere, because that's how it's designed and it's been built over these couple of 100 years that we've been doing this. So
Yeah. Any
Yeah.
third party is
Mhm.
basically a spoiler. It's just until
Yeah.
we can get out of winner take all plurality voting.
Right.
And
Mhm.
because so many, all of our states, all of our the congressional districts, they all do it the same way for the most part. You're starting to see some ranked choice voting. Was a hit in Alaska 2 years ago when Mary Peltola won that House seat.
Right.
But then if you look at like how ranked choice voting worked in New York in their mayor's race, you know, they got the Turkish representative from in Eric Adams.
Mm,
Yep.
yeah. And then it gets dirtier from there because he is under indictment still. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a classy fella.
Sure is.
So Bernie Moreno is currently up in Ohio right now.
Really? Ugh.
Yeah.
Not
They haven't.
good.
They
That
have
is
not called
good.
it yet. They have not called it, but that's what's going on. Ugh, that's
What's the
ugly.
spread in that one right now?
I don't know. It's just my daughter sent me a text. Says, here's depressing news. Moreno is winning right now, but they haven't called it yet. I don't get any numbers out of that, but I get depressed as soon as I read it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because we were just, I mean, Brown was just leading.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's 49.8 to 47.3 with Moreno leading.
Oh man.
And Kissick, the Libertarian, has about 3%.
Yeah. Always the spoiler. Yeah.
Yep. And that is a separation. I finally looked at numbers here. That is a separation of 70-ish to 80-ish thousand votes right now between Moreno and Braun. Brown.
Whoa.
Braun. Ugh. He who shall not be named.
Right. So state of Wisconsin currently right now with 4% of the votes counted has Trump at 78,000 and Harris at 56,000
Yep.
total votes. So, and Minnesota comes in at like 0% of the votes counted. So we can't even talk about that.
Mm-mm. Yeah, and Pennsylvania is at 22% of the vote.
Yeah.
Michigan's at 11%. So again,
Right.
you know, just not even in a position where we can talk about it.
Yeah, absolutely going to be a late night on both of those. Although Pennsylvania is looking really encouraging right now, and that's the big one. That is the really big one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Well,
or Iowa as well.
Yeah.
Not as big, of course, in terms of electoral votes, but again, there's only 9% in Iowa right now.
Yeah, votes counted, correct. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing, I'm over here having a peek, looking at like state houses or not state houses, but congressional races in New York State, because that is kind of where control of the House is going to go through. A couple of years ago, Republicans did remarkably well in New York State. A lot of those more suburban and upstate districts. If Democrats can get their shit together and, you know, win those races that they should, I do like Democrats to take control of the House.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
That again, we're looking for the wins where we can find them.
We'll take them, even if it's in another state.
We have to look to
just to
another.
get our results. We got to get our results, our joy somewhere else, another state.
Oh, I know. I go to I get to go back up to Quebec to see my dear better half here during the week of Thanksgiving. So I'm going to look up some local races in Quebec as well and just kind of see, you know, what I can get excited about. I can't vote up there. He can't even vote up there. He's not a citizen yet. So, but you know, just fun. I'm going to go support some candidate I've never heard of just to feel good about it.
I understand our polite, friendly Canadian neighbors have their own kind of like gross conservative problem now. They had that trucker convoy a couple years ago, and this this dude Pierre Poilievre is the like the conservative Is he like, I don't know, the head of the Conservative Party now in
I
Canada, or
I believe he is. Yeah, and they have, and there's a really, it has kind of fallen apart in recent years, but that conservative vein is still really present in the province, specifically of Quebec, that loves Donald Trump. They love Donald Trump, and you will see Trump stickers on cars up in Quebec. There was a movement, it has kind of faded out a little bit, but there was a movement in Quebec called the 51st Party, attempting to become, their whole platform was becoming the 51st state in the US. And that was really fascinating because Canadians have amazing social programs. And they really didn't seem to understand that we don't have that.
Yeah.
So what they were going to give up just so they could come have Donald Trump as their president was pretty funny to watch. Yeah.
I knew there was a Quebecois like secessionist movement for the longest time, and they even had a referendum on it. I don't know what, 20 years ago, maybe.
Oh, I think at least 30 years ago. I think that was in the 90s. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I feel it's just the other day. Oh,
I know. Oh, I know, but
no,
Quebec
no, I don't. I don't know how Americans would respond to a French-speaking state. We wouldn't know what to do with ourselves.
That was so funny because people would ask about that. Well, what about our French? And they would say, well, the good news is that the US has no official language. So don't worry, there's no problem.
Yeah, and there's the predominantly white folks too. So how could you hate them? Jeez.
No, that's what I'm like. I know y'all. I mean, like what I tell my partner all the time, I know you're an immigrant, but you're a white European immigrant. We don't have any issues with that. No, no.
You're totally accepted. Yes.
Totally accepted. Oh, nobody's going to be putting my face on a flyer, being like, oh, the Frenchman is coming for her. Oh, we must protect this white lady. Nope.
You're not even on the radar.
Nope, not at all. I'm trying to see I'm not seeing that. Has District 1 been called yet for Mervan?
They don't. It's here so far. They have not called it for them. It's 54 to 44 percentage wise, 54% for Frank, and Randy Niemeyer is 44%, but they don't have it called, and they've got closer numbers in some of the other races or equal to that number, and they've called them.
Right?
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
Well, here they're looking at Wisconsin here on the PBS feed.
Right, because that Hovid or whatever is doing really well against Tammy Baldwin, which is a shame.
That is a shame.
Because that's a lost seat right there. That's one we need.
Really early there. Really early.
Plenty of time to go. There's you barely got 5% of the electorate in right now. So
because don't their polls close at 9 our time?
Right. They're staying open a lot later. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the other thing that Indiana and Kentucky have going on is we freaking close at 6 o'clock, which is just another way that we hurt voter turnout.
It's a control issue. It's a control issue.
Yep.
Right.
Well, I'm looking at District 5 in Indiana State House with Devon and Beidinger. It's
very tight.
It's getting it looks like Devon has about 900 votes on Beidinger with 26% reporting. So he's got about an 11-point lead. But that is, you look at some of these low numbers in these state house races, they're going to be decided by hundreds or dozens of votes.
And knowing Heidi and her team, they're just kicking themselves. We didn't knock on enough doors.
And they probably knocked on every single one at least 10 times.
They did. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Gosh, and now I'm looking at Texas again. They have not called it yet. Cruz is up 52 to 45. which is about a 500,000 vote lead at this point.
Yeah.
60% reporting in Texas.
Let's see. I'm looking at Indiana House races. Now, AP still hasn't called 9. I saw.
Yeah, you're
Superfest
right.
called 9, but AP hasn't. I mean, it's a 30-point race with almost 60% reporting. In 7, Andre Carson easily won re-election,
Yep.
and that in 5, boy, that's wound up being not as close as it looked earlier.
Right.
That's turned into Sparts by almost 20.
Oh, that hurts. So are we going to really go through all of this and just end up exactly where we were?
Yeah, it's like we went around the track once, you
Yep.
know, only to be still in last place.
And this whole, the last 6 months was just a bad dream.
Jeez.
It was just a dream, and we wake up and we're like, oh, it's the same. Everything's
Right.
the same. Our congressional delegation, I mean, we still have some hope in some of our state house seats, but it looks like our congressional delegation is going to remain exactly the same.
Yeah.
So weird stuff, but and very early in the night, but like currently 42% in, Kamala Harris is leading in Kansas.
Yeah. Look at that. Yeah.
Only 20% in Missouri, and she's up there.
Yeah. In Colorado too.
And
30% in
she's up
Colorado. She's winning
Iowa
there.
with 10% in. Which but losing Minnesota and Wisconsin at this point. So that's very early. I don't expect those results to hold.
No, I don't either. But it is interesting to see, you know, because Kansas is all on the same time zone. So kind of interesting to see what is counted and when. And that's a lot of the sausage making behind the scenes of which county is coming in, who is kind of pulling the lever on what is getting reported when. We have no control over that. And also that's their own process. That's a county by county and a state by state process.
Yeah.
In any state where Democrats jump out to an early lead, I feel good, because typically Democratic leaning areas take longer to count. It's the little rural communities that come in right away.
That come in
So
real
usually
quick.
you'll see Republicans out to an early lead, and then, you know, you're sorting through, you know, the giant metropolises in Kansas. And those are going to take longer. So, boy, I tell you, if there's 42% in and she's leading, that's going to be a lot closer than people think.
Yep.
They've got a Democratic governor in Kansas.
They sure do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just last year, or was it last year, or was it in 22? They
22, I
they
think.
went to the polls to you know, secure abortion rights in Kansas. Kansas, they're supposed to be redder than we are.
Yeah.
Dude, if Kansas flips blue and we don't, I'm gonna be salty.
What table can we flip? I'm gonna flip my standing desk here. If Kansas
I'm gonna flip
turns
my
blue.
desk with all my stuff on it.
Yeah.
Right. It's the damage I don't want to do. Right. Even though I'm mad.
Well, and even New Mexico's got, I mean, they're only at 12%, but Harris is, there's a lead in New Mexico as well.
Of course, I can't tell you the last time Democrats lost New Mexico. We've been pretty good there for a long time.
So Virginia is interesting here.
Literally, I'm so sorry. Just as I was talking, it flipped to Trump.
It sure did. Look at that.
Yeah.
They just updated it. They just updated it.
As I was talking, they heard me.
Yeah, stop it.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. New Mexico's on me. Okay. That's my fault.
It's so far out west already. Yeah.
All very early.
All very early. Yep. Because that's. But I'm really curious. I mean, if we are going to see, I mean, at least Ohio is a little closer. But Tennessee, you know, Kentucky, another state with a Democratic governor, in Andy Beshear.
Yeah.
88% of their votes are in, and they are at 64% for Trump. Wow. Right?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I don't know. Why do we have to, if Trump wins this, that's just a really ugly, ugly picture for the future. Plenty of time to go here, but wow.
Very, very early.
Very early.
If swing states start getting called, then we can worry about that stuff.
Okay, so Wisconsin just turned blue on this map.
Yeah. It did on mine too. Are you on WFYI, Mark?
Yes.
You're on the PBS feed? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Wisconsin's up to 17% now.
Yeah. So we'll see. My blood pressure's it's jacked.
Yeah. Well, this is where we have to start living vicariously through these other states, because
Right. We're trapped.
Indiana has broken up with us once again.
Right.
So now we got to watch some other.
You knew what you had in this relationship and you took them back.
Yeah. Yep. Gosh.
Well,
Micah Beckwith is going to be our lieutenant governor.
I can't even.
To go from Suzanne Crouch to Micah Beckwith.
Oh.
I've got some people in my life here. You know what? Absolutely. At least we tried. Hell yes, we tried. And we're going to keep on trying.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I didn't. I mean, could I have put more effort in? I'm sure there's plenty. We all could do that. But we also have a life to lead and a job and all those other things that get in the way of this politics thing. But, we're going to keep plugging away. I don't stop at what I'm doing here.
Nope, absolutely not. And the momentum and the hope that people have felt, I keep going back to that. I know that was a word that Republicans really loved to make fun of back in the Obama days of these Democrats and their hopey changey.
Yeah. How'd that hopey changey thing work for you?
Yeah. But that's
okay. So
Scott, you're killing me.
Yeah, no, I got bad news. So, we've been keeping an eye on that State House 60 race with Michelle Higgs. Looks like AP got their shit figured out and they had their numbers reversed.
Oh shit!
Shut up!
What a bunch of dicks.
They're showing Peggy Mayfield up 77-23.
Well, yeah. What a bunch of knobs.
In Monroe County? Is 60 part of Monroe County?
Part of Monroe County. It's mostly Morgan County. 61 is Bloomington proper. That's Matt Pierce. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
And 62 is my district. It's a little bit of rural Monroe County and then all of Brown. And then 60 is, mostly Morgan and part of Monroe. And then we got part of 46, I think, is in Monroe too. All right, 56% reporting down here in my district 62. We've got Thomas Horrocks leading incumbent Dave Hall by about 7.5 points there.
All right. Ay, ay, ay.
They still haven't called some of these other ones, which I'm sort of keeping an eye on.
And the numbers are close in some of them, and they haven't. I don't understand, but they've called this one, but they won't call that one. It's just amazing.
Mm-hmm. It's a little confusing.
Yeah.
Some of these little state house races, we're talking about a matter of a couple hundred votes and like one precinct could flip it.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't want to get too committed to that. Right.
Yep, I will just some of my TikToker people here. Absolutely. We are upset about the governor's race as well. That obviously did not go how any of us wanted it to go. What we keep seeing in Indiana and other states like this is just the continued vote against their own interests to prefer that letter R next to a candidate's name. We saw the Braun Beckwith campaign be horrific, nativist, anti-immigrant, racist, misogynist, Christian nationalist, election deniers, extreme Trump fanboys. And that's literally all they needed to do, while we watched Democrats work their asses off, knock on every door they possibly could, accept every single invitation that was extended to them. And I kept thinking about the kind of work ethic that was on display from Democrats. What could actually happen in the state of Indiana if that work ethic actually got seated in that elected position and could really go to work for us? Because that amount of energy that we're seeing in the campaign is just, it's remarkable. It's remarkable. And we know that these Republicans in the governor's seat and whoever stays in the state house, they're just going to coast. They're going to continue to coast.
They're not going to be available. They won't answer your questions. They'll have a staffer get back to you. They won't talk to you personally because you are not one of them.
Yep.
You didn't donate.
Because, you're not carrying a big sack of money with you.
Right.
Yep.
Kids, I'm going to dip off of here for a second and take care of some business. I'll be back in just a couple.
All right. We'll be here.
Hold down the fort for me.
Yes. We won't let it blow up, right? Or maybe we will.
I don't have that kind of control, but okay. Keep thinking that. You don't have that kind of control.
No, sure. We're doing great. Everything's fine.
Oh my God. I've been telling myself that for 20 years in old politics. This is pathetic though.
It sure is.
This is frustrating as hell to watch. Well, I was looking here at the Virginia and North Carolina races, and Donald Trump is up in North Carolina, a little over 1 million votes. They got 61% of the votes in there. He's at 1.8 million, and Harris is at 1.6 million. And in Virginia, with 57% of the votes counted, Donald Trump's 1,373,000, and Harris is 1,328,000. So it's kind of nice and close there.
Yeah.
Like a 50-48 there. So good things. Let's see what happens. Let's go with that.
Nice and close.
Iowa's still very close. Only 15% of the votes counted in Iowa. So that's a good sign that Harris is up 150 to 123,000. But it's interesting to see that that's only 15%. But yeah, it's going to be a minute before we hear some results there. Same with Missouri. This is what's his name? Josh Hawley. That's his neck of the woods there. Remember how tough he always talks. And then as soon as they saw January 6th happen, the guy couldn't have ran fast enough to get out of there. That's who they have representing him in the Senate. So I don't know what his numbers are, but right now Trump is down and Harris is up 347,000 to 333,000. Not a lot, but we'll see how this shakes out. Colorado pretty strong, 800,000 to 600,000 for Harris over Trump.
Yep.
Yeah, Minnesota only has 1% of the vote counted right now, so you can go ahead and have it a red-ish color, but
it's not. Yeah, 1% is
nothing. Yeah,
nothing. Right.
Right. The state of Maine, 3% right now.
Well, in the state, and this. When do the polls close in Maine?
I have a list of all the closings of the important states, and they didn't make it on there, so who knows? But I mean, if you think about it, the state of Maine, their population in the entire state's very, very small compared to some of our larger cities here. I mean, there are more Swifties in Indianapolis this weekend than there probably are residents in Maine.
That is true. That is true. Because if they're on Eastern time, I was just curious.
Yeah.
I was curious here.
They're as Eastern as you can get.
Yeah. It looks like it's 8:00.
Oh, okay. So that would be the reason for which I'm okay with that. I mean, let's have polls open till 8:00. If people realistically work till 5 p.m., why are you closing the polls at 6?
Yep.
Come on.
Don't give them any time to do anything else.
Right.
Yep. I did get somebody in my TikTok here, Mark, that was they see these terms being used in national coverage, like the red mirage or the blue mirage. And I wanted to make sure that I really got my brain around it. And you can correct me maybe if I'm wrong here, but as I understand it, it's about the likelihood of what votes are getting counted at what point in time. And that early votes tend to be bluer than election day votes. So there, as states are reporting, you're going to have a state that all of a sudden they're going to jump out blue. Oh, look who's back. Things are going to jump out blue. They're going to jump out red. And it's really just when those votes are being counted. And that's why at this stage in the game, it really is just a mind mess to keep refreshing and refreshing and refreshing.
And you're ahead over in this state, and then you're all of a sudden behind because you went from 7% to 15%, and everything just flipped. This is the most frustrating time of any election night and now with this technology that we have a computer we can even do this with, because that wasn't always available to be able to find these things out.
Yep.
Oh, and the good old days when you could get the paper and it was wrong.
Yeah.
Dewey defeats Truman.
Right. Yeah.
And somebody corrected me. I think I flipped my words around. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, the whole red mirage thing is that those on election day, they're in more rural areas. They're easier to count. They're smaller populations. So that's what you're seeing versus the bluer areas.
Right.
So yes, I wanted to make sure I didn't flip my words around there, and that that I was correct.
And there were some states. Yeah, some states made it where they had to count day of before the early votes.
Yeah.
So it made it look like this red mirage was even bigger.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then that was, totally sets up Trump to go out there and claim he won.
Yep. Which
I wonder this year though.
When we're gonna see that? When are we gonna see him declare victory?
Probably about midnight, 1 o'clock.
Well, I'm gonna guess he at least waits till the polls close in Alaska.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go 1 a.m.
1 a.m.
All right, fair enough. Yeah,
I've heard people say he's gonna do it early, but you got to at least wait till the last polls close.
But he's probably gonna figure. I mean, same thing we were kind of talking about with Maine. There's like 14 people that live there, so. How many electoral votes does Alaska have?
3, I
think 3.
I think
yeah,
3 is the least anybody has.
Mm-hmm.
And like Alaska has 3, Wyoming and Vermont have 3, and
hey, that's pretty good, Scott. That's some good electoral vote count knowledge there. I'm impressed.
Thank you. Well, you get 2 for your senators.
Mm-hmm.
And then 1 for those states only have 1 rep.
Only one.
It just tells you what a mess it is when they've got 2 senators and only 1 representative.
Yeah.
Just so
the power of the Senate, right?
Yeah. Still,
it's gross.
Because the U.S. Senate is really where that whole, when we talk about, looking at a map like this and how Republicans are going to freak out because they're going to see a whole lot of red land on a map, and they're like, land doesn't vote. Well, unless you're in the U.S. Senate, then land absolutely votes, because you have Alaska with the same amount of power in the Senate as California.
We got a call in House District 24. Hunter Smith won that.
Boo. Well, Josh Lowry ran an amazing campaign.
He sure
Holy
did.
cow.
Boy, great candidate.
And he's still going to wake up tomorrow morning like the most handsome man in the world. That's a good looking dude.
We have some good looking candidates here in Indiana.
Yeah.
Like, Democrats, if you want to stack them up against Republicans, like, man, looks and brains.
Right. What's a great combo?
Still losing, and the hairlines we got amazing hairlines on the Democratic side, and they're still losing.
Got shit on money.
Yeah, right.
Damn it! But
somehow that money, even the bald people got money. Darn it!
Man, they do have money. What?
All right. House District 25, 85% in. Becky Cash has pulled ahead of Tiffany Stoner by about 28 votes. No,
shut
about 428 votes.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. What percentage is counted?
85% in. It's
Shit.
50.6 to 49.4.
Holy cow.
Yeah, so that one's still not done. Still
So
have incumbent Democrat Victoria Garcia Wilburn up by about 4 points, 90% in that race. So she's looking like she's in good shape.
So this now shows you the results of a gerrymandered map from 2020 that
Yep.
really won't change again for another decade. This is why they do these things. There's a science to this, to break it down for the individual houses. I mean, they will cut out a street and go, well, that side of the street's got 4 Democrats, this side's got 5 Republicans. We're going to give them this side, we'll give the Dems that side. Seriously,
Great book about this with the best name for a book called Rat Fucked.
Yeah.
By David Daly. Yeah.
Such a good
I have
book.
not broken open yet, but I've heard all about it. You're the second person I've talked to in the last 6 months that broke that title and said, you got to read this thing.
I mean, and it's of course it's a really good read, but it is infuriating.
Mm-hmm.
It is one that I had to put down a couple of times because I'm just like, this is probably not good to be this emotional reading a book.
Right. Well, Corinne, now you understand hot flashes. Okay.
Yeah. I've got about, let's see, how long do I got? I got about 10 years maybe or so, but it's good.
You now understand.
It's a good preparation. I got to get some training in. Yeah. There should be training for menopause, right? Like there should be some kind of.
I lived with a woman who went through that, and it was interesting to say the least. Wow. And she wasn't prepared for it either.
No, none of us are, because they don't tell you anything.
No, nothing prepared her for that. No shit. Nor I.
Nobody prepares you for it. And I am so happy to have found so many amazing menopause specialist doctors on TikTok that really talk about it. And one of them is she still teaches medical students. And she said, if I wasn't teaching them about menopause, they still would not be learning about it because it is still not a priority for medical students today.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
That's nuts. Yeah. I've never heard that, but I totally believe that. Yeah.
Yep.
I've still got nothing on State House District 5 with Heidi Beidinger. What are we looking at up there?
I'm gonna refresh mine again.
It's 55% Devon, 44 for Heidi. So it's like 5,130 to 4,179, which is still really damn close.
Really close. Yep.
So they're certainly not calling it yet. And it's going to be down to, at this rate, that's like going to be 200 votes.
A couple hundred votes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. And she, gave a good run last time around in the last election cycle, and she only spent like 3 months at it. She was like August to November. This time she actually had the full from the primary on, and good for her.
Yep.
Great run.
A super great run. Yeah, just looking at all of these.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Allison.
Wife Allison joining the
welcome.
Cast
Good
here
to see
tonight.
you.
Sort of.
Allison is joining. She's like, I'm hopping aboard this sinking ship. This looks fun.
Join us. Throw the anchor overboard. We're done.
We're done.
So,
but it is. I'm looking at some of the vote numbers because we were talking about the 5th congressional district here in Indiana. Victoria Sparks. It is, but these libertarian and independent candidates.
Thank you.
Picked up quite a bit of percentages. I mean, they're over 5% between the two of them.
7 and 10% in a couple locations here. That's exactly what those Republicans want to see.
Mm-hmm.
That's playing to their hand. Yeah. Here in my State House District 85, which is where I am. Dave Heine is the guy who represents me. He's coming in at 18,000, and Phil Goss. And interestingly enough, Phil Goss lost in the primary to Dr. Kylie Adolph in the 3rd congressional district as they were running back in May. And then he decided to throw his hat in the ring because he lives in this district for this House district, and he's losing 6,000 to 18,000. So it's like a 73 to 26%. So they haven't called.
Well, what that tells me, if he lost the primary and then hopped into this one, which means that race was going to be uncontested, right?
Right. And that's why he was
So
there. The party chair said, hey, what do you think of this? And he jumped in. So I'll give him credit for jumping in, but what a pisser.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that's important. That's 6,000 votes up ticket, which
right.
Maybe.
Yeah.
which didn't work, but hey, I like it. With more of that, just more.
Right.
Well, I'm also looking at, because we're starting to get some more solid numbers coming in. We've got close to 90% of votes counted in the 5th district, and you've got Deborah Pickett, who another just really bright candidate who was so much fun to talk to. I just felt like she was a ray of sunshine, super bright, super enthusiastic. She is at about 131,000 votes, and which is more than double, at least for right now, what Cynthia Worth is pulling in the 6th district, what Derek Holder is pulling in the 4th district. And when you look at the 7th district, Andre Carson is winning with 138,000 votes.
Yeah.
And so that's just it. To pull 131,000 votes, and of course, all the votes are not counted yet, for a Democrat in the 5th congressional district in Indiana, that's pretty impressive.
Yep. There's a lot of good things, but boy, we're going to have to keep scratching to find the good things too.
Yep. That's all I'm doing here. I'm digging.
Right.
If we pick up this one seat tonight,
if there's just
I will be less miserable than I was going to.
Is there any? Are we losing any seats?
No. All of our incumbents are winning.
Right.
It appears.
I have the most embarrassing list going on here of me scratching people out and adding people that, based on my calculations, I think it could just break even.
Yeah.
Oh, like not things going to change?
Yes.
I mean, at this point, the way things are coming in, I think Horrocks is going to win my seat here. I think we're going to pick up one.
Yeah, we wanted at least 4. Yeah.
Yep. But again, 1 is not 0. So
one is better than 0. It's
poor Indiana.
Where you can get them, right?
Telling you, it's like getting spanked. Yeah.
Pathetic.
And I'll tell you what. Look, this race isn't called yet, and I don't want to jinx them, but Horrocks ran a hell of a race here. They have been hitting the pavement for the better part of a year, and have been every corner of this district, just knocked on tons of doors, called tons of phones, just top-notch work by his whole team. Can't say enough about them.
That's good to hear.
And the frustration of, how do you face those folks that gave so much of themselves to be part of your team, to do that on a volunteer basis, and then come in with these results? But I'm sure they were feeling good about things all through this, though.
Yeah. That's what, and it looks like I just refreshed everything here in the 5th district. They've got they're at 79% of the votes in, and it's about a 3,300 vote lead now that Devon has over Beidinger.
Wow.
55% to 44%. So even as these vote totals are coming in the last couple of times that I've refreshed, the percentages have held pretty strong at 55 and 44.
Mm-hmm. Damn it.
But you know, Dale Devon, and the other thing that I'm hoping out of this cycle, especially with some of the engagement that we've seen out of Democrats in Indiana, is more attention being paid to the state legislature. So many people did not know the name of their state rep, their state senator. They did not have a real understanding of the power of the state legislature, not only in Indiana, but other states as well.
Sure. Yeah.
When you look at that hold that they have over your life, I'm going to like, you know, we're looking for the silver linings. I'm going to keep looking for that silver lining, because I think once you are aware, someone like Dale Devon, whose answer to everything is just strengthen the family. You know, in Dale Devon's world, if everyone was heterosexual and got married and had babies, the state would be perfect. That's his answer to everything, as a mom and a dad and a kids, and the mom stays home and the dad goes to work. Yep. You know, this very, you know, just like obviously outdated vision. And he is in charge of so many of the areas in Indiana that focus on family and children. And we see Indiana's rates of child abuse have skyrocketed in the last 10 years or so. And not all of that can be contributed to what we saw during the lockdown and during pandemic, when we saw those numbers, you know, the reporting wasn't there. But for somebody like Dale Devon, who is in charge of family and children's services, who is in charge of the family focused and children focused committees, and Indiana's child abuse rates are horrific. Yeah. Everybody's just voting for that R. So who knows what can happen if Heidi sticks with it, if she's going to go again.
Utah.
Yeah.
Montana, so taking a look at the electoral map at this
giving
hour,
us a little 10 o'clock here, top of the hour check.
All right, let's
to
do
Kamala
it.
Harris's 99. Let's check in on the home state of Democratic Vice Presidential nominee Tim Walz with Mary LaHammer of Twin Cities PBS.
Okay, all right.
Mary, I know you've been tracking Tim Walz's evolution from governor to his elevation now as Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate. What stands out to you?
Top of the hour update. All right, well, there it is. Oh, man. All right. I'm looking up at Pennsylvania over on CNN over here, and Kamala's leading by about 0.6, leading in Michigan by about 5 points.
Right.
That's good.
Michigan's good, but holy crap. Well, I've got the reverse. In Pennsylvania, Trump is up by 0.7. with 43% of the vote in.
Yeah, I'm just reporting what CNN just showed.
Yeah.
In Wisconsin, they've got Kamala up 0.4. They're showing Trump up 5+ points in North Carolina now.
So they're giving Utah to Trump already with 0% of the votes counted.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're probably going to do the same thing in Idaho, right?
Right.
Oh my God. Yeah. Idaho is, you guys heard about the Greater Idaho movement? You know what this is all about?
Is this a secessionist?
Well, not exactly. It's like Idaho wants to absorb Eastern Washington and Oregon.
Yes.
Because they're very rural and conservative in Eastern Washington and Eastern Oregon. And they think they'd be more at home in Idaho than with their blue state capitals.
Yep.
Wow.
That is, I've seen that, because there was a big movement in Oregon. For that part, they had a bunch of parties. I don't remember what they called them, but they had a bunch of parties trying to remove their counties and go over to Idaho.
My gosh, what a country. What a country.
I'm declaring my house an exclave of the state of Michigan. Can I do that? Does that work?
I like the sounds of it, but I don't know if it's going to work. Yes.
Oh, let's see if we've got any more updates here in the State House. Hopefully we got another dump of some information at 10 o'clock. I still haven't seen a call on my local races. Peculiar.
No. It's pretty quiet down there. I don't know what they're holding out for.
Yeah.
All right, kids, I'm going to get out of here, but this has been wonderful. I love spending these hours with you.
Thank
Mark,
you, Mark.
we've loved having you. It's great to have your expertise on these things.
I don't know if I'm an expert, but I'm sure into it. I'm into it deep.
No, we absolutely love having you. And you know, on one hand, I don't want to do this again anytime soon. But on the
Right.
other hand, I'd love to get together sometime soon.
We're gonna do that. I think we should do
All
that.
right.
That's our goal. Is absolutely right. You guys did a great job. Thanks for doing this too. I mean, look at where you've come in a year here. Just look at yourself, what you've developed and started, and Corinne, where you're at. I mean, I've been kicking this around since 2018, doing small things like this, and you guys I love the work you're doing. Thank you very much for all you do, because you guys are killing it. Go. Don't stop now.
Damn
Thank
right,
you.
Mark.
And
Thank
same
you.
to you. I think, yeah, I do think we're kind of all finding our voices here.
Yep.
At
We
a
got a
time when
groove.
we need it.
We got a groove. We all got the right groove. That's what it is. That's what I always love about it too, because those folks can still say they're Republicans, but I know I'm making the right side of history. I'm on the right side here.
Yep.
All right, guys.
You know what? No matter what kind of setbacks we take, we can't give up.
Yeah. No, I haven't yet. I'm still. You can hit me in the head again. That's cement. I can do this again. Hit me.
That's fine. I always think of all the losses that we've taken here, we don't know how to handle a big win.
No.
You know.
I'll have to go to the hospital. If I get a big win, I'll go to the
Yeah.
hospital. That'll be over with. Yeah. That's great. All right, guys. Thank you very much. We'll check on the numbers in the morning and see how we're feeling then,
Thanks,
too. It's
Mark.
going to be a hangover, unfortunately.
Yes, it sure looks like it.
All right, guys. Have a great night. Talk to you
All
soon.
right.
Bye,
All
Mark.
right, see ya. Bye-bye.
And that was the brilliant Mark Gevaart joining us here. So good to have him. All right, Corinne, just the two of us. What are we keeping an eye on here?
Just the two of us. Hey Troy, I had my friend Troy just jump onto my TikTok and he said, I just jumped on and you're smiling, so maybe it's not so bad. Troy, I'm gonna level with you. We're smiling through the pain here, man. In Indiana, it kind of looks at this point that we are either going to remain exactly the same as what we were, or we still have a possibility of picking up one seat in the Indiana State House for Democrats.
I've not given up on Tiffany Stoner yet. That one's
I'm not giving up on Tiffany either. We still have a chance. But yeah, when it comes to governor, Congress, Senate, Attorney General, everything is exactly the same. Exactly the same.
Coming up Millhouse.
It sure is.
Everything's coming up Richard Milhouse Nixon. Yes.
Oh, damn it. It's the wrong Millhouse. Man, we should have specified which one we wanted.
Yeah. What are you going to do? Yeah, still holding at 90% in that Stoner race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really depends like which tab I refresh here.
Still holding at 56% here in Horrocks Hall, so I've not seen any movement on that in a while. Come on, like 2 people live in Brown County. It couldn't have taken long to count those.
No, they could have just done it together. Like, are you here to vote? I'm here to vote. All right, Bill, what you got?
We're hand-counted paper ballots. Here, 1 and 2.
And 2. And we're done. Okay, good election, everyone. Go home. Yeah, I'm looking at here we start to get some of the demographic information from PBS. White vote. The white, Scott, it's 2 fellow white people here.
Okay, white voters, no college. Now, I know this because they were talking about this recently. Hillary got 27% in 16. Biden got 31% 4 years ago. If she's pulling 38, that's fucking amazing.
That's good. That's good. Where are we at with college degree? 41% of white people with a college degree
Voted for. Well, yeah, of course they did. They all have MBAs.
that their parents paid for.
Yeah, well, you know what are you gonna do, baby?
41%. White people, I tell ya.
So right now we're looking at like, how are these only? How do statewide results come in where it's like we've got 67% of or 69% of governor and only 53% of attorney general? Like,
I know.
they're the same ballots, bro.
It's the same thing. Yeah. And that's where like that kind of we were kind of talking about like the nut, like the sausage getting made, like who is deciding what information is released to which agency, to which you know, like, is it all go? Do you just hit the button and it's all gonna go to the same place?
Yeah,
Well, it looks
it's
like
weird
they
how
called
that works.
Colorado for Harris.
Expected. Really like to see that Virginia dropping the blue column.
That would be wonderful.
That's not so hot right now.
There's still, and at least what I'm seeing here is there's about 25,000 votes. About 26,000 votes between Harris and Trump right now in Virginia.
That's a drop in the bucket.
Yup. And they're at 64% of their votes being in.
Yeah. Again, you figure your red areas typically.
Your red areas. And I'm hoping that's also what we're seeing in Pennsylvania is those red votes getting counted first, and maybe some of those larger metropolitan areas. You know, there was a lot of movement on social media of like, Philadelphia, save us, like Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, come on out and save us. And to see the county breakdown there, but Pennsylvania is at about 49%. It looks like Trump is leading Harris by about 50,000 votes there. Which, yeah, for a state the size of Pennsylvania, also a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, drop in the bucket, but boy, it's going to be a long night and then some.
And then some.
You know, we're about 69% in on the Senate race, 71 on governor, 53 on attorney general. So you got to figure those margins are probably going to hold. It's not going to like move a whole lot anymore.
Nope.
For as good a campaign as McCormick ran, 13.5 points.
That hurts.
Rokita by even more.
Yeah.
Like, that man is abhorrent.
And
he's running, neck and neck with Banks. Like, they're both pulling about, 58, 59.
I mean, some of this exit data that maybe we're going to get in the next week or so, these exit polling questions, how much immigration has played into this? And you wonder if somebody like the Rokita campaign wading into this issue of immigration that really has nothing to do with the state's attorney general, if that helped.
It's so effective. It's so effective. 30, I mean, like we were talking about it earlier. They wouldn't keep doing this for 30 years if it didn't work.
Yep. Absolutely.
again, what have Democrats done? We haven't differentiated ourselves. We've been like, oh yeah, well, we can be tough on immigration too. I mean, you have to set yourself apart.
Yep. And obviously by these numbers that we're seeing in Indiana, and not just Indiana, but some of these other states too. I mean, watching the Texas Senate race between Cruz and Allred. I mean, Cruz still has about a 10-ish point, 9-ish point lead down there, of saying, well, I'm not as horrible as that guy.
Yeah.
Obviously isn't resonating.
We can't keep running to the right.
Mm-hmm.
Democrats have been running to the right since, like, I don't know, McGovern?
Yes.
Seriously, we got our
Yeah.
asses kicked in 72. Have been running away from it ever since.
Uh-huh. Yeah, very afraid. I mean, and that when we saw the Mike Braun campaign use the liberal word a lot as this very scary, ooh, it's so scary to say liberal. And so Democrats seem to play into that of no, we're not liberal. It's not these ideas aren't liberal, but obviously that word and that label was really effective.
Right. That's why. No, we're not liberals. We're leftists. Damn it.
And
That's what we need.
And I still think, and I was even chuckling about it today. The ad that Braun ran when he like terribly AI photoshopped those signs, that said McCormick,
oh my God, yes.
no gas stoves,
no gas stoves,
no gas stoves. And the introductory line of that ad was, Jennifer McCormick supported Hillary Clinton in 2016. And it was just like the tone of, can you believe this stupid woman supported another woman for president when she could have supported Trump? Like, just the condescension over like, can you believe it? Like, that was their opening line. And that seemed to resonate with people. Like, oh, it's awful. It's awful.
Sorry, we're gonna texted my new county commissioner there. They finally called that one.
In Monroe?
In Monroe, yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's see if we can't get an update on my state house candidate. Come on, big money. No, we're still sitting at 56%.
And they, gosh, I mean, even Indiana's first congressional district is still not called.
Yeah. Well, what? Mervan up about 10 points, you said?
9. Looks like 9.
Okay. He got a scare a couple years ago.
Uh-huh. I think his first, well, because I think that was wasn't that his first race when what was his name? Pete Visclosky, right?
Yeah, Pete Visclosky.
He held that seat
rep forever.
Yeah.
Okay, probably yours too if you grew up there. Yeah.
I sure did. Yep. And
219 represent.
Go 219. Hey. Yeah, and I still got to stay in 219 over here in Elkhart County until they made the switch. I don't know how long ago that's been, 20 years maybe.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute. Yeah,
we switched
we're
to
old
574.
the whole northern third of the state. Yeah.
I was like, man, we lost the 219. I kind of liked the 219 identity there, but RIP.
Yeah. Who was it was when I was talking with Leslie Nuss not that long ago. Actually, hey, that reminds me. Let me check in on Leslie Nuss's race. Because there were like maybe 2 Senate races that I thought we could flip in the state, and hers was one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, it's not looking so great.
Not looking good.
Not looking great. Only 25% in though. But that's a 50-point race.
Gosh, well, I'm looking at the Tiffany Stoner race here. So Tiffany Stoner and Becky Cash. Becky Cash is up by 2-ish hundred.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. And how many percent you got on that? I'm seeing that.
I'm seeing 90.
90.
Yeah.
Okay. I've got 39. Lopez McNally, that's up to about 7 now for Lopez with 95% reporting. Yeah, it's you said 90%.
Yeah.
Becky Cash. Yep. Yeah, I'm looking at the same thing there.
And to look at, this is nice on WFYI, they have the county breakdown right next to the district count. And so Tiffany Stoner took Boone County, or is taking Boone County by about 400. But Cash is taking Hendricks County. That breakdown is really interesting.
I don't know all the contours of which towns are in that district. I didn't get a chance to talk to Tiffany this cycle. She was one of the ones I was afraid I missed, but she ran a great race too.
She really did. Let me see. I'm going to pull up the map here. Yeah, I think the real difference is maybe Zionsville sitting in what is it? In Boone County.
Yeah. Well, now, Zionsville is, very much a bougie suburb.
Yes. And that looks like where that is, where Stoner is getting most of her votes. It's also the more populous county, Boone County.
Yes, Boone County. Lebanon was always a great stop to rest your legs and or stretch your legs and get a beverage after getting out of Indianapolis on the
Like, phew, I made it.
That Lebanon Wendy's right there has served me many a time. Yes.
And I always feel like, because doesn't Wendy's feel like a slightly better option than like a McDonald's? And I don't know why. But I'm just like, okay, it's not McDonald's, it's a Wendy's. Like, we're fine.
Red always takes good care of me.
Yeah. Oh, well, I am seeing that Virginia has done a little bit of a flip here, but holy cow, it is like, it's razor margins.
Yeah, so let's see. Now,
0.4%.
Who am I looking at that has her at 112?
Yeah,
and
that's
some
what I
of
got.
these only have her at 91. What have they called that these guys haven't?
I think Colorado. They did Colorado, and who else did they do? Colorado.
Huh.
Arizona is pulling ahead for Harris.
Excellent.
And New Mexico is back to flipped to Harris.
As it should be.
Yeah, and that's a much wider margin than what they were showing.
You gotta win Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I'm also not, but again, I'm always the first to admit that I'm not great at math. So I'm also trying to figure out where, if we went from 98 to 112, how many votes is that?
That was 14.
14. So where the hell did we get 14? There's only 10 in Colorado.
Well, and then I see like Trump at 198.
Oh, DC.
On some of these, and different organizations have called totally different races. Fox News currently has it 205, 117 Trump. I'm looking at the BBC over here has got 195 to 91. NBC News has 207 to 91, and they just called Iowa for Trump.
Oh.
And CNN has it at 195 to 91. So they're at the same as BBC.
I think at least
Yeah.
on my map here, it looks like this is the AP map. They gave obviously they gave Harris DC, so that gave her 3 more.
That's why it didn't really register on the map, because
Yeah.
you don't see it over there so much.
There's just like a little circle, a sad little circle, which, not surprising, 92% of the people that lived in DC voted for Harris.
It is a shame that those people do not have full representation as citizens of this country.
Mm-hmm.
And my God, if we can ever get a trifecta in Washington again, like getting DC and or Puerto Rico statehood need to be on the menu, because that would go a long way toward balancing the rural weight
Yes.
in the Senate.
Yep. Which we were just talking about earlier, the whole thing of land doesn't vote. Well, unless you're in Alaska in the US Senate, then your land is doing a whole lot of voting.
The US Constitution is brilliantly made to let the rich elites have a veto at several different points.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and the Senate's one of those checkpoints. The Electoral College is one of those checkpoints. These things were all put in to placate the South.
Yep.
And get them on board.
Yep.
And here we are, damn near 250 years later,
quibbling over Electoral College votes. Well, I was looking, they were talking when we watched, I don't remember when it came up, but Nebraska's, congressional district breakdown, its distribution, it's looking like 2 of those votes are going to go to Harris. So I also think that is where the numbers have changed for us.
Oh, did they give her Nebraska's second? Which I think would be good for 1.
Yes. Actually, they're giving her Nebraska's first and second.
Really?
So far, that's what it says. But in one district, there's 80%. In the other district, there's only 50% counted.
Well, that would be new.
Yeah.
I thought they had gerrymandered Omaha and Lincoln into the same district.
I think so, but at least that's what that's what they're saying so far. So I'm wondering if is kind of what messed with my math here that I didn't recognize before.
I am intrigued.
And Maine could also have 1 going to Harris. 1 of their 2 electoral votes.
Well, they get 3.
How? Why does it say they only have 2?
Well, they might. Everybody's got at least 3.
They have to have at least 3. The AP map of Maine has 2.
They might be giving her 2 and sending Trump the 1, because he might have won 1 district there.
Oh, maybe. But when you hover over Maine, it says 2 electoral votes, which is weird.
That is not right.
They just decided to not give them a congressional representative. They're just or a House representative. They're like, you only get 2 senators, Maine. Calm down.
Yeah. 2
But
senators
that's
and
still
Stephen King. That's all you get.
That's all you get. Just the 1. But still, which is funny. We were talking about this before. Maine is still at 9% of the vote counted. And their polls have been closed for 2.5 hours. Maine, what's going on?
Yeah.
They have bad internet up there. That's got to be it.
Maine is very remote and rural. They do not have much for cities.
More moose than people.
Did you know we have moose in this country as far south as like Colorado?
Do we really?
I think we looked this up for some reason, not but a couple weeks ago. Like the range of North American moose, and yeah, like I thought they were all up in Canada, but they get down further south than you would think.
That is interesting. Well, I keep
Moose
every time.
facts. Who's left election night coverage? You didn't know you were getting that, did you?
Didn't know. Look, because you never know what you're going to get here. We got all sorts of crap up in our skulls, and sometimes it's going to come out. Well, every time I'm in Quebec, there are moose crossing signs, and not deer crossing signs like we have here. And so every time we're going somewhere, I have my face plastered out the passenger side window. And my partner is always just like, he's like, Corinne, there are hunters out here looking for moose for months on end. You are not going to see one just driving down the freeway. And I'm like, but this is my chance. Still haven't seen one.
You don't want to mess with the moose. Those things are massive.
They are huge. And he found outside of his house in the snow last year, moose tracks. Like he's in a neighborhood. Like he is not surrounded by woods. Like he's in a regular old suburban.
Moose tracks.
Me too. That's what I said. And then I had to explain what moose tracks was to him. But yeah, just a moose just walking around in a neighborhood. I'm like, what? How did I miss that? And I was like, did you see it? And he's like, obviously I didn't see it, or I would have taken a picture of it and not the footprints in the snow. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I got that. But yeah, so they're just out walking around apparently just to taunt me when I'm not in town.
You're waiting to get your moose encounter, huh?
I'm dying to get my moose encounter. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Oh my gosh. Well, Virginia is killing us here. What do we got? 0.3%. Harris is up 0.3%.
In Virginia, boy, Pennsylvania, 56% in.
Oh, that's going to hurt.
Man, that thing's not looking great.
Are you showing 56% in?
In Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got my eye on CNN there.
Oh my.
There, John King's got his map up on Pennsylvania there. Meanwhile, Steve Kornacki's doing North Carolina. Carolina's increasingly slipping away.
Yes.
As was the little blue mirage we had in Kansas has since slipped away also.
It has. Yep. And what else have we? I mean, Wisconsin and Minnesota are still. Well, Minnesota's at 4%. So, but Wisconsin is about 50-ish% with a 1% difference between the two candidates.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'm starting to see now in some of the Twitter feeds here of like, holy cow, how is this close?
I remember election night 2016.
Yep.
Saying the same thing.
Same thing.
Like, how is this close? But tonight we knew it was going to be close. Then we were expecting a blowout. Like right now, everything is kind of going the way the polls said they would go. I didn't trust the polls. There was a lot of garbage in there, a lot of noise in the polls, but it looks like, oh yeah, this thing is 50-50.
Yep.
Let me see if we've got any more updates in our state house races. Still looking at about 90% in District 25.
Yep, and still about 300 or so votes.
And still sitting at 56% for India and Monroe County here for House District 62. And we've pretty well nailed it down to those two at this point, haven't we?
25 and 62. Yep.
Although this isn't showing me. I'm looking at Fox 59 here, and they're showing me the central Indiana stuff, so I'm not seeing like Heidi Beidinger's race there.
Yeah, it looks like that one's done for Devon. 86% of the votes. It's a 54-45 in Devon's favor. With 86.
Gerrymandering, man. It's a bastard.
It's a bitch. And there's not, I mean, and again, that's such a difficult tide to turn. That momentum, you know, the book you mentioned, the rat fucked book, the groundwork that was laid by Republicans, just, I mean, obviously, you know, for people like us, I think that can like, okay, game can recognize game, right? We can see that what they did, obviously it worked and it was smart. And it was at a time when people were really not paying a lot of attention to how important our state houses are. So many of these candidates have run unopposed for years and years and years. Nobody pays attention. And Republicans definitely took advantage of that to make some real change in the makeup of these districts.
So much of the power has been kicked back to the states.
Mm-hmm.
Yet the federal government gets all of the attention, all of it. It just you know, the presidential race sucks all the energy out of the room. I mean, God, Trump just like a Hoover, you know, just sucks all the oxygen out of the room. But nobody even talks about how much power is at the state level. That is the stuff that affects our day-to-day lives for the most part.
Yep. And that is what we were talking about earlier. All of the money that got injected into McCormick's campaign. Where the hell was it in January?
And would it have made any difference?
I mean,
we're still going to lose this thing by, 15 points?
That's what it looks like.
72%. Yeah. We have 14 points. Poor Humpty, Donald Rainwater, only pulling about half of what he got last time around.
Those mailers the Braun campaign sent out. That's what really did Donald in. Humpty.
Even if he would have picked up that other 5%, though, that, because he won what, like 10, 11%?
He was 11%, I think, in 2020.
And, you take it all from Braun, we still lose.
Yeah. Yep. I was just thinking that.
Do you want to tag in and talk with Corinne for a moment?
No, I'm reheating some chicken.
Oh, okay. You go ahead. Love it. All right.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about jumping off here, Scott, and maybe trying to get some sleep. Are you staying up?
I am gonna be up, so okay. I'm gonna commiserate with the rest of you. You know what? If Corinne leaves, my friend Bourbon might have to take her place.
I know. I am such a nerd when it comes to sleep. The lengths that I will go to prioritize sleep, it's impressive. I mean, I impress myself. And even like tonight, I will definitely sleep and then wake up to whatever fresh hell awaits us Wednesday morning. I don't think I will stay up, but I don't know. I don't think I will. I think I can put the phone down and kind of.
I'm not going to be able to sleep with this thing this close.
No, I mean, painfully close, I think is a good way to put it. I think especially getting our hearts broken at 7:01 p.m. By our good old home state of Indiana, the hope that we have hanging on the rest of the damn country. Whoo! Come on, y'all. Come on, Pennsylvania. What the hell is going on?
What are we doing here, Corinne? What are we, as Hoosiers, are we, I got family in Michigan. I got family in Oregon and Washington. Like, I love this place, but I'm having a hard time hanging on, you know?
Same. And and you have to wonder, I mean, you listen to somebody like Mark talk about, his kids moving away. That is something that we hear all the time when we do both at a county level, a regional level, a local level. That is one of the survey responses that we hear back consistently year after year after year. I don't want my kids and grandkids to move away. How do I make them stay here? And all of this and a lot of this in Indiana to me harkens back to the RFRA days of Mike Pence during that religious freedom restoration time, where some companies actually flexed a little bit to show their power here in Indiana, because that's the only thing Indiana gives a shit about is those company relocations or expansions. But then to watch numbers like this happen in our governor's race, where are these big companies that give a crap at all about public education or healthcare or wage growth? I mean, it's just
they don't. They're using Indiana as a host.
Yep.
And they're going to suck us dry and then fuck off to somewhere else.
Yep.
Because that's what capital does.
Yep. And they're going to get, their taxes are abated for 25 years. We're getting nothing out of them other than some jobs that aren't paying very much, because Indiana's cost of living is just so low. We don't have to pay you very much.
Right.
You really start to see, and I understand the people. I mean, there were people in my comments earlier that were just like, oh my God, like, why do I stay here? Why do I stay here? And I think the love that all of us have for our home state, and that can't be underestimated. We want to see it better. We want to see it change, because we look at the data. That's all I keep coming back to, is all of the folks that went in tonight or over this last early voting and voted straight ticket and included Braun and included all of their Republican representatives that have just consistently fucked them over for 20 years. And they will have no understanding of what they actually did, because to them, they just owned the libs, right? They did their job to just make a bunch of Democrats cry.
Speaking of making Democrats cry.
What? Horrocks?
77% in. Dave Hall has pulled ahead by a little less than 1,000 votes.
Son of a bitch. With 77%?
77, yeah.
Oy vey.
Now, God, I'm hoping that last bit's from here in Monroe.
Can we get some of that Bloomington?
But look, I mean, no, even look at Bloomington. They have systematically divided the Bloomington area. They concede Bloomington proper and give up that seat, and then carve up the rest of the county into like 3 different districts.
Yep.
And pair pair those with rural Owen County and rural Morgan County and rural Brown County. And it's
see
deliciously evil.
Yep. And you can see right here if I'm on WFYI and I hover over the Monroe County map, you can see where Bloomington is cut out, where that little hook comes around, and it makes no sense that this would be like this. But in Monroe County, Horrocks is up by 11%.
Yep.
In Brown County, he is losing by 30%. In Jackson County, he is losing by 70%.
Yeah, that's like 2 townships in Jackson County, and that's where Hall is from.
Oh, well, good for him. He's one of the
So you
6
got
people
to
that live
assume
there.
that he's going to carry that. But
I know.
It's maddening.
Dude, are we actually going to end up exactly where we were?
I mean, it's increasingly looking like that, isn't it?
Yep, because these vote percentages for 25 have not changed either. It's
We're still sitting at 90
0.8%.
there.
90% of votes counted, and cash is up by 0.8%, which is about 300 votes.
Corinne, dear, could you do me a favor?
Yes,
Can you carry this thing for like a minute and a half?
absolutely. I'll tap dance.
I'm gonna dip off. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hey, everybody. Hey. All right. Welcome. Oh, I'm just opening up the chat here. Jean, you might run out of bourbon. These are the times, I don't drink anymore. And that is I'm actually grateful that I don't at a time like this, because then I really get to kind of feel my emotions and process my emotions. But yeah, this is certainly a disappointing night in the state of Indiana. I'm sure all of you are feeling that disappointment as well. We really had an amazing slate of Democratic candidates running up and down the ticket. I'm really looking at a lot of these numbers and wondering how much straight ticket voting has hurt us in Indiana. We were talking about this earlier this evening. Indiana is one of just a few states, like 7 states, where it's one button at the top of the ballot that you click and you vote straight party. So it is very, very easy for these Republicans to vote straight party without ever knowing or seeing the names of their candidates. Some of these numbers are pretty surprising. They're pretty surprising. And, I am always somebody that's going to remain optimistic. I am optimistic because of the number of people that have told me they have learned about politics because of me, that they have felt like a more informed voter, that they registered to vote because of this community that we built. And I do see a lot of people relocating to bluer parts of the state. And if you can be in your own bubble, your Indianapolis bubble or your Chicagoland bubble, that might feel a little safer. And I completely understand that. This is kind of a scary prospect for the state of Indiana, that we have folks that are marginalized, that feel like they could be threatened. Mike Braun is going to be Indiana's next governor. He has infamously talked about questioning the decision, the Virginia v. Loving decision that the Supreme Court decided that interracial marriage was allowed, that guaranteed the right to interracial marriage. He has infamously questioned whether or not the Supreme Court made the right call there. And this is who the Hoosier people have decided should be their next governor. And to see the kind of campaign that McCormick ran, and to see her still lose, it's just, it's heartbreaking. And I'm out of my water. I'm out of my sparkling water. And of course,
well, I'm just in time to relieve you.
I drank it all, Scott.
I'm gonna drink all this.
I was just what'd you make yourself there? Is that an old fashioned?
We're drinking 4 Roses small batch.
Nice
bourbon right there.
Very nice. All right. No, I was just saying, this is the time, since I don't drink anymore, this is the time that I kind of I'm honestly grateful, because Yeah, drank a lot of wine back in 2016 on that evening, being up until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning back in 2016, and that was not good for me. So it's good for me to kind of feel the emotions and process them. But my goodness, no, I'm looking at some more of these numbers, like county-wide numbers. St. Joseph County, Indiana, and I want to go back and look at this. So St. Joe County, which is where South Bend is located, and the University of Notre Dame, went for Trump by over 1%.
Are you shitting me?
Yeah.
See, that. There is no goddamn way Democrats should lose South Bend.
Yep. And they did. And they did. My home county, Elkhart County, you sons of bitches, 70%, 69% for Donald Trump. Allen County, where Fort Wayne is, went for Donald Trump 55-43. Our blue counties are Monroe, Tippecanoe, Lake, with a few undecided. And Marion, of course. Sorry,
Marion,
that goes without
that's
saying.
it. Yeah,
That goes
Right.
without saying, but yeah.
Do we even get Evansville? How'd Vanderburg go?
There is nothing. Oh wait, I guess we're waiting on Clark. Clark is still gray. No, we did not get Evansville. No, Vanderburg is 54-43 Trump. Yep.
If we cannot turn out people in the cities, we are not going to win this state.
Ever.
We're not going to turn out people in the cities unless we have a real progressive message and don't come in here with this half-ass bullshit.
Yep. We have to have something to run on instead of just something to run against.
Yes.
So I'm wondering what turnout is, because St. Joe, I was just making sure. I was going to say that St. Joe County is a little under 300,000 population. That was going to be my guess. And
that feels right, but I don't know.
Yeah, and it's about, between the votes, we're looking at about 100,000 votes in St. Joe County, with Trump winning over Harris by about 1,100 of those votes, so 1,100-ish.
Why is Decision Desk so far behind AP? You guys are killing me.
Killing me, come on! Well, it's weird. Like, we've got these other counties here that are grayed out are at 0% reporting. So Clark County, Porter County, which is another, up there in Congressional District 1, 0% reporting.
Get it together, Valparaiso, huh?
Yeah,
Come
what
on.
the hell is going on up there? Yeah, gosh, but Evansville, an 11% win by Trump in Vanderburg County. Yeah, I think this is kind of wondering what the postmortems are going to start to look like for some of these Democratic races.
I will go on the record now and call for Mike Schmuel's head.
All right. Let's get him on the show. Mike Schmuel, everybody. Come on.
I've asked Mike Schmuel to be on the show.
He's not?
On more than one occasion.
Really?
And crickets.
And I don't have a good read on the party in Indiana and how much of it is lack of mission, how much of it is lack of funding, how much of it is lack of direction. But I think you're right, Scott. The trying to play to the middle right, the trying to appear to be more moderate and avoid this kind of leftist thing that even Democrats seem to interpret as too scary. Oh, let's see. I got Elizabeth in the chat saying her map has Harris back up, that St. Joe County's been flipping all night. So maybe St. Joe County will go back to Harris.
Again, not that it matters in the grand scheme.
Not that it matters, but it is interesting to see if we're that close in South Bend.
Right. We shouldn't be. That's where we need to be running up margins.
Yep. But whew.
If we can't turn, we got Marion, Lake, Monroe, and Tippecanoe, right?
Yep.
If we can't turn St. Joe, Allen, Vandenberg, and some of the counties around Louisville, we're done. Like, we got nothing.
Nothing. And these counties around Louisville in the 9th Congressional District, I mean, those numbers are painful down there. Aaron Houchin over Tim Peck by 30%. Aaron Houchin, a candidate who's...
And that's going to be closer, but still.
Yeah. Not even in town. Man. Well, I don't want to leave on such a depressing note, Scott, but I do want...
Sometimes life's depressing.
Sometimes life is depressing. And you know what? When you're in Indiana, it tends to be a little more depressing than not depressing. But at least for me, I would never have met you or Tim Peck or any of these other amazing candidates or Mark or anything without this kind of feeling that we had in Indiana. I'm still struggling to find out where the feeling is showing up in numbers because we're just not seeing it. But the fact that I had so many people reach out to me and say, I voted for the first time because I felt confident after the messages you were sharing. I registered. I'm 47. I've never voted before. I'm 54. I've never voted before. I want to see how many new voters we had register. I want to see our age breakdowns when we're able to take a closer look at some of this data. And maybe we can start to find some sort of narrative that shows us a path forward within some of that data. But yeah, it's really sounding like the Democratic Party has got to start standing for something and standing more strongly for something and giving another option instead of just trying to be a moderate.
Everybody knows the system is not working, right? We talked about this earlier. Democrats are so busy worrying about holding up the institutions that, like, we put trying to reform the institutions on the back burner because we have to hold them up first.
Mm-hmm.
And we're losing the people like on the left who, again, want to blow up the system for different reasons than the people on the right. Results are going to be the same. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm, a reluctant Democrat. Because look, I'm a realist. I know how the systems work in this country. It's a two-party system until it's not.
Yep.
And we have to have enough Democrats in power to change the system to get past this. And if we blow it all up, okay, the old one didn't work. Now what?
Now what?
You don't want what's next. You do not want what the right has in store next.
No.
You guys like techno-feudalism?
Yep. And that is not, and yet none of that is enough to get people to change how they vote or even if they vote. None of that is motivating enough to say, we don't want this hellscape that is coming for us. And is it just dismissed as being hyperbolic? Is it just, oh, you liberals and your freak out, your panic, when they're the party of fear mongering, like they're the ones that do it. And yet when we say things like, oh, look what Trump just did with the Supreme Court, they're going to overturn Roe v. Wade. And people were just like, oh, stop it. Oh, you're being hysterical. Oh, just here we are. So, I mean, we've watched all of these crazy hyperbolic predictions come to pass. And what's next? What's next? I mean, even here in Indiana, just bringing it down to a more micro level, when we look at the legislation that the legislature is going to introduce again in January of 2025, that removes any income limit to receive a private school voucher, we will have millionaires having their children's tuition to private religious school be paid for by taxpayers in Indiana who are dead broke. That's where we're going. That's what the people want. You want your millionaires in Indiana and have their kids go to school for free.
Bringing up a comment here from Lefty B in the chat. Is it sound bites and not really understanding because it gets complex? Yeah. I mean, we're intentionally undereducated in this country. We are not taught how things work, because that doesn't benefit the people in charge. We are meant to be cogs in a wheel. You know, our system is not much changed in what, 100 years. In terms of like the way we educate people, and the reasons we educate people is to be productive members of the workforce and not to be critical thinkers. And I hate to say it. It sounds like so elitist to say half the country's dumb as shit.
Yes.
Like, but half the country's dumb as shit. And in a lot of cases, it's not their fault. These people have been miseducated, underserved, and then fed a stream of bullshit from their chosen media. Because we don't have any concept of like a fair, truthful media in this country. It's a market-driven media, and extremism and the next big thing and fear and clicks rule the day.
I mean, and we see that in some of the education breakdowns. I mean, education is not end all be all, but we see that in the education number breakdowns of who is voting typically against their own interests. We see things like Lefty B bringing up the sound bites. We talk about that a lot in Indiana when it comes to the public education conversation, as Republicans just keep marketing it as choice, choice, choice. And these evil Democrats want to come take away your free will. And when we break it down and have the numbers and show the stats and show that the kids' education is suffering and our kids can't read as well as they did 20 years ago. And, but don't take away our choice, your choice to have your kids not read well. I mean, the marketing part of it is, the Democrats probably don't have that piece of it down, because whatever we are working for tends to be pigeonholed as these frivolous social causes, and everyone else is just so serious about the economy and And so then anything else that takes away from that is looked as not serious.
The thing about the economy, right? When people talk about the economy and that's their concern. Like, if you and I are saying that, we're not talking about the stock market,
No.
right? We're not talking about the unemployment numbers and the quarterly whatever, right? We're talking about, can we pay our bills? Can we
Yes.
put food on the table?
Yep.
And in that regard, the economy has not worked well for a lot of people for a long time, yet we're always told how great the economy is. Look, the stock market go up. Woo! Well, all those things measure is how efficiently we are being exploited.
Yeah. And how much other people are making money. Yep. And when we try to break down some of these, everybody talks about the kitchen table issues. When we try to break those down and talk about the things that go into our personal economic situation of healthcare, of education, of taxes, of all of these things that are contributing to our lower buying power, we don't have as much money to spend. Oh, well, those are family issues. Those are school issues. We're talking about the economy. No, that shit is the economy. And there's such a disconnect there between what are actually economic issues. Because you're right, we're not talking about the stock market, right? We are talking about how much money we have left over at the end of the month to pay for the things that we need to pay and maybe have a nice quality of life on top of it. That's not the stock market. That is not, that's not even the unemployment rate overall. That's not even the gas prices overall.
Yeah, right. The unemployment rate is quite low. Well, yeah, because everybody's working 2 and 3 jobs.
Yeah. Yep, because we don't have a choice.
And so, I mean, like, we make fun of the Republicans and, wanting dad to go to work and mom stay home. Like, shit, man. Nobody can afford that.
Could you imagine a world where that was a reality?
Like, yeah. What if one breadwinner could raise a family? Yeah, that'd be fucking amazing. But the thing is, like, the people who are in charge won't let us get there because, God forbid, that single breadwinner might be a woman. or like one member of a gay union. Oh,
they've got 2 dads. Oh my God. Yep.
Or a single parent, right?
Oh my goodness.
Maintaining a certain kind of order and social structure is more important than actually taking care of the people, Yes. Well, no. Yes. Fine recommendation from the official wife of the pod.
Yes.
The number one indicator of a woman's economic success is control over her fertility, right? Abortion is an economic issue.
Yes.
True.
Absolutely. I bring this up all the time when people want to talk about abortion as this frivolous, it's just women's issue, blah, 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 even though we're half the population, but whatever. But yeah, in states that have abortion bans, you have lower rates of high school graduation. You have higher rates of poverty. You have higher rates of teen pregnancy. You have lower rates of educational attainment. I mean,
Yep.
It is the number one factor. It is an economic issue.
Right. And you have a bunch of undereducated people who think that maybe voting for Republicans is a good idea.
Yep. And
it's a self-perpetuating cycle.
And you have employers who cannot rely on their employees being able to family plan So then the widening gap between your production workers and your higher earners, or people who are able to climb the social ladder, are people who have access to family planning, even if they are purchasing it or doing it out of state. And the people who cannot leave the state and are just forced to birth the babies that they can't afford, that gap just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And the stat that I come back to all the time is since 2020, even since 2022, since Roe v. Wade was overturned, so infant mortality has increased by 7% since 2022. And the abortion nationwide has increased 11% since 2020. So none of these bans, none of this returning to the state has reduced the number of abortions. It has just increased the number of babies that are dying.
And it's increased the number of unsafe abortions or unmonitored abortions. Like, I mean, I think it's amazing that women have the option to get the abortion pill like through the mail.
Yep.
But if you're doing that out of state, kind of on the down low, and you don't have that backstop of, a local care, we've seen what can happen.
Yep. And the fear, I mean, there were people in my comments tonight on TikTok of saying, like, I'm 4 months pregnant. I'm 6 months pregnant with my second child. Like, everything went well the first time. I sure hope it goes well the second time, because I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, am I going to have there was one person on here that said her oldest child is 6 years old. What a completely different world of prenatal care they had 6 or 7 years ago when they were pregnant with that child versus being pregnant with child number 2. That is a real fear. It's a real fear. And I feel that in my gut. And I don't understand how a state like Indiana, that wants to be this economic juggernaut, continues to be such a horrible place for people to live and raise their families and attempt to educate their kids and attempt to have any type of social upward mobility.
We're an exploitation juggernaut. We churn out people who are able to be exploited because we're desperate and can't do anything about it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And there's your 20 years of Republican supermajority rule in a nutshell.
That we just voted for again. That we just said, yes, I want that again.
Well, God forbid, like, 10-year-old trans girl play fucking intramural soccer.
Oh, God. The horror. And I just want to say that I used the men's bathroom at work the other day because they were working on the other bathroom. And everything was fine. Nobody died. Nobody cared. So there's that.
Look, I've been in the Indianapolis 500 bathroom with a lot of Trump supporters, and there were women in the men's room.
Oh yeah, I am the number one proponent. I heart abortions. I also heart using the other gender's bathroom because the line for women's is too long. And again, there's good data to back that up, because building gendered bathrooms is more expensive than building gender neutral unisex bathrooms. That has always been true. It has always been true from a water usage perspective, from a crowd efficiency perspective. When you have half of your crowd standing in line, they're not buying concessions because they don't have time, because they're waiting to pee. So the study after study after study has been done in so many large arenas, football stadiums, other sporting events. You save money building gender neutral bathrooms. But because the terminology has become so disgusting around it, we can't even talk about it anymore. And you just have the women, which is still half of your audience. Even at a sporting event, they are still half of your audience, standing in a line as long as the damn football field, just trying to use the bathroom. And then you have people like me that just walk into the men's room because I want a pretzel. So I'm going to go to the men's room.
Bigger than most of us. Come on.
I am. That's right. I'll just
do?
I'll give you a stiff arm, like the Heisman, and I'll go to the bathroom and then I'll go get a soft pretzel and everybody wins. My $13 soft pretzel or whatever the hell I got to buy at Notre Dame Stadium.
When your body's ready, it comes out of health consequences. I go to the men's bathroom all the time.
Preach, Allison. Absolutely. Oh my goodness.
Oh, you gotta love it.
All right. Well, I do think it's time for me to go to bed, Scott.
You know what? I'm glad we got a chuckle in there before you had to go. There, Corinne.
I am too. And you know what? I sure as hell love my home state. Poor Indiana. I mean, maybe we're in a toxic relationship. I mean, it took me a really long time to get divorced from a marriage I should have left a long time ago. Maybe I'm a slow learner, but I tell you, I do love Indiana, and I love the people of Indiana. And the fact that I've gotten to meet so many new friends like you, Scott and Allison, and everybody that I got to meet down in Corridon, and even some of my local candidates, you know, like Heidi Beidinger. I did not know her personally until this campaign. You know, Dan Sykes and Matt McNally and Josh Lowry, and just these amazing candidates. The fact that they're my neighbors, that makes me pretty damn proud to live here still, because those people just worked harder to lose this election than Republicans have worked to win an election, probably in my lifetime.
Well, you know what? The next step begins tomorrow.
It sure does.
Right. We don't stop. We're gonna keep pushing. We're gonna keep agitating. We're gonna keep going out there and talking about what we talk about. And you know, maybe this year we don't get those wins, but there's progress. There's stuff to build on, and we keep going. Right?
Absolutely.
Because who's left? Us.
We're here. We're still here. We are still here. And I'll get one more voter for us next time, because my 17-year-old will be old enough to vote in 2026. So he just missed it this time, but I'll get us one more voter next time.
All right, there we go.
And I wanted to refresh this one more time before I went. It looks like in District 25, 93% of the votes are in, and Lefty B put this in the chat, and I wanted to double check. It's less than 200 votes now, separating Crash and Stoner.
Yeah, I'm still sitting on those same totals myself.
Yep. 18,560 and 18,388. And hot damn, y'all, tell me again that your vote doesn't matter in Indiana. Holy shit.
Right? If everybody who thought their vote didn't matter actually voted, it'd matter a whole goddamn lot.
Yep. It sure did. That vote would be worth probably more than the rest of us put together, because we've been the same suckers that have been voting blue for 25 years. Oh yeah, we need the new ones. That is why I am really excited to start seeing some of these demographic breakdowns.
I want to see how the kids did. I want to see how we did in urban areas. You know, we'll know where to put more energy next time.
Yep, absolutely. Oh goodness. All right, Scott, thank you so much. I'm going to try to get some sleep. I don't know what I'm going to wake up to tomorrow, but we'll see.
Best of luck on that, Corinne. And hey, if there's any stragglers over on your TikTok, send them over to my YouTube.
Absolutely. I will. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Corinne.
Yep. Good luck tonight.
Always a pleasure.
Yes. Thank you so much. And bye, Allison. Bye, everybody.
There it is. Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. This was a lot of fun. Even though it was not great news for us, this was a lot of fun, and I was really happy to learn these results with you and Mark and not alone in my living room. So this was nice.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Thank you so much, Scott. Take care.
All right, sickos. It's just you and me. Here we are. We're gonna, you know what? We're gonna bring in the audio. We're gonna bring in something with a little more spice than the PBS because I want to. And if I get booted for a copyright at this point, hey man, we've been going for almost 4.5 hours now. Like, I'll call it good. So I'm gonna switch over here. I'm gonna give us, call me a shameless partisan all you want, but I am gonna give us MSNBC just because I think they do a good job with their presentation. So
Joe Biden in
here's
some key areas, but it's clear now that Donald Trump has picked up key support among Hispanic voters, despite all the things that he said at that rally at Madison Square Garden, despite the reaction that we saw among Latino voters in places like Allentown and Hazleton. And so, you know, people here are watching and they're wondering what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. They're ready for a long night. And one of the reasons I've heard also is that they wanted to inject so much joy into the beginning of this is because they knew. That's why they brought the DJ in and the dancing and the line dancing, because they knew that this was going to be a long night and that it was going to be a real nail biter. And it appears that that is exactly what we're looking at right now.
Michelle Norris at Howard University, where the Harris campaign is posted up and watching these results as avidly as any of us. Michelle, we'll be back to you as the night progresses. Let's go to Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got some reporting from sources related to the sources on the campaign about Pennsylvania.
Yes, people who are very familiar with the numbers and in the know, and people within, frankly, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and folks specifically in Philadelphia. Democrats believe that they have tens of thousands of votes that are outstanding from Philadelphia County. These are absentee ballots, and they believe that within the hour, at least 3 individuals have told me that within the 11 p.m. hour, that those votes are going to come in again from, specifically, these are votes from Philadelphia County, and those numbers will bode well for Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. Now, and they are saying it is going to be close, very, very close, but they believe those tens of thousands of outstanding ballots are going to make a difference. My Pennsylvania people are telling me that the next batch is expected at 11:55.
So, Simone, to be clear, are they enthusiastic about what those votes are going to say? Or are they enthusiastic about their chances overall?
Yes, they are enthusiastic about what those votes are going to say. And they are, as Michelle Norris noted, nauseously optimistic. People are nauseously optimistic. They're clear-eyed. And people within the campaign and then strategists surrounding the campaign have all said to me within the last hour, we have been clear that it was going to be close. Now, folks may not have believed that given the energy and the momentum, but the campaign itself and the folks specifically very close to the campaign have always been clear that this was going to be a close race. They believe Pennsylvania is still in play. And I do also think that it's my understanding of, they have a sense of that the reality is that Georgia is not an option for a win this go round. And North Carolina is not looking like it as well, but folks need to wait and see. Wake County, rest of Mecklenburg County in North Carolina will make a difference. Wisconsin, I will note, folks in Wisconsin say they think it'll be a classic Wisconsin photo finish, but they feel good about where they are. They specifically noted about Dane County because they've seen numbers that say the vice president, is not performing as well in Dane County. They've seen reporting about that as Biden, and they note that the wards that haven't reported in Dane County are very blue areas around Madison. And so the folks in Wisconsin are also feeling good. And they tell me that 3 campuses, students are still voting right now as we speak.
All right. Simone Sanders Townsend, thank you. I want to go to our friend Michael Steele, who I understand has been talking to sources about the results in Michigan. What are you hearing, Michael?
Yeah, it's very interesting right now that a number of the folks that I've been talking to there in Michigan, Republicans are looking a little bit,
I see Trump
how should we
at
say,
211
skeptical of
on
holding
BBC and
Michigan
CNN.
for Trump right now,
Fox
looking at
News
some
has
of
him at
the numbers that have been
260.
coming in.
course,
I
they've
know as
also got
we
Harris
still
at
have big centers like
193, and the
Detroit
other
that are
two
going to
only have
land,
her at
but the
153.
reality on the ground there,
216,
they have a lot of
193
hope in that
seems a
they
lot
look
less
like they will flip
daunting
the
than
House to the
211 and
Republicans,
153.
but may give some ground to Trump. They're still looking through some of the numbers, but
we know it.
it's a little bit up in the air for the Trump hold on Michigan. So the narrative around the blue wall still holds a bit. I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan are really kind of those two bookends, with Wisconsin sitting right there for Kamala Harris right at the moment.
All right, Michael Steele, thank you very much. We do have a little bit of intel ourselves from the campaign. NBC News has obtained an email to campaign staff that was sent out by the campaign manager for Kamala Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon. I'm just going to tell you what we got. Quote, while we continue to see data trickle in from the Sunbelt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And we feel good about what we're seeing. Again, this is an email from the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon. This is an email to campaign staff. This email has been obtained by NBC News. I'll continue to quote it. O'Malley Dillon says the Harris campaign has, quote, overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia, and that they're waiting for a, quote, significant amount of votes to come in from Michigan, including from the city of Detroit. O'Malley Dillon says they're also waiting for a significant amount of vote from Wisconsin's Dane County and Milwaukee County, adding they do not expect Wisconsin's complete results until between 3 and 5 a.m. We've been saying for weeks, says O'Malley Dillon, quote, that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you who are around in 2020 know this well. It takes time for all the votes to be counted. All the votes will be counted. That is how our system works. What we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours. Jen Psaki, let me get your reaction to that.
Well, just reading this, I was thinking of what's happening in the boiler room. That's a very high-pressure thing. You call it on a campaign, but Nicole and I have probably spent a collective hundreds of hours in boiler rooms. It's basically where you have the top campaign strategists and teams looking at, like our team looked at the decision desk, right? They have a team of people that do the decision desk. What's different in a campaign is that you're also looking at vote goals in these counties and what you're trying to achieve, right? So in these county, in Philly, they're trying to run up the vote numbers by a great deal, higher than Biden did. And they're looking at, what the percentages were then. And Biden did about 2 percentage points is better than Clinton in a lot of the key parts of Pennsylvania. So they're looking at that. But they're also looking at the rural counties and where they're doing there and how they can do. So as the information comes in the boiler room, they're recalculating where they need to do better in certain states, in addition to looking at the path. So to me, it's interesting. Obviously, there hasn't been a call from here in some of the states that she doesn't mention in this email, but it is quite telling that she really focuses on the blue wall states here, which again, as Nicole said earlier, has long been probably a baseline of the path and is a core to the path, and they see it that way. The last thing I'll just say, the thing that becomes hard on campaigns is as the path narrows, right? Yeah. Because part of the objective of this email is to say to the people on the team, hang in there, guys. Like, it's not over. We're still getting votes in. We still need to keep talking to people, keep people in lines, tell your grandma it's going to be okay. That's part of the objective of an email like that, too.
Yeah. We do have a couple of calls to make. While we have been discussing this, we've got a couple of projections from NBC News. In the presidential race in Connecticut, NBC News can project that the winner of that presidential race will be Vice President Kamala Harris. NBC News can also project that we have a winner in the presidential contest in Washington State. The winner there, also Kamala Harris. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate race in Washington State. In that Senate race, we've got an incumbent Democratic Senator, Maria Cantwell. She will be returning to the United States Senate from Washington State. Steve, over to you.
Look at a few more things we're getting in. First of all, I want to point this out. This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag, a couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here, Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again, Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties. He comes very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look, Prince William County. This is a very densely populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points tonight. Just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor. He flipped and won. And Trump right now leading this by 6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas here, that Trump would still need to do even better in if he were actually going to overtake Harris here. But the fact that it's this late at night and Trump has made gains that have held this so much so far, it's significant. It's part of why that popular vote is maybe a bigger lead this hour than you thought Trump would have. Bigger reason, though, is this. This is why I raised it. New York, look, it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. Her margin is 12 points. Check this out. In 2020, it was 23 points for Joe Biden. With nearly 90% of the vote in, Harris is only winning this by 12 points. Now, first of all, from a national popular vote perspective, Biden won this state by 2 million votes in 2020. The margin isn't yet a million, and we're getting close to all the vote in New York. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant. Let's look at New York City itself. The 5 boroughs of New York City, they're each their own individual county. And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12, a 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's made double-digit gains in Manhattan. Take a look at Queens, 45-point Joe Biden win in 2020. Down to 24, a 20-point net gain so far for Donald Trump in Queens, New York. Take a look over at Brooklyn. 55 has come down to 43. Staten Island's very small population-wise. It is the Republican borough of New York City. And you can see even there, though, Trump has gained a net of about 20 points with just about all the vote in there. And again, I flag that because we are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working-class Hispanic voters. You're seeing it in New York City. It's being reflected in that statewide vote here, which has come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again, contrast this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 800,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential national popular vote implications for those who are tracking that. But I wanted to point out New Jersey. Again, we see Harris is in pretty good shape to win the state. But
thanks for making
take
me
a look at Hudson County.
Depressed.
Hudson County, just across there. This is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80% Hispanic. A lot of small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with large Hispanic populations. Joe Biden won here by 46 points. Tonight it's 28 points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties in New Jersey the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive, massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains, it really would seem, with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have bearing on the national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those big states. That is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too, now getting close to 70% of the vote in. And yes, we were just talking about Dane and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. Okay, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all of the vote in Dane County. 163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000. 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come. But when that hits 95%, they usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance every time for 4 years. Where Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will, not much to come in Waukesha. Big county, 400,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got, basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump falling a point here so far. Harris rising a point over Biden. So that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. You can take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, this one, now we got about 3/4 of the vote in, and Trump is running a bit above, not much, basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is one where Democrats want to get a couple points better, see what happens with that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we say the wow counties and the bow counties here, Brown County, Outagamie County, Winnebago County, mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties. Donald Trump won in 2020, but with reduced margins. Is he returning to 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 levels? So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he won this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, 10-point margin. And tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County. But I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts, but Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by 20,000 votes. When Biden won it, it was by 20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote there. But that's something we've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night. Again, now up near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those wild counties. And we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane. But if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
All right, Steve, thank you. We've got a call to make in a Senate race. NBC News can project that in the Senate race in the great state of Minnesota. We have that projection? There we go. The Senate race in the great state of Minnesota, Democratic incumbent Senator Amy Klobuchar will be heading back to the United States Senate. Amy Klobuchar reelected in Minnesota. We're going to take There's a bunch of other Senate races right now where we haven't checked in for a little while. Important Senate races in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Montana, Nebraska. Lots of interesting Senate races still to come. We're going to check in on those on the other side of this break. Stay with us.
All right, you guys. Well, while MSNBC takes us to commercial, let's see what's going on
earlier this evening
on
that
CNN
she's moving
here.
up her expectation
National
that by
disgrace
midday
Jake
tomorrow
Tapper taking
they
up
could
half our
report
screen
final
there.
unofficial results saying
Thanks, Lefty.
she believes they
AP
might
called
be able
North
to
Carolina
do that tonight,
for
perhaps
Trump,
after
which
midnight in the next couple of hours. But of course, they'll have to get those Wayne
that's
County
kind of how
numbers
it was
done
looking
first. I
like
should
it
note,
was going.
the Secretary of State just walked in here to monitor
And
the counting of those absentee ballots as she's been doing at precincts around the state.
All right, Jim Sciutto, thank you so much, Jim Sciutto.
My predictions, I
Detroit.
had Harris picking
John,
up North Carolina.
I
had her
it's
losing Georgia.
They only have
picking up
16%
North Carolina in its
reported in Wayne
now
County, home of Detroit.
We are desperately
one of the things you
eyeballing
look for in life for consistency.
Pennsylvania,
Death
Michigan,
taxes, Wayne
and
County,
Wisconsin.
Wayne County, Gary, Indiana.
It's
they're consistent.
It's
This is my 10th
2016 all
presidential
over
election,
again.
and it's the 10th time
you've been counting late in the night and you're saying, hello, Detroit, hello.
Quick update on Indiana
It's the way it is. But,
25.
you see the Secretary of State's there, Jim is there.
95%
Again, that's nothing
reporting
nefarious.
now.
It's just inefficiency.
Becky
To
Cash,
your
the
point about that
Republican,
we live in the
leads
technological age.
Democrat
and
Tiffany
Jim just
Stoner
said, they changed the law in
by
Michigan so you could count some of the early votes
63 votes
beforehand and then release them after the polls closed. So it adds to
62.
the why. But right now, let's focus on the
Still
what,
stuck on
which is an
77%
vote,
there.
almost
Dave Hall
87,000
leading
vote
Thomas
lead
Horrocks
for the former president.
by
Again, in one of the states he
a
flipped.
little less than 1,000 votes.
I just want to pull that out to make sure I'm right. Yes, he's leading in all three of them now.
Oh, wait, that changed while we were
that
talking.
changed while we were talking.
She was ahead
she
in
was
Michigan, and now now she is no longer ahead. Now Donald Trump is in the lead. Right now, not all the votes are counted, but right now he's leading in all three blue wall states.
Plus North Carolina, plus Georgia, plus Arizona, plus Nevada. We're not done with the count. We're not done with the count.
But this is right now the map of
guys, I joked
that is
for
the map
the last
of 2016,
couple
and that is
years
the
about
five-alarm fire
making sure
inside the
I
Harris campaign to get on the
had
phone.
my
Again, we're not done, and we
passport in
lived through
order
2020.
before the
I
election.
want to say it again.
Yeah, I didn't
slowly
do that.
and clearly.
So
2020, this time of night.
If I wind up in the
there were states
gulag,
that changed, and they were largely, Pennsylvania
didn't know
changed. Trump was ahead. In Georgia, things have changed. There's not as many mail ballots out there as in 2020, so I would not expect as dramatic a swing. The question then becomes, go state by state, county by county, is the math there? And, I'm trying to be fair and trying to be, it's possible, it's possible. When you're leading in all of them and you're Trump, I mean, that's what you're sitting in the headquarters. So maybe they're not going to win them all, right? Maybe they're not going to win them all, but they're leading in all of them right now. And so let's just look at what happened here and come on in. Number one.
God, I hate to say these words.
It's the smaller
if
rural
I'm
counties.
Trump,
when they fill in, again, it's you say, oh, that's not a lot of votes. Well, that's a lot of votes when you have it there.
That guy does.
And then you have it
I
here.
come out and call victory
and then
now.
you have it again here. You're getting 500.
I mean,
1,000,
you know it's coming,
2,000,
right?
3,000
Now's
in
the
all
time
these
to
little
do it.
counties.
You're up in all the red states.
120 votes there. That's only 5% reporting. You say, oh, that's
You're
not much. It's a lot when you
swing
think you're going
states.
through a state and you
If
have
I'm-
all these
if
counties.
I'm
And then the
Donald
question
Trump,
is, so what are the Democratic margins,
I'm
right?
out here to
You've got
cause
83
maximum
counties in
chaos.
the state of Michigan. So 56%, we're
you
about
do it-
halfway
you do it
through
here
in
at
Kent
midnight.
County. It's the Grand Rapids suburbs, and she's running a little bit ahead of the president there. But Jake, the big question in Michigan is, when do those Wayne County votes come in, and what do they do to the statewide total?
All right, John. Well, CNN has a major projection.
That's monstrous.
CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This is the first of 7 battleground states that we're keeping an eye on, and we are calling it for Donald Trump. What does that mean for the electoral count? Donald Trump now has 227 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153. 270 are needed to the win. Let's go to Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida, where we find Caitlin Collins. And Caitlin, CNN is now calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. This is the first of 7 battleground states that the campaign is watching with eagle eyes.
Yeah, Jake, remember when I told you a few hours ago that it was going to be seen as a gut check for the Trump campaign?
This is the time where Dad's already broke
Listen
the seal
here,
and he's got to run to the restroom again. So I'm going to leave you
loudspeakers
with
in the room, Jake. You can
Caitlin
hear
Collins
the party
here,
the partygoers gathered at the convention center here
And I'll
in
be
West
right
Palm
back.
Beach cheering as your call is coming on the screen. They have been glued to CNN for the last several moments, watching John King at the map, going over each of these numbers. But North Carolina is an important benchmark for the Trump campaign because they were watching it to get a gut check for how they believed the rest of the evening could go. And I can tell you that what I'm hearing from Trump campaign sources is they are increasingly confident as the night is going on. Still not certain, of course, watching those very important blue wall states and to see what they look like. And so that is going to be the big question here as they continue to keep an eye on Pennsylvania, on Michigan, on Wisconsin, and as this is moving forward. Jake, I will tell you that we're seeing more people from the Mar-a-Lago party come over here to the Trump headquarters where this party is going to be held. But also, some Republicans are flying into Palm Beach. We just heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was watching the results come in with his constituents back in Shreveport. He is now headed here tonight because he is predicting a bigger Republican margin in the House, a Republican takeover of the Senate, and he says he believes a Republican is going to win the White House, therefore Donald Trump, Jake. Obviously, still waiting to see, but a noticeable shift here in the mood at the Trump headquarters.
All right, Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach at Trump HQ. Thank you so much. So the first of the 7 battleground states to fall, and CNN projecting North Carolina for Donald Trump.
This was the most probable pickup for Kamala Harris, if that was the world in which we were living. That is why Donald Trump went down there multiple times in the last 24, 48 hours of the campaign. And it clearly did not happen for Kamala Harris. And Trump, he's telling his people, I'm told, and just like we heard from Caitlin, that this is something that portends well for the future. We don't know what it means for the other states, but what we do know is it's even more evidence that that blue wall is the path for Kamala Harris.
And that path is just more and more narrow, I think we're seeing as the night goes on. But also, so many people thought that perhaps this would be an election that in tenor and tone would be closer to the midterms, a big conversation about abortion. That is not where it's going. It seems like you're seeing that male turnout is starting to produce what the campaign wanted.
You know, I think a lot of us came into tonight wondering, was it going to feel more like 2016 or 2020? And 4 years ago, I was at Fox, and at almost exactly this moment, at 11:20 p.m., we made the very controversial call. They made the very controversial call of Arizona. And that changed the whole feeling. And that's one of the reasons the Trump campaign was so furious about that call, because it was the first flip and the first indication that maybe it was going to be different than 2016. Right now, and look, there's a lot of voting and states to be called, but right at this moment, this does feel more like 2016 than 2020. No question about it.
It is interesting, and and the fact that we're calling it at this point is also significant, because I don't think North Carolina was called last time 4 years ago until maybe a week after the election, or it was certainly after Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania came on Saturday. I think North Carolina was Sunday or Monday. The fact that we are making this call now suggests that there's a bigger gap than there was last time. And Donald Trump won it last time by something like 75,000 votes.
Generally speaking, he is overperforming what he did in 2020, and she is underperforming what Joe Biden did in 2020. And that ends up with
all right,
a narrow
guys,
edge
I'm back.
for Biden. Is at this point, we have to condition it a narrow defeat for Harris.
And the thing about North Carolina, and John has been talking about this, and we'll do more at the wall, is you do have
that's when we need
kind of a sense of the country in the state of North Carolina, in that there are growing minority populations, and there is a growing suburban, maybe more moderate population in and around the big cities.
In terms of calls.
And so that is why
I know we're waiting on a lot of things. Those numbers
with
don't
the
look
dynamics
great.
of the country right now, that she would have a better shot.
Numbers to come in.
But look, the headwinds of the economy,
do not despair
the inflation that people are feeling, the difficulty in their everyday lives.
Yeah, she could not outrun the Biden economy.
Going into today.
Yeah, and the economy, Chris, that is what people are feeling every single day. I mean, we were talking earlier about whether or not the sort of women and the idea of this being the first
conspiracy nut says F the red states.
Was
hey,
going
that's me,
to
buddy.
Supersede how people felt when they were buying eggs and milk.
Don't blame.
And certainly North Carolina.
There are no
and
red
other
states.
places
There are
that we
no
are
blue
seeing
states.
start to formulate in these other states.
We are all
we have
like
talked about it all night, and we've disagreed to a certain degree about the right track, wrong track, and it was 27% right track, 60-something% wrong track.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, maybe part of that is dissatisfaction with
2020.
with
We knew
Trump.
the
Maybe some of that is
red
dissatisfaction
mirage
with
was
the
coming,
abortion overturn.
and
But in terms of what people live every day,
I mean, like
it's the economy,
we're coming up
it's
on
the price of
midnight now.
eggs, it's the fear of inflation, which
I felt better at midnight
the
4
spread
years ago than I do
of
right now.
Illegal immigrants north
I don't
is now
feel
being
good
felt
right
as an
now.
issue,
I
not
do
just on the
not feel
border,
good at all.
but in northern states as well.
Yeah, and Jake, I'm going to be interested to figure out and to find out, once we get all the details, how much success the Trump campaign had in increasing their share of the mail vote. They worked really hard at that.
Yeah, all
very
right.
interesting.
Look,
Let's bring you a key race alert.
I'm
going to
flip back over because
Dana
Dana Bash and Jake Tapper
say and much to study about whether that was because of some newfound appreciation for him and his ideas, or whether this was an economy election. And we've had many of them. And there's many a politician who will say, oh, this happened, that means you like me more, I have a bigger mandate. And sometimes it's not that. It's that high prices and inflation after COVID disruptions was a body blow to many places. And you had what you just said.
But working class voters are actually mad at everyone. They're mad at the system. They're mad at the establishment. And Democrats have thought in the last few years, listen, look at all that we've done for unions. Look what we've done for labor in this country.
That's not going to show up
not
a lot of it
all working
for a
class
couple
voters
years.
are members of unions, right? And so there's
we're
a
a bunch of goddamn goldfish.
Correct. And I think that gets overlooked. And while we can all say, but Donald Trump does absolutely nothing for them, that's true from a policy perspective. But they look around and somehow still they feel connected with his personality. They like the way he speaks.
We've got a long-term memory of about 3 months.
You are forgotten. You know what Joe Biden did? He forgave student loan debt for college-educated people who have all sorts of job opportunities. You continue to be forgotten. And so while they haven't found any policy solutions for him, and I can go through everything that Joe Biden has done from beyond what he's done with unions. We can talk about the Inflation Reduction Act. We can talk about infrastructure plans. We can talk about all the training programs in many of those rural communities, whether it's Georgia and Pennsylvania, but many of them aren't underway yet, and it takes time, right?
But just briefly, I'm not speaking to that. I'm just saying that when the economy is bad enough and that's front and center, people tend to vote against what they see as the
says, I
incumbent
guess, must
party.
money
In this case, you had an incumbent vice president.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying, and we don't know
but
yet.
even
I'm
more
just
than
saying
his
that,
money,
is it that
and
everyone
the support
gave
he's given
Donald
to
Trump a
Trump
bigger hug because he closed so well? Again, I'm talking about the total vote. We don't have
financial
we're
contributions
not
to his
issuing any
campaign.
new calls other than the North Carolina call Rachel just made. But
you know,
in the total vote trends, is it that, or is it something we've seen from time?
The information space.
Going back to the beginning of elections, that when people are mad about the economy, they vote against the incumbent.
They don't vote at all, because I think we also forget that we are a 60% on a good year turnout country. There are a lot of
like
people,
I was talking about with
especially low wealth people. You know, this is the Bishop Barber thing he talks about all the time.
Information
on our shows,
silos.
is that poor and low wealth people actually don't vote for the
Twitter,
most part. They
which
normally sit it out.
I still
and
use.
So there's a checking out of the system and saying, I'm not
into
receiving economic benefits.
right-wing
College
information.
loan forgiveness doesn't impact
full
me.
Right-wing propaganda.
And so people are actually, in some cases in this country,
I know
backing
that.
out of a voting
I know
altogether.
when I go there that
so I think there's a
I'm
tendency to
behind
think
enemy
it's
lines.
poor people voting against
I
their
don't know
best
if the
interests,
average
when in
user
many
does.
cases poor people aren't voting at all.
And
so they're just not a part of the system. And so what you have is higher net worth and higher education voters voting versus rural working class voters. But just remember, working class does not mean poor.
I don't know.
You can be working class, meaning you're a non-college voter, but you actually have, you know, a second home somewhere in, you know, the Hamptons, and you work in a plumbing business, and you have a, you know, you're not necessarily poor. So I think we have to be careful in characterizing it as necessarily low-wage people voting against their interests and figuring out how to get them in the system at all.
We have a call to make. NBC News can make a projection of a winner in the governor's race in the great state of Washington. Do we have that? You guys didn't know that's how I usually do it,
That's
right?
how you make it happen.
NBC News projects that the governor's race in Washington, the Democrat Bob Ferguson will be the next governor in Washington. Republican opponent Dave Reichert. But the Democrat Bob Ferguson will be the winner there. I had mentioned that we were going to talk about some of the tight Senate races that we've got
Lefty
right
B
now.
says, have you heard of the Poor People's Campaign? And now, is this the same like Poor People's Campaign that like descends from Martin Luther King's movement?
In Philly, which is kind
because
of
he
the
was
center
in
of the
Memphis,
political
like
universe
protesting
right now.
as part of like the
Jacob,
Poor
what are you
People's
saying?
movement for.
Rachel, last I spoke with you, we were at the store with Seth Bluestein, one of the 3 Philadelphia city election commissioners here responsible for the tabulation of the ballots in all election administration in Philadelphia. We expect another release of ballots around midnight Eastern time, and I have some specific numbers that may or may not be useful to Steve and you all there. He tells me that around 50,000 votes will be a part of that next release around midnight Eastern time, and that would leave a total universe, according to Mr. Bluestein, of 37,000 votes left.
A lot of
that
that
would
has to
include
do
ballots
with,
that
I
won't
think,
be counted,
Democrats
like unsigned
chasing
ballots,
this
undated
imaginary
ballots,
center.
no
We've
secrecy
ignored
envelopes, and other ballots that, for whatever reason, don't meet the standard of being counted. So again, 50,000 ballots to be released in the next 9 minutes, and then 37,000 tomorrow. I want to just quickly show you, you know, it looks like actually maybe there's some ballots or something coming in right now. We see a police car escort with two different vans. But I do want to show you, Rachel, just come take a look through the window here, because this is the one angle you can see election workers here in Philadelphia that is not their camera processing the ballots. And they're all in there now going through the process. Election workers doing their great civic duty. In about 9 minutes' time, we expect the information about those additional 50,000 ballots. And then again, just to underscore, tomorrow morning there will be another release here in Philadelphia.
Okay. I will just let you know, Jacob.
Let's take a look.
So he's telling us we're not getting Pennsylvania tonight.
Go ahead, Rachel.
And if we're not getting Pennsylvania tonight,
just to let you know,
we're
in case
not
you
getting this
couldn't
election.
see, when you were poking your nose into that window, looking through that window, there was a security officer and/or cop inside who was very displeased about the fact that you were doing that. Just so you know, in case there's an unfriendly
Here, I'll give you one more peek. Just one quick peek. I think they left. Take a look.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. When you get the tap on your shoulder momentarily, don't tell them that you know us, Jacob.
It's coming. It's coming.
We will always have your back. I'm kidding.
Yeah, better to ask for forgiveness and permission, Soberov.
Honestly, I mean, if you're Jacob Zobrov, you just turn on the charm.
We'll always have your
did I
back.
do
No,
something
we'll
wrong?
say
What, me?
My camera?
But me? How could I be held accountable for any of these things? All right, let us go back to some of those Senate boards, which I think we had one of them up there first, looking first at the Pennsylvania Senate race. We're going to look at some of the Senate races that are not yet called. NBC News projecting in the Senate race in Pennsylvania that this is a close-to-call race between Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Casey and Republican challenger Dave McCormick. This is over 80% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Here in Michigan,
oh my God,
also too close to call. This is Alyssa Slotkin, the Democrat, versus Mike Rogers, the Republican, with just over 40% of the vote in. Here's Wisconsin. Wisconsin Senate race. We've got a Democratic incumbent, Tammy Baldwin, facing a Republican challenger, Eric Hovde. This is with just over 70% of the vote in. This is where things stand in Wisconsin. Here's Arizona, just over half the vote in Arizona. This is too early to call. You see Congressman Ruben Gallego there with just over 52% of the vote. Carrie Lake just under 46% of the vote. That's with just over half the vote counted. Too early to call in Arizona. In Nebraska, this is a very interesting one. Too early to call. Here's the incumbent Republican, Deb Fischer. Her opponent here is not a Democrat. He's an independent, Dan Osborne, who's actually said that he won't caucus with either party. We don't know exactly what that would mean if he won, but the status between them here you can see on your screen, almost 50-50 with about 60% of the vote in. Also looking at Montana. Very interesting. We've only got about 14% of the vote in Montana. This is incumbent Democratic Senator John Tester and a Republican challenger, Tim Sheehy. This is too early to call. Just about 14% of the vote in that Montana Senate race. I think if, Democrats, obviously, their pie in the sky
a whole lot of
view of these Senate races was that, Florida was within reach against Rick Scott with Debbie Mucarsel-Powell.
And I feel like
maybe Texas was within reach with Ted Cruz versus Colin Allred. Now I think that we're down to figuring out what the Republican margin is likely to be, honestly.
Yes, and one of the things that we're seeing in those key races that we have not called, Michigan and Wisconsin, for instance, we saw, going all the way back to the spring, a gap between the polling for the Senate statewide incumbent Democrat and the top of the ticket when it was Biden, and that persisted when it was Kamala Harris, which is to say the Senate top of the ticket candidate running ahead of the national ticket. And there was always a question about whether that was an artifact in the measurement and they were converge or there's something picking up there. What we're seeing tonight looks like convergence. It looks like, with the exception of Arizona, in which Ruben Gallego, it looks like, is going to outperform the top of the ticket because I think Carrie Lake is such an especially poor candidate after her loss 2 years ago.
We've had so many especially poor candidates that are outperforming her tonight.
They're sort of classic Mitch McConnell recruits in both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. These are extremely wealthy guys who self-funded, which is like Mitch McConnell's favorite because it takes some money off the balance sheet for his Senate Leadership Fund. Honestly, it's like you guys do that. That's less checks we have to cut for the Senate Leadership Fund. These are very classic McConnell recruit generic R guys?
That's Dave McCormick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And they're converging with the top of the table.
This is a Greenwich, Connecticut guy, right? A hedge fund manager who's the president of Bridgewater, one of the biggest, most successful hedge funds in the world, who had some heritage from Pennsylvania. He's married to Dina Powell, who, of course, was a senior advisor to Donald Trump. And he absolutely was in a position to self-fund. But it's noteworthy because Bob Casey is sort of expected to win that race and be in line with Kamala Harris. So if, in fact, Dave McCormick does win, does prevail in Pennsylvania, what could that mean for Kamala Harris in her potential strength in Pennsylvania?
And Trump doing well in certain places has helped Republicans. When we look at Ohio, where you say, oh, what would a populist senator look like? The Democrats had one with a strong record, even against tailwinds that go, a long ways. However you want to say it, Sherrod Brown was doing 5 points better than the Harris finish, or Moreno was doing 5 points worse than Trump. Either way you cut it, there's some edge there of incumbency and populism, but he's running in an area where the Republican is up 10, and so he's got to deal with that.
Yeah, and I just, to speak about Sherrod Brown, his board we're showing right now, we have the call that race for the challenger, Bernie Moreno. I mean, here's an example of the river, the motion of the river of the realignment that's happening across all of these democracies that everyone is swimming in. No one swam against that river more than Sherrod Brown, who I first profiled in 2006 when he was running for the Senate. He wrote a book railing against NAFTA when it was the least popular thing in the world to do as a first or second term congressman. All of the stuff you hear from Trump and J.D. Vance about trade and about building America, this has been Sherrod Brown's brand, his core belief, his principles, the things he's fought for and voted for his entire life in that state. And so far, he has been successful in managing to swim against that tide. And tonight,
Lefty B
a Mercedes-Benz dealer
forecast is saying Pennsylvania is now
really beat him.
Yep.
And that's where
just a
we had,
Mercedes-Benz dealer,
right?
a man
That
who's
was the one
made
they
a
were saying all.
tremendous amount of money in
I didn't believe
cryptocurrency.
him.
So Bernie Moreno's first target is going to be the SEC chair, Gary
Let
Gensler.
me also say there
there's
is
a
about a
blue wave
40 million
coming.
spend from the outside crypto super
Late
PAC
breaking.
against Sherrod Brown precisely because of his role in regulating finance. Another thing I know that he.
And can we just also note that I wonder if Ohio Democrats
poll.
will rethink putting that abortion ballot measure off of the November election, right? Because this was a candidate, Bernie Moreno, who just openly insulted women in the state of Ohio. And yet
tonight,
I think we have something happening.
We do have something happening.
It's not looking great.
At the top of the hour, Joe.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I think we're going to be
just under 10 seconds to a poll closing tonight, a single poll closing tonight. NBC News, as the polls close in Hawaii, NBC News can project that in the presidential race in Hawaii, there is a projected winner, Kamala Harris, projected to be the winner in the presidential race in the state of Hawaii. Right? Yes, there it is. In terms of the road to 270, those 4 electoral votes from Hawaii make the road to 270 look like this. Trump right now standing at 230 electoral votes. Harris standing at 189. Again, the only swing state that has been called thus far by NBC News is North Carolina, which has been called for Trump. But here's a look at the other battleground states. In Georgia, it's too close to call, a difference of under 120,000 votes between them, with 93% of the vote in Georgia. In Pennsylvania, too close to call. 84% of the vote is in. Just over 200,000 votes between the two candidates in Pennsylvania. In Michigan, it's too close to call. 44% of the vote in. Difference of about 100,000 votes between them. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call. We've got 3/4 of the vote in, just under 90,000 votes between the two candidates. And in Arizona, it's not too close to call. It is too early to call. You see just over half the vote in.
Man, it really is.
Also in Nevada,
all over again.
it is too early to call. We've got 2% of the vote in Nevada. All right, let's go over to, let's look at where the Senate stands right now, actually. Forgive me. In the Senate race in Hawaii, where polls just closed at midnight Eastern time, NBC News projects the Senate race in Hawaii at this point as too early to call. This is Democratic incumbent Mazie Hirono. Sorry for my confusion there for a moment. I thought we were going right to this slide. This is where the Senate stands at this hour. There are still 10 uncalled Senate seats, which is a lot. Republicans have a net gain of 2 already. That's in Ohio. Sherrod Brown's state, they flipped to Bernie Moreno. And that is in West Virginia, where Jim Justice picked up the seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Steve, what are we seeing at this hour?
Okay, let's take a look at Pennsylvania, where you had Jacob there a few minutes ago setting up what probably any minute now we're going to see out of Philadelphia, and that is, he says, about 50,000 vote by mails. The results going to be released in Philadelphia. Of course, that is the most Democratic-friendly, overwhelmingly Democratic vote. So when that gets reported, we want to see what it does. This margin for Harris right now in Philadelphia sits at 305,000. Remember, ultimately, Democrats are hoping tonight to get that in the neighborhood of 500,000 votes. Got a long way to go with a little bit more than 2/3 of the vote in. And again, the context for this is where things stand in Philadelphia right now is that Trump is running so far 4 points above where he finished in 2020. Again, let's see. This mail update is going to be huge because how much do these numbers change? Democrats want to be above and need to be above this Biden level and be getting that plurality close to 500,000 because of what else we're seeing right now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in Pennsylvania. And let me just show you what that is. A couple things. We said put a pin in Luzerne County, where Wilkes-Barre is, where Hazleton is. That's a majority, almost 70% Hispanic city. We now have all the vote in Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points. Compare this to 4 years ago. It was 14. Theme, but it's important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna County right next door earlier tonight. Also, where we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020, Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58 if you round it 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things. We got almost all the vote in Delaware County right now. Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic. It's the most diverse, most blue-collar of these these three, of Delaware, of Chester, of Montgomery. Now, in 2020, Joe Biden won here by essentially 27 points. Getting close to all the vote in here right now, and it sits at about 24.5. Harris not at the Biden level. And keep in mind, again, this is very clear in Pennsylvania right now. Generally in these counties, the vote by mail is all reported out early, and what remains is this same-day vote that's Republican leaning. So in all these counties, you just see Trump incrementally improving with each update, and Harris is now almost 2 points under where Joe Biden got in this core Democratic county 4 years ago. Next door, in Chester County. Now, this is more significant drop-off for Harris from Biden, but Chester County, unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to release their vote by mail. So let's see when the vote by mail comes in Chester County, if Harris can get back and surpass that 58, but there is also same-day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county. And again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day, and already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this county in 2020. Go up to Bucks. Bucks here, it's a little bit different. It's more blue collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county. And again, now about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has now taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this theme in counties like Bucks County and these more blue-collar counties throughout the northern tier of the battleground, you're seeing it. This was such a close race in 2016.
He's talking about the
Democrats
suburbs.
made a significant jump here in 2020, and Trump
Democrats
is
were
sort of rolling back the
supposed
clock
to take
2016.
the suburbs.
So far, you're seeing that in
this
Bucks County
election.
as well. We also said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and those inner suburbs, huge Democratic area. We're coming close to all the vote in, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. And your Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats won her over 60% here. Given everything I'm showing you,
I do want to cut in real quick.
especially in these
Update on
counties with
State
significant
House
Hispanic
62
populations,
in Indiana,
it becomes
Dave
essential
Hall,
for Democrats that Harris in these areas
incumbent Republican
overperform
leading
where Joe Biden
Democrat
did in 2020. Now,
Thomas
there may be
Horrocks
some
by-
vote-by-mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about maybe
a little less than
1,000, something like
800
that. Very small amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So, again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains, and frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains, given everything else I just showed you. Reset it, 85% of the vote now in Pennsylvania, about 170,000 vote difference. Seeing, as in case it came in there, it did. There you go. That vote-by-mail update, it looks like, came in Philadelphia as we were going through this, and you can see, look at that Harris margin, how much that jumped, basically up to 350,000. And there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another jump like this expected to come. That did knock Trump's number down. That did knock his percentage down to 20.8. It was at about 22 before. But again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that final vote by mail update. But this one took Trump down a notch, but it didn't take him back to the level Democrats want him at there. And we can just take a trip down quickly to Georgia, because we've got some more counties that have basically filled in Georgia. Now 93% of the vote. And you do see that margin for Trump has come down a little bit. It's just under 120,000 votes, his lead statewide. Not a lot of votes left here, but one place we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett County. This is a giant one, more than 1 million people in that core Atlanta metro area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me just show you. It was 18 points for Joe Biden in 2020. Right now, about 16.5 for Harris. This has been the trajectory. Clinton won this thing by only about 6. Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted it to take that next step forward in 2024, again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together and put them together. That's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population, large population of college-educated white voters. Not quite Harris hitting that number that Biden hit here in 2020. Massive win for here, but not quite hitting it. Still some votes to come, though. Democrats want to get more. Desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, you know, this is as core Democratic a county as you get. And again, Harris basically level, but a tick under where Joe Biden was in 2020. Not much to come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly get out of there. So again, you reset it statewide, see if anything changed. 118,000 votes.
And
that's the Trump margin right now. And just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania. 166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay of the land looks like there right now.
Steve, thank you. We'll be checking back in with you. We've been periodically updating you over the course of the night about a few House races that we have been watching. This is a notable House race just because it's a flip, and there have been very few seats that have flipped from one party to the other tonight, but that has happened in New York 22. There was a whole passel of Republicans who were elected in more or less blue districts in New York in 2022. One of them was Republican Brandon Williams. Well, in New York 22, Brandon Williams has just lost his seat tonight. Democrat John Mannion, who's a state senator in New York, will be will be taking that seat in Congress from that New York congressional district. Interesting result there. The only other flip that I know about at this point, it's a gain, is in Alabama's 2nd district, which is a gain for the Democrats. This is essentially because of redistricting. Shamari Figures there defeating Alabama Republican Caroline Dobson. So this is a race that is in a district that was created because of a big redistricting fight that went all the way up through the very top of the court system. And Shamari Figures will be joining the Alabama congressional delegation from that 2nd congressional district there. One other race to update you on, and this is a ballot measure in Missouri. And this is interesting. Missouri called very early on for Donald Trump today, and Missouri's Republican incumbent U.S. Senator will also be returning to the U.S. Senate, Josh Hawley. But on that same ballot, Missouri voters voted to increase the minimum wage and have paid sick time. And it looks like this is winning by a significant margin. Look at this, more than 80% of the vote in, 59-41 in favor of raising the minimum wage. Again, a phenomenon that we're seeing in lots of different races in lots of different states over the course of tonight about people picking politicians who are absolutely opposed to the policy position that they are then voting for in a ballot measure.
Well, which tells us something important about policy,
propaganda.
right? That maybe this was never about policy.
Marketing.
Maybe it's about cultural alienation from the pro-democracy coalition. I mean, I don't even know if you can call it the Democratic Party. Vice President Kamala Harris ran alongside Liz Cheney, and a whole bunch of people, large numbers of Latino men, mostly men, but women also felt no magnetic pull toward that coalition. And I think there's a lot to learn. I just read some comments Chuck Todd made that are similar to comments you made and that Ari's made. I mean, there is a story about realignment. And of course, the ultimate outcome is not known. But what we're learning about how people voted, they did not vote in along sort of even traditional party lines. I mean, your point earlier about black voters, but there are policies that you're talking about that didn't make a difference in terms of how people voted, and then there are policies that mattered very much to how people voted, but just not at the top of the ticket. So there's a whole lot of information that we're going to be digesting in the coming days.
We can see that impact right now, and I don't want to get too wonky on you, but right now the bond market, the 30-year bond market is absolutely getting decimated, and here's why. To your point earlier, inflation, people don't like the cost of things. We're going to vote for the business guy. The reason the bond market is getting crushed right now is because people are anticipating corporate tax cuts, which are going to balloon our deficit. Yes. They're also saying, well, if Donald Trump imposes tariffs, it will reignite inflation. So this whole thing is we're voting for someone based on a personality of a celebrity business guy because we don't like the economy, but what he would actually do to the economy.
Because we're stupid. We went over this.
Right?
We're a dumb people.
The corporate tax cuts, which he's not just going to sunset, he's going to make them even bigger. Right. And then these tariffs are terrible for the economy.
I think that's absolutely right. And 2 points on that quickly. One is Democrat Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, which we're all watching, closed his campaign not by pantomiming a sexual act on stage, which is not how most candidates in most parties ever close, but he did close with an ad touting his support for the, quote, Trump tariffs in Pennsylvania as a Democrat. That's point one. Point two, I want to share. We've talked about a lot of races. We don't do a ton with exit polls, and I think we've diced them really small. The numbers don't work, but on big questions, here's a nonpartisan exit poll question I just want us to touch on. This is out of all votes around the nation. You ask people, in the last year, mind you, that's not 2 years ago. In the last year, inflation has caused your family, not everyone else, your family, what? And if you ask for a moderate or severe hardship, it's 75% of the voting public. A bunch of those people voted for Democrats and Harris, but that's a reminder that with no insult to the people trading in the bond market every day, and the only thing I know about bonds is word is bond, which is an old saying. You know way more about how bonds actually work. But the people doing those trades, the so-called self-anointed masters of the universe, Elon Musk and his bro buddies and people in D.C., most of those people don't feel and couldn't pass a lie detector test claiming that inflation personally affected their family as a severe hardship. But it's a heck of a lot of Americans.
But by the way, the question about raising the minimum wage almost never loses, by the way. Whenever it's put on a ballot, on a
Always
state ballot,
wins.
whether it's a
Always
red state or a blue state or a purple state, it is a winner every time. I'm surprised Democrats don't use it more. But think about the disconnect here. The same people who are working class voters who are saying, I want my wages increased,
Does it matter
are
if they
also
get these
voting
abortion
for the
measures
candidate
on their
in some
ballots?
cases.
No.
Who is bankrolled
Because
by Elon
people
Musk,
will-
who said into a recording device that there would be pain and hardship, which he's not going to feel.
People
He's a
do
billionaire.
not follow
But they will feel. So
the
you're
parties
saying that your
on
minimum
these
wage
things,
increase will
right?
not be enough to deal with the 20% tariff that will make everything that you buy in Walmart much more expensive. So there's a disconnect between
you're
people's
expecting
perception
people to
that
do
the
math.
actor from The Apprentice can
Most
make
of
me
us
better.
aren't that
Essentially, you're
bright.
saying I want to be under the sort of care,
That's the same reason we
right, of
keep
a very
going back
rich
to
person who I
private
think will take
insurance.
care of me economically
What, you want
because
me to
he was
pay
on television.
taxes?
But literally,
for
the
health
policies that you're going to get.
No,
And
I'd
this
rather
is what
pay
you,
twice
I mean,
as
listen,
much
you
in
get the government
private
you ask
insurance
for.
premiums.
And if you're saying you want 20% tariffs and mass deportation that will make everything unaffordable, this is what will happen.
But there is a group of people that we often don't talk about that aren't, to how you like to say, down with the care economy, and it's small business owners. And the reason small business owners are not down with the care economy is because when you increase minimum wage, when you offer maternity leave and paternity leave to low-wage workers, that sounds great, and we all support this idea.
Grateful
but there's lots of small business owners
handful
that
of
don't
you
want to
that are
say it in
sticking with
public,
me.
but are saying, I don't want to do that. I can't afford
This
to do that.
time
My
of the
margins are
night,
small. So
you
there
know,
is this
20 after
quiet
12 on the
universe of
East
people
Coast.
out there that run small
Retired.
businesses that want absolutely no
Depressed.
regulation. And while they like the idea
Drinking.
of paying someone more money and giving them more jobs with dignity, they're saying, well, let the government cover that. Because
I'm
in
glad
my
we're
small
doing it
business
together.
or my restaurant, I cannot afford to do that.
Can I
glad
just
I'm
want to
here
say
with
one
you.
thing, just as we're talking about this Pennsylvania races and the Missouri race. You know, one of the things that happens is because of the sort of nature of structural polarization in the U.S. and the fact that we have close race after close race after close race after close race, is that when we're interpreting results, again, we're talking about
Still
what
waiting on
is
updates
looking
on
right
these
now like
Indiana
a 3
Senate
or 4 point
Indiana
swing
State
in the
House
national
races.
political environment from 2020.
Kind of all
from
that's
2020.
keeping me up at this point, kids. I got to tell you.
These are
I
again,
know these
extremely
presidential
important,
numbers aren't
meaningful
coming in
switches
till tomorrow.
for
We're going to be waiting
who
on
wields
Detroit
power and what the government
and
does and who it
Philadelphia
serves. As
and
a
Milwaukee.
sociological fact,
Lefty B,
these are
Pennsylvania
relatively
goes
small
Trump.
margins,
Yeah,
right?
it's
We're not,
over.
you know, when you look back at what happened in
And,
64
yeah,
or what
I
happened
encourage
in
everybody
72
in
or
that
what happened in
case
1980, we're talking
to use the
landslide,
next
huge
2
elections,
months
right? Like
before the
10,
transfer of
50,
power
right?
to
Like,
one of the candidates
make
wins
sure
one
their
state.
Right, yeah,
passports
wins one state.
are
Like
current
we're just in a completely different
and,
world than
be
that, and what will happen in the days to come, independent of the actual outcome, the winner that's called, is looking at these margins because they matter a huge amount to political professionals, to who wields power, to who wins campaigns. But we're talking again, 3 points here, 4 points there, 2 points there. So like there's this tendency to extrapolate out to be like, everyone now is this,
right?
And everyone used to be that, and now everyone is this. No, it's there's 2 people in the room of 100 people who put a different color shirt on,
right?
And that's what happened. That determined the election. And again, that's millions of people, and it matters in the structural forces. But like, it's always just really important because there is a tendency to draw out enormous conclusions about the nature of the American soul.
We have some
to
sort
keep
of
that in mind.
proportional representation.
But a lot of people think those shirts cost way more than they used to. and some,
they're right. They're correct.
And some of them actually don't. Some of them have leveled out, and the price of shirts is not as bad as it was 18 months ago. But again, if you look at issues, which is, we've talked a lot about reproductive rights and freedom, and how Donald Trump got 2 Supreme Court seats, and they basically stole a third. And those justices went before the Senate and said under oath,
they
Roe
stole
is a super
2.
precedent.
They
They were
stole
either lying then
2.
or they later acted in a way that made that a lie. What did the voters say? Again, national exits, immigration issue, is that your top issue to vote on? 11%. Abortion, is that your top issue? 14%. Economy, 31%.
Yeah.
That is not great news for Trump or MAGA or any of his claims, which I think Stephanie just fact-checked to great effect. But it was bad news, I think, for incumbents.
But it also exists alongside the reality that the United States economy is the envy of the world.
It absolutely
That the only reason there's a positive economic outlook globally is because the United States economy is doing so well. It's dragging everybody else
is working
upward.
great.
It's the best job market in the history of the United States. Inflation is back to where it was. Not only just before COVID, but before Donald Trump left office.
The wrong thing.
The inflation numbers, the economic growth numbers, the fiscal numbers, the U.S. standing in the world numbers.
If it's 12:30,
all off the charts
Minnesota
positive.
is
Even
too
the freaking
close to
stock
call.
market, right? All off the charts positive.
A good sign
and yet,
for Democrats.
the pain, the old pain from having gone through the rise in prices, which is over, and which we weathered better than every other advanced economy in the world, to me, it can't be prescriptive. Because of what's happened since, because we voted today, or we voted in this early voting period, right? I mean, if we were a country that's, all the economic indicators were going down, you would expect it to be a big economically driven change election. But all of our economic indicators are 3 feet high and rising.
You wouldn't maybe
and there was nothing else for the Harris campaign to offer or do. They delivered a very strong economy, and they put a plan forth for one going forward. And what Donald Trump has offered is only going to worsen the economy.
And also the polling above the economy was democracy.
One of the things he talks about is interpersonal relationships.
And so there was a tremendous concern
negative interactions can be between 5 and 20 times
to us
more
if we are no longer a democracy. That was also a driving, more of a drive, at least if you believe the exit polls, than the economy.
So that's to say, like,
it wasn't
when things
necessarily
work the way they're supposed to,
right? So
you have to do that between 5 and 20 times, as many times as like one mistake.
We were talking a little bit about Philadelphia County, Pennsylvania, what you're hearing on the ground over there, expectations being set. Do you have anything you want to share with us?
Well, I first want to say that, Claire McCaskill, I've sat next to her at tables with her over the last couple months of this election cycle. And everything that Claire has said,
20 times more than they respond to like
Claire, that's
a positive message.
It hit, and this cycle has come to fruition. So I was fighting Claire
But
McCaskill about 2 hours ago. But what I'm hearing, again, as Steve Kornacki just told us at the big board, there were a number of votes, absentee ballots that came in this latest batch. Lots from Philadelphia County.
And
that's the lead that
Trump and Republicans
that needs to be
and fascists
insurmounted is not the gap may not be insurmountable, but it may be mountable. But they're cautiously optimistic. Now, there's still additional absentee ballots out there. I don't know exactly how many are left out, but I can tell you, I personally don't think that there are enough. And that means if there were not enough, I want to be honest with people, if there are not enough absentee ballots out there to make up the gap that currently exists for the Harris-Walz campaign, the vice president will not win Pennsylvania. And if she does not win Pennsylvania, Donald Trump then hits 270. Now, Pennsylvania people are saying Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, right? The Lehigh Valley, with the Puerto Rican vote, there is still a chance. And then some of these suburbs in the collar counties outside of Philadelphia. But the numbers, the margins, because this is an election about the margins. Yeah. The margins have not been large enough in the state thus far. But again, there's still some votes out there. It's not over till
we are still in it. We've been talking, Claire, about Michigan and Wisconsin, and looking at those two states in the context of the Senate races that are happening there. And as a former senator yourself, I wonder how you look at the way in which Alyssa Slotkin is in a very, very tight race with Mike Rogers, and Tammy Baldwin is in now, I believe, slightly, maybe even behind her Republican challenger.
Yeah, and of course, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
What started out as a hopeful sense that maybe we could knock off Ted Cruz and maybe the independent candidate in Nebraska, while not caucusing with Democrats, would deny
the Republicans. Are you guys prepared for another Republican trifecta
now we're
in
looking
Washington?
At whether or not I think
Seriously.
the Republicans end up with 51, 52, 53, or 54 seats.
That's Project 2025 shit. That's all they need.
One reason it's so important is because it probably means if this all happens,
deeply
this is
afraid
very
of
depressing. I'm sorry to do this to everyone, but it means maybe the worst instincts of Donald Trump as to who he would appoint to the cabinet can become real, because there wouldn't be enough people that would say, no, no, you're not putting somebody who's been in prison in charge of the National Security Council. This is not a good idea. So that worries me. Now, the other thing about the Senate races that I think we need to take a moment and talk about is now the House becomes very important. And these House races that, frankly, some of them are in California, so we haven't had a chance to do deep dives yet. Karnacki has not really educated us yet fully
So much
on all of these
California,
House
so
races
much
that are out
New
there.
York, like
But we
between
flipped
and so much
some
Texas
already,
between those three
and,
states. Like that's
Hakeem Jeffries
a
may
great
be
percentage
the
of the
most
House of
important
Representatives.
person in Washington for the values we care about.
Yeah, when you're looking at a landscape, Michael Steele, in which Donald Trump does get the White House and they have 52, 53, 54 seats in the Senate, all eyes then go to the House of Representatives. I wonder, first of all, we are all on an emotional roller coaster, right? We're all calibrating our sort of psychological profiles by the hour. I wonder how you're sort of looking at the state of play and what you're thinking on, focused on.
Well, look, the thing about that strikes me about where we are right now is, in many respects, you kind of saw it coming a little bit. I mean, when you're pulling at the threads of trying to move the narrative around the idea of women's reproductive health, and there's resistance to that. When you're talking about our role in the world, and there's resistance to that. And I think what we're seeing playing out is that resistance to those narratives. I think what we're going to spend time with, if this plays out the way it seems that Donald Trump wins this election, is trying to understand what that resistance was about. What is it about our supporting Ukraine that you did not like beyond the talking points? What is it about women's reproductive health that did not move you enough in Florida,
right?
To actually draw the line in the sand.
Although, can I just say, 50?
But we
these
can do
numbers,
both.
Again,
we can
this
take
is
care of our working
moving
class
storefront,
people,
but I
and
believe it was
support
57% of Florida voters voted for.
But you knew what the threshold was.
60.
You knew.
But and 56 or 57% also voted for Donald Trump, which gets to the phenomenon of people voting for Trump and for abortion rights.
You go. There you go.
But I don't think it's as black as white. Like,
no, I'm not saying it's black and white. I'm saying it's absolutely every color under the rainbow. It is every shade of how we start to parse and understand elections like this, because it's going to be important for what happens next. If the MAGA movement continues to expand, as it seemingly has, I mean, there's some real consideration about whether or not Trump hits the national popular vote here tonight. There's some things for us to sort of think about. So, for me, I'm looking at some of the states, and I'm with my friend Simone. Claire is a savant in many respects, but is born out of an experience of understanding how elections kind of drive and how they're built. And
margins.
And how they're built.
And, I wish I could ignore the margins, but it's hard.
Exactly. How elections are built. And I think that this is for a lot of folks, myself included, a recalibration of thinking about, and it really draws me back to one thing.
We have so much work to do. And
that 2016.
Are we going to be able to do it? Are we going to be allowed to do it?
I saw a young mother. I've told
if we're looking at a Republican
white
trifecta,
female suburban mother of two, divorced. When
if we're
why she was
legitimately
looking
at Project 2025
and in many respects, as we sit here tonight, that question, that understanding has not been met.
We got a lot more on our plate than organizing
in the face of everything else that's happened. White suburban women tonight,
still voting for Donald Trump,
are still voting in a bigger number than you would think for Donald Trump.
We might be. I just will say, and I would love to hear what you have to say on this, Simone. I wonder how much it's voters consciously saying, I'm voting yes on this, no on this, yes on this, and not more just a kind of feeling about Donald Trump and his strength and the fear-mongering he's done around immigration and the fuzziness he's had on women's rights. I'm not entirely sure it is a sort of list of kind of policy pros and cons that they're going in there.
I think it's mostly emotional.
I think you have to understand the voters. I just think about Governor Phil Murphy, who after New Jersey was very, very close in that, 2020 race? What was that? It was 2020. He commissioned these focus groups afterwards. The governor's race was close. He commissioned these focus groups and his own internal focus groups, and what he saw in the focus groups of these voters that went out and did things that Democrats in New Jersey were like, well, wait, what is happening here? He said that we have to listen to what the voters are saying. And so I want to know what the voters have to say about this, and we will have to ask them more questions about their vote in the focus groups in the weeks and days to come. And again, the election is still not over. Okay, it's not over, so all the votes are counted. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing is many things are happening tonight. You know, in this election in 1968, it was the same election where Shirley Chisholm was elected as the first black woman to the U.S. House of Representatives. And that same election, Richard Nixon was elected as president. Right? And so I fundamentally believe that the legacies of both of those individuals were on the ballot in this election. And Lisa Blunt Rochester and Angela Alsobrooks now join the ranks of black women who have been elected to the United States Senate. Shamari figures in Alabama.
It's a little after
district that was
12:30
created
here.
Because people in Alabama,
Eastern
with the help of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the ACLU, and so many others, went all the way up to the Supreme Court to fight for their voting rights, their right to be represented, to have their voices heard, got districts created in Alabama, in Louisiana, and now and they're called Black Opportunity Districts, majority Black districts, and now there's more representation. That is these are the seats that are going to make Hakeem Jeffries the first Black Speaker of the House.
Presidential race for sure. I think we're looking
there are many
at
things that are
days
happening
on that.
tonight, and I think that
or
everything
the House,
everywhere,
we
all
might be
at
looking
once.
at days on that.
And all over your head.
The fact of the matter is, Republicans
I
control
send
the
it back
Senate,
to you, Rachel.
where they will control the
30
Senate.
minutes now from a tabulation
that
center
in and of itself
in Milwaukee,
means
Wisconsin, is NBC's own Shaquille Brewster. Shaquille, it is great to see you tonight. What have you been seeing? What are you seeing now?
She ain't getting shit done for 4 years.
Good to see you as well. Let me just set up where
Once
I
again,
am, because we are in downtown Milwaukee, and how Wisconsin counts the ballots, especially in these bigger cities like Milwaukee, is when you look at the early vote and when you look at the mail-in vote, they essentially all go to one location and they're counted, and then those results are posted all at once. And we just heard from the clerk that they are still working through these ballots, but we're likely not going to see the results from Milwaukee until the overnight hours. And you can see a little bit of the process.
And
Just look at how
Republicans win the
wide
Senate and the
open
House.
this entire room is, and we just got an update saying that clerks are working through some of the larger wards right now. So far, they processed about 80,000 ballots today. You see some of that processing going on right now as we speak. Once those ballots are processed, then they go into the tabulators, and then that's when they are finally tabulated and sent over to the county. Now, this is all important because there are about 107,000 ballots in this room alone for the state
I thought
of
about
Wisconsin.
this a lot in
And
2020
when you talk to Republicans in this state, they are getting more and more optimistic. I'll tell you, they are very chatty right now,
Vaccine
reaching out to us
denial,
saying that
COVID
they don't
denial,
think
and
that
everything was
Vice
running
President Kamala Harris
rampant.
got enough vote out of Dane County.
Misinformation
That's in Madison, big college area. But
It
two,
makes you
we
think.
know that
It makes
Milwaukee
you
is usually
wonder.
the last to post its results.
Sometimes.
And
Boy,
when you look at the
you know,
margin
like,
right now in Wisconsin with Donald Trump
is
currently
our
ahead
open
with
society,
about
is our
100,000 votes.
open
I'm telling you, there's only about 107,000 ballots here that will be posted later tonight. Republicans are pointing to that and saying that they are very skeptical that the vice president will be able to make up that total. So the votes are still being counted. There are other places where votes are outstanding right now, but it's because of what you're seeing here, the fact that we're waiting on a lot of these ballots to come, that Republicans in the state are saying they're very optimistic, guys.
Shaq Brewster for us in
The
Milwaukee,
weakness
Wisconsin.
of
We'll be coming
democracy
back to you, Shaq. And
is
Parks has some follow-up questions,
the
but I have to
intelligence
interrupt my own
of the
train of thought
people.
to bring you a call. For the second time this evening,
And
NBC News is able to make a
we have
projection
not
in a
been
battleground
serving
state. NBC News now projects that
We've
in
not
the
been
battleground
serving
state of
democracy
Georgia
well
in the presidential race, Donald Trump has prevailed
by not
in the
educating
presidential
our
race
people.
in Georgia.
Our founders
so again,
knew that
of
an
our
educated
swing
population
states, we've got
was
2 called thus far in
necessary
Georgia and in North
for a
Carolina per
functioning
NBC
democracy.
News. That puts the electoral map at Donald Trump with 246 electoral votes.
Do not have
and Kamala
a functioning
Harris at
democracy.
189
We have a
electoral votes.
democracy.
Again, both
But does it work?
candidates aiming at 270.
We're so susceptible
of the 7
to
electoral
misinformation,
of the 7
disinformation,
states that we
propaganda,
consider to be battleground states, 2, North Carolina and Georgia, have been called
Sometimes
by NBC
I
News
envy
as of this hour. Both of them
that
called
Chinese
for Donald Trump.
control
Steve,
of
over to
their
you.
information
Yeah, and
space.
Rachel, what we can say now with that Georgia call is if Kamala Harris doesn't win a state that's not been treated as a battleground state, if she doesn't do that, then she now absolutely must pull out a win in Pennsylvania, because if there's no surprises outside the battleground, then Georgia plus North Carolina plus Pennsylvania would get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes and the presidency. And look at Pennsylvania. We are closing in on 90% of the vote here. Donald Trump is leading by 168,000 votes right now. A couple of things that we can show you that have come in now in Pennsylvania to add a little more clarity. We said at the start of the night, 2 counties are pure bellwethers in Pennsylvania. Voted for Trump in 16, flipped to Biden in 20. What would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east has flipped to Donald Trump. The other one, Erie County, we've now got the results from Erie County. It's flipped back to Donald Trump. Again, just take a look at this. In 2016, when Trump won Pennsylvania, he won Erie County. He gave it back to Biden when Biden won the state. Now Trump is reclaiming Erie County tonight. Again, this is one of those big sort of quintessentially, you'd call it Rust Belt counties, a lot of big blue collar population there. Where are we waiting for remaining vote in Pennsylvania right now then? We've talked a lot about Philadelphia. Jacob has told us there are going to be a big batch of mail-in votes that we are not going to know until sometime tomorrow morning. That's it. There's also some same-day vote that's been coming in. The same-day vote has been running less Democratic than the vote by mail. And again, the big picture in Philadelphia is the Democrats are currently 3 points behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020. And this reflected a bit of a disappointment for Democrats. They won Pennsylvania, obviously, in 20. They were thrilled with that. But their Philadelphia number came down. It's coming down further so far, and unless those remaining mail-in ballots really boost them dramatically, Trump may finish with more than 20% in Philadelphia. Also still to come, we've got a few votes left in Delaware County, big suburban county, right outside Philadelphia. But again, right now, Harris is not hitting that Biden number. She absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places. Chester County, I think we're pretty much down to the vote by mail in Chester County. Of course, that is the very Democratic vote. So the question becomes, when we get that vote by mail, Harris is at 54.5. She's got to get past, she's really got to move past that Biden number. Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her? Up to Montgomery County, more than 3/4 of the vote in here. This is a giant county, though. There are still lots of votes left to come. Again, from Harris's standpoint, she's got to get past that Biden number with what's left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County. 2/3 is in right here. This would be, if Donald Trump hangs on here, still plenty of votes to come, though. This would be a flip. And again, of those immediate Philadelphia area counties, this one a little bit more blue collar than the ones I just showed you. So again, that's a trend we're seeing. We saw it in Erie. We saw it in Northampton. We're seeing that in a lot of places tonight. Also, I'm giving you big sort of Democratic vote areas, Bucks notwithstanding, but Chester, Montgomery, and Delaware. In southwest Pennsylvania, the 2 big counties here. We've got Washington all in. I want to draw your attention to this because these are 2 big bedroom community suburbs of Pittsburgh. In Washington County, Donald Trump has improved tonight. The core Republican area, he wanted to boost his numbers in a place like this. You can see in Washington, he has. And if you go next door to Westmoreland County, which is even bigger, there is still vote to come in Westmoreland County. Trump currently, take a look at this, 28 points was his margin, 36 here right now. Again, if he finishes above that 28, it's exactly what he wanted to be doing. So for Democrats, it's going to take something really kind of massive out of Philadelphia, where really those numbers are disappointing for them so far. And again, out of Chester with that vote by mail, it's more to come in Montgomery, and they're going to need to get bigger margins with what's to come. Again, 170,000 votes. That's Trump's advantage here, nearing 90% in Pennsylvania. Just checking on Allegheny. And again, those are the stakes. Trump wins this state. He's probably got this.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. We've got a call to make. NBC News.
Sorry about that, guys. Looks like we had a little technical glitch there. I'm going to bring us back in here for the next several hours, hopefully.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
A short and to-the-point statement from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, speaking to what is still a considerable crowd at Howard